Quando foi a banha se a por a niego do cambasioso since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motan, hakuna koga book.
So Maria Dugbo, Eja dewa o, Ewagbo no si awa. So that was the song I was being, that's the song I've been meaning to open with for the last 2 days. But I couldn't get the wordings right and I couldn't summon the courage, but there it is. I think that was Orlando or what? Correct me if I'm mistaken. So Maria Dugbo, Eja dewa o. So yes, a little bit of a highlight for is it Aquala music, whatever it is, it's a delight to hear. I would recommend it. A bit of a old school throwback from the, I think it was from the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit of a throwback. Good to see you, good to have you here. And how are you, Somaris? I think Somari is actually, you know, there's a lot of crossover, a bit like French and English. There's a lot of crossover between the Yoruba language and the Hausa language. So Somori in Yoruba language, it means a gathering. And I suspect that that is what it means in the Hausa language as well. So it's a transmutation from the Hausa language into the Yoruba language via religion. Somori. So Somori Adugbo. So the people of the neighborhood, I suspect, and I'm sure people steeped in language, you come and correct me immediately, but just my loose understanding, people steeped in the language, people of the community, so Maria Adugo, gather and come and join. So Maria Adugo, gather, come and join. So good to see you, good to have you here, and how are you? And there it is. It always goes so quickly, the weekend, you know. You know, I am an advocate of a 4-day week. Do you understand? I am an advocate of a 4-day week, a 4-day working week, because it's my belief that you don't live to work, you work to live. So a working week should not be more than 4 days because life is for the living. How can you work for 5 days and then only get 2 days off? You know, and then you do that for 30 years and then they tell you that you're free now, but then your body cannot hold up anymore. The working week should not be more than 4 days. If you are in agreement with me, say yay. If you are in disagreement with me, say nay. So yay or nay. So yay or nay. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? Good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So the weekend comes to an end just exactly as we said. And so plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? But before we go through anything, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You know, yesterday we hit that magic 100 like, but then of course, you know, we're never satisfied. So we want to hold that as a consistency and then set a new target. So take us very quickly. That's Hassan already causing mischief in the comment section. Good to see you, Hassan. You know, this time Hassan is very busy trying to juggle life and see where he slots into the goings on that is going on within the Nigerian space. So hopefully Hassan will fingers crossed be our inside man with this administration that's just birthed. Yes, good to see you. Good to have you. And how are you? The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. is your invitation to come and join me on the screen and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. That's pinned on the comment section. Continue to ignore that. But click on like, click on subscribe, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So, you know, instead of that song, I was going to start with the phrase "call me daddy," but then I thought that would be it sounded somewhat lewd. It sounded something like out of a porno movie. I was going to start off with the phrase "call me daddy," and I was only really going to start off with that phrase because of this headline. Breaking: Niger coup leader agrees to negotiate with Tinubu-led ECOWAS. So there it is right there. The pressure finally breaks him and he finally takes a knee. Call me daddy. Niger coup leader agrees to negotiation with Tinubu-led ECOWAS. So now, this is a new development now, and the tone and tact of that space has suddenly pivoted because, of course, the ECOWAS space have told the military to be on standby, and that is to say that no further notice will be given before a strike takes place. So, and all the army chiefs, all the chiefs of defense of that ECOWAS space are already on standby. So there will be no further public announcements before confetti starts to rain on Niamey via Tucano jets, lighting up the space. And I think the Russians have indicated to these people that they don't have their full backing. So up the creek without a paddle. So he takes the knee. Niger coup leader agrees to negotiation with Tinubu-led ECOWAS. So call me daddy. So there it is. Call me daddy. Is that another win for Nigeria? I wonder, how are we looking at that? So we spent time with that. CBN spent, you know, I'm not an advocate of capital punishment, but some of the things that Emefiele did in that CBN for the 10 years that he ruled over that place like a czar, you know, it will test your resolve in your belief. Our CBN spent 3.2 trillion naira on fraudulent, opaque operating expenses under Buhari report. You know, what is the budget of the whole country itself when one satellite agency is spending 3.2 billion naira on operating costs? What are they operating? Is it to move from your office to the photocopy room and back? What is the operating cost? You know, but you know, this guy tests your will. So this guy tests your will. We spend a lot of time, of course, with the coup that happened in Niger Republic. We struck to avert imminent threat against Nigeria and Niger. So this is Chiane, the now somewhat remorseful leader of the Coupists. He's now saying, I did it for your own good. Those infamous words, you usually hear it from a parent to a child, don't you? I did it for your own good. We struck to avert imminent threat against Nigeria and Niger. General Chiane are now somewhat contrition and contrite. The leader of the military junta in Republic of Niger, General something or the other Chiane, weekend said that the coup that overthrew President Mohamed Bazoum was well intended and was carried out to avert an imminent threat that would have affected not only Niger Republic but also Nigeria. But hopefully it tells us the nature of that threat. General Chiane said it was painful to the coup leaders that the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, heads of states and government leaders did not hear their side of the matter before issuing ultimatum to them to quit office. Speaking when he received Nigeria's intervention team, comprising prominent Islamic scholars in the country at the weekend in Niamey, the coup leaders and the Nigerian team agreed to intensify the option of dialogue in resolving the political crisis that in that country. A statement by the leader of the Islamic ulama, Sheikh Balal Lau, stated that General Cheney, who accorded the team warm reception, welcomed their intervention. According to the statement, the military leader said their doors were open to explore diplomacy and peace in resolving the matter. So their doors are open to diplomacy and peace in resolving the matter. So there can be only one resolution, which is to say that democracy has to take a foothold within the Niger Republic. But then how does that take place is the thing. Does ECOWAS insist categorically that President Bazoum must be reinstated, which I don't think these Coupists will agree to, or would they concede that President Bazoum is gone, but democracy must hold place, and then they agree on a timeline that will be superintended by ECOWAS to quickly fast-track back that country into democracy? So a window of no more than 18 months. According to the statement, the military leader said their doors were open to explore diplomacy and peace in resolving the matter. He apologized for not according the team sent by President Tinubu, led by former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar retired, the required attention because they were angry about the ECOWAS ultimatum. Whilst tracing the historical ties between the two nations, he said Niger Republic and Nigeria were not only neighbors but brothers and sisters who should resolve issues amicably. The statement explained that the Islamic ulamas met with General Cheney for several, it's quite, this tells you then that it was a useful meeting. This one sentence here, if there's anything to take away from this one sentence here tells you that it was a useful meeting. The statement explained that the Islamic ulamas met with General Cheney for several hours. So it's not just a tea and biscuit and off you go, take a few photographs and off you go. So it looks as though detailed conversations were had and hard truths were spoken for them to reach then an agreed position. Because if they met for hours, then that tells you then that detailed conversations would have taken place. The statement explained that the Islamic ulamas met with General Cheney for several hours in Niger's capital, Niamey, during which they deliberated on all the issues, including the demand of ECOWAS leaders that former President Bazoum be reinstated. Bala Lau, who is the national chairman of, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it, but an Islamic sect, said the clerics were in Niger on behalf of President Bola Tinubu, who accepted their request to intervene. So if Tinubu is able to pull this off, it will be a real coup. Sorry, pardon the pun, but it will be a real coup for him in terms of international diplomacy and its status within not only Africa and the world. Sheikh Lau said the team had earlier told President Tinubu, who is the chairman of authorities of our ECOWAS heads of state and government, that their position is that the political impasse in Niger be resolved through the dialogue. He therefore told General Cheney that the visit to Niger was to engage in constructive dialogue to encourage him and other military leaders behind the coup to toe the path of peace instead of war to resolve the crisis. Speaking with journalists in Niamey after the meeting, another member of the intervention team and chief missioner of Ansaruddin Society of Nigeria, Sheikh Ahmad Abdurrahman, said contrary to reports in some sections of the media, the team was well received by General Cheney and both parties had fruitful discussions. He said, "We will now go back home and report to President Tinubu what we have discussed and press it on him that war is not an option in resolving the matter." I don't think anybody actually wants a war, just the mess. And we don't want to see those images of children and women, you know, the sort of images that come out of war. We don't want to see that. We believe that the war is an ill wind that will not blow any good and that peaceful resolution should prevail. The team comprised scholars from various Islamic sects in the country. Amongst them were, and then it goes on to give you a list of Islamic scholars. So a list of Islamic scholars. So if they are able to pull this off, it will be quite something. You know, this may well be the recalibration that Tinubu needs. If he's able to return Niger Republic back to democracy without dropping any confetti on Niamey, if he's able to do that and he gets the flowers internationally, that will counterweight a lot of the pressure that is under at home. That it just will. It just will, and much to the chagrin of the next headline. And allow Niger Republic return to democratic government, Peter Obi tells Nigeria ECOWAS. So this is this is Peter Obi. Try to anyway. Let's just see what he has to say. It's always funny, you know. He shouldn't be speaking to things like this because I'm not sure that he has any concept of it. But you know. Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party LP is of the view that the people of the Niger Republic should be allowed via their national institutions the opportunity to revert quickly to a representative democratic government. This is even as he had described the ongoing political crisis in the Niger Republic as a matter of dire and urgent national interest and security to Nigeria. So apparently he does have some understanding of it because that space does not seem to understand that Niger Republic imploding is an existential threat to Nigeria. And Niger Republic becoming a basket case or a failed state is an existential threat to Nigeria. And it's not just an existential threat to Nigeria in the north, in Borno State, no. It's an existential threat as deep as Oyo-Alafin, where I come from, and as deep as Abakaliki, where you come from, and as deep as Edo, where you may come from. It's an existential threat to all of us because we have an open border with those guys, our neighbors to the north, and if that country falls apart, they will just wade in. They will wade in wherever the nearest place that the grass looks green. And the only place that the grass looks green in that sub-region is Nigeria. They will just cascade in, all of them heavily armed, all over our streets, causing havoc. So it's an existential threat if that country falls apart. This is even as he described the ongoing political crisis. And this is Peter Obi speaking, by the way. I was expecting some gumless, my name is Death, that sort of thing that he does, but he seemed to have some concept. Maybe somebody wrote this for him. Let's take it from the top again. I'm pretty certain somebody wrote this for him, you know, because I was expecting him to say, China, China, I am a trader. That's what I was expecting him to say. Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party LP is of the view that the people of Niger Republic should be allowed via their national institutions the opportunity to revert quickly to a representative democratic government. This is even as he described the ongoing political crisis in Niger Republic as a matter of dire and urgent national interest and security to Nigeria. So that one paragraph right there shows somewhat of a nuanced understanding of the goings on. But I'm sure he will fall apart fairly quickly. Obi said that the primacy must be given to dialogue and diplomacy towards a resolution with minimal disruptive impact on Nigeria and the West African sub-region, regardless of the position taken by other various parties. In a statement issued via his verified social media platform on Sunday, the former Anambra State governor applauded the respective mediatory efforts by General Abdulsalami Abubakar, His Excellency Muhammadu Saud Abubakar, the Sultan of Sokoto, and His Royal Highness Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. The statement reads, "Our recent developments in the neighboring Niger Republic have become the subject of international attention. For Nigeria, this development is a matter of dire and urgent national interest and security." I whisper it quietly, but is Peter Obi actually growing up politically within our space? Because I was expecting him to just put out some sort of egotic ahoy sort of a statement, but a very nuanced statement so far. Inevitably, Niger is a hot button issue for ECOWAS, as well as various international interlocutors, regardless of the positions taken by various parties that have direct or tangential interest in Niger. Primacy must be given to dialogue and diplomacy towards a resolution with minimal disruptive impact on Nigeria and the West Africa sub-region. A total diplomatic resolution must take into consideration the realpolitik of the West African sub-region. I applaud the respective mediatory efforts by General Abdulsalami Abubakar, His Eminence Muhammadu Saad Abubakar, the Sultan of Sokoto, and His Royal Highness Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, whereas ECOWAS authorities have indicated that they remain open to various conflict resolution options. Diplomacy must remain the overarching imperative in resolving the present crisis. This is not Peter Obi's language, by the way, because Peter Obi's language is a bit more base level, but this is the output coming out from his space, which excellent so far. I join the many well-meaning Nigerians who have advocated that any intervention in the crisis should be preeminently through diplomatic dialogue amongst all strategic interests in the crisis. It is therefore important that the people of Niger are allowed via their national institutions the opportunity to revert quickly to a representative democratic government. All national, regional, and international assistance should be extended to the people of Niger to return their country to normalcy. Whilst ECOWAS must seek to discourage the spread of military dictatorship in West Africa, the recourse to armed deterrence must be restrained by multilateral diplomatic mechanisms. So, I mean, it's not yet invited that is off the table. It must be restrained, which of course it is already restrained. The situation in Niger urgently calls for a concerted multilateral coalition of Nigeria, ECOWAS, the AU. And by the way, the AU, the African Union, has signed off on Niger being blown up if these people don't step down. What the situation in Niger urgently calls for is a concerted multilateral coalition of Nigeria, ECOWAS, the AU. I wonder why he separated Nigeria from ECOWAS. Nigeria is part of ECOWAS, of course. Nigeria, ECOWAS, the AU, and the United Nations towards a programmed return to a democratic constitutional order. In this process, Nigeria's leadership role must not be in any doubt. So this could have been put out by the Tinubu camp because, of course, this is exactly a template of exactly the set play in play. So template of exactly the set play in play. On from that headline to this, Niger military leader apologizes to Nigeria for shunning peace team, says we were angry with ECOWAS. So we may well have captured that in a different readout. So we go swiftly on from there to the malfeasance of MFLA. After 7 years, CBN releases financial statements amidst investigations. So do you know MFLA I know After 7 years, CBN releases financial statement amidst investigation. In the midst of an ongoing investigation into its operation, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has released the consolidated financial statements for the last 7 years. Imagine that. I thought this was meant to be an annual event. It was just a loot till you can loot no more system, wasn't it? A loot till you can loot no more. After 7 years, CBN releases financial statement amidst investigation. In the midst of an ongoing investigation into its operations, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has released the consolidated financial statements for the last 7 years. This action is the first since 2015, where the Apex Bank allows the public access to assess its operating performance. It covers 2016 to 2022. So the Buhari years, essentially. It covers 2016 to 2022. According to the document already posted on its website, the Apex Bank in 2022 owed JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, amongst others, liabilities. The CBN consolidated financial statements showed that it owed JP Morgan 3.2 trillion or 7 billion naira, or 7 billion, so 3.2 trillion naira or $7 billion, and Goldman Sachs 0.23 trillion or $500 million, whilst 3.1 trillion or $6.3 billion is owed as foreign currency forwards. The statement further showed that the CBN generated revenue of 2.8 trillion, up from 1.96 trillion in 2022. Profit during the period was 103 billion, up from 75 billion posted in 2021. The accounts showed that the CBN reserves comprised of time deposit and money placement of 4.6 trillion, other foreign securities of 5.8 trillion, current accounts with foreign banks 3.34 trillion, domiciliary account of 294 billion, sundry currencies and travelers check of 199.8 billion naira. The 578 billion gold bullion, which is so they are holding in gold bullions 16 kg. So 16 kg. So you remember that clip? Actually, let me see if I can find it. You remember that clip when Mia Malabuni brought gold, Mia Mala, and we've not even started yet. So it looks as though we've started now. Mia Malabuni, gold bars. You remember that clip when Mia Malabuni came to present gold bars to Buhari? I'll see if I can find it. Hold on, gold bars to Buhari. I'll see if I can find it and show you in the course of. There was a time that Myanmar, there was so much gold. There's so much gold in data where I think is Yobe State, that this guy actually brought some gold bars to come and show them off to Buhari. Let me see if I can find it on Google. I'm determined to find it. Just bear with me 1 microsecond. Google. Okay, let me pop that in there. Malabuni. Yes. Okay, I've got the image, even if I don't have the video. So let me show you the image. Was it Mia Malabuni or someone else? Maybe that's where I made a mistake. Yes. So here it is. So let me see. So those are the go. Yeah, it's Bello Matawale. So that's where I made the mistake. Yeah. it was Bello Matawale that was actually so these are gold bars. These are gold found in Zamfara State. So rich is that space. More gold than Ghana, by the way, probably South Africa even. So I'm not quite sure then this miserable amount of gold bars that they are claiming we have in the CBN now. Pardon me. Where were we? Okay, let's get back to where we were. The account shows that the CBN reserves comprises of time deposits and money placements of XYZ trillion, other foreign securities of XYZ trillion, current account with foreign banks of XYZ trillions, sundry currencies and traveler checks of XYZ billion, and the 578.6 billion gold bullion, which is 16 kg. So there's 16 kg of gold bullion in the CBN. Further analysis based on currency showed that reserves had convertible currencies in US dollars worth XYZ. So anyway, the account. So I'm sure that makes that makes sense to people that make sense of things like that. So that makes sense to people that make sense of things like that. Niger Coupists, so we've done that. We've done the Niger Coupists. Cheney agrees to dialogue. We've done that. So now let's go to this. Let's go to this. Let's go to this. Floating Naira experts query $2.55 billion forex inflow in 2 months. So the narrative of that floating of the Naira, of course, was to open up the economic space for the free flow of money and hard currency, of course, to flow into the Nigerian economic space. So it looks as though this seeks to speak to that. Floating Naira, experts query $2.55 billion forex inflows in 2 months. So let's see what's going on here. Experts in the nation's financial services sector has questioned the announced $2.55 billion foreign exchange inflow into the country, saying there is need for the federal government's balance statement with realities on the ground. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, disclosed that FX inflow into the country increased by $2.55 billion in 2 months. In an interview with correspondents, Managing Director, Chief Executive, Maxi Fund Investments and Securities, Mazi Okechukwu Enegbu, said the figures is not having any impact on the economy. He said, if it is before, when Nigeria was strong, such an announcement will show immediate impact on the economy. 3 to 6 months down the line, you will see an impact. But it is very unfortunate that it is not going to have any impact. 3 to 6 months down the line, Naira will still be losing. I don't see any impact at all. Also speaking, a former president, Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, Dr. Samuel Nzekwe, was of the view that if the government is running transparently, a lot of money will be coming into the country. He said, he expressed concern over the present state of the Nigerian economy, maintaining that the economy is producing marginally. So, all right. Actually, let's take the fullness of this so we can have a clearer understanding of it. He said, if we are exporting, foreign exchange will be coming in. But in this case, we are not exporting. Maybe portfolio investors are coming in, or because people are beginning to have confidence in the new government. But that is in the short run. What we are looking at is in the long run. How will the economy be producing? When the economy produces, we consume the one we can consume and export the one we can export, he said. The FX increase, according to CBN, was said to be witnessed due to the unification of the Naira, the country's currency. Data from the Apex Bank, which shows the total inflow into the investor and exporter I&E window, increased for the second consecutive month in June to $1.41 billion from $1.14 billion in May. The bank noted that the June inflow comes from companies and exporters. So, yeah, I'm going to abandon this in a moment because I don't want to bore you. I know how you guys get bored easily when we start to talk about monies and figures and all those sort of stuff. But let me just rest on this this line for a moment. The bank noted that the June inflow came from companies and exporters. So the ones coming in from companies, those are portfolio investors coming to see what they can gain out of the Nigerian system. So that has no real quantity in terms of output or production. But these exporters is really where we want to be. So if the inflow of dollars is coming as a result of export, then we're on a good trajectory. So what's the percentile differential between these two money incomes? The one coming in from companies, which are portfolio investors, or the one coming in from exporters, who are people exporting things to sell. In June, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, announced the unification of all segments of the forex market, collapsing all windows into one in a bid to improve liquidity and stability. The exchange rate unification has seen mixed reaction from different segments of the country. Just recently, companies released their Q2 financial statements, where most of them recorded pre-tax losses due to foreign exchange revaluation losses, despite having improved revenue. So yeah, we don't run a dollarized country. So declare your profits in Naira, and then we can see what your performance is. So if you dollarize it, of course, then you know that we don't run a dollar. Where Nigeria, our currency is the Naira. The Naira unification has also seen prices of fuel increase. Yes, we know all that. So that's that. That's the going on within that space. Yes, Naira unification increases our forex inflow. So we've done that. So we've done that. So yes, let me leave it there for a moment. Let me come back to the room, play the K-Guide song, see if anybody is available to wrap a conversation round, and then we kick it off. But call me daddy. This seems to be where we're starting off. So call me daddy, and it looks as though the rascally youth in the Niger Republic has taken to the knee. So to the K-Guides, to the K-Guides.
Only water, only water, where is Sima? Water,
only water, where is Sima?
Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o. Petro Ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orumeiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku koniriwa gweshe. So let me bring the panelists up and then I'll play this clip. I still, of course, there's plenty of spaces on the platform for anybody who does want to come join. But certainly joining Dewale, of course, almost starting to be in a car somewhere. The majestic Adenle Koko almost starting to be driving somewhere. Darati, he's here with us as well. Eze goes to school, and that school is in Abuja. And Kumi is with us as well. So plenty of spaces, as I said, if you want to hop on, especially if you're a new voice, you know, we're constantly canvassing for you. So we kick off the conversation in a moment, but let's play this clip to set the backdrop. Watch this.
Shi ne minista wanda ke kula da lafiya yan Nijar. Kuma mamba ne na waɗanda suka amshi iko a hannunsu. Kusan su kuma akwai colonel mai zama shiko minista ne mai kula da ruwa abin da ya shafi ruwa da mahalli yawa da mahalli. Shi kuma mamba ne na sojoji wanda suka iko a cikin hannunsu. Ni ko ni ne dokta Abubakar Sumana, ni ne mai kula da fada shugaban kasa, minista mai kula da fada shugaban kasa. Kenan yanzu zan ba malamai su ma mutanen kuma su gaya muku da wadawa kenan musan da wadawa.
Assalamu alaikum. Malamanmu wanda suka zo daga Najeriya sunan kungiyoyin musulunci ne Niger wanda muku hawa. Sannan ku da zuwa Allah ya biya. Mun so mu gwada muku nan ga duka malamai da ko'ina. Tun da aka sami cikin wannan amari. Jiya ma muna masallacin Juma'a mun sallah tare mu da kudu muka yi addu'o'i kuma mun kiyaye kauli gaban Allah sai lokacin da insha Allah kada mu sun kwanta kuma mun gode da kaman kan da aka dama wanda suke nan suke so in shaida ma malaman mu da suka zo daga Najeriya akwai malam Imam Abdullah shi ne shugaban malamai
السلام عليكم.
All right. So that's the Nigerian delegation led by a team of ulama clerics who seem to have caught the attention and gotten the attention of the khaki boys in the Niger Republic. And it looks as though it's peace in our times. So to give us an interpretation of what's being said and also a greater interpretation of the understanding to take from it, Hassan, you're up first. So now, so Hassan, this is what we want to see, isn't it? For senior minds, cool heads, calming these rascals down and saying they're there. If you want money, take money, but please don't make a mess.
Hello, everyone. It's been a while. I hope everybody has been doing well.
Thank you, Hassan. Hope you're well too.
I am, man. Finally, all we can say now is Alhamdulillah. Right from the beginning of all this showdown with Niger, I have always advocated that we use diplomacy, and I was of the opinion that at the most, the approach would be carrot and stick. It seems to me that the president, has now gone with what is more rational, considering the circumstance of Nigeria today. And this is the only thing that will work for us. And thank God we are getting there. But as it is playing out now, I don't think there is a calculation. There is no formula where it will work for Bazoum, getting back into that seat, because I don't foresee any calculation, any, thing that they will do that he will still be in the picture. I think at the end of the day,
I agree with you on that. By the way, carry on. I agree with you. Carry on.
At the end of the day, as Nigerians, I don't feel any sympathy for Bazoum. What I have sympathy for is the interest of my own country and how this all plays out. It's not about an individual. It's about doing what is best for you, and that is what diplomacy is all about. So it's a good thing that violence and war is off the table. If we continue to discuss and leave an open channel for all of us to discuss, I think this is a step forward for Africa. I didn't want for us Nigeria to paint the impression that we are errand boys for the capitalist West. We need to build on this and ensure that this spirit, this sense of brotherhood in all of Africa that we have originally championed, that we stay on that course. Attacking Niger would have been us surrendering that leadership position. Leadership is not about always using military power and all that. There is a time for it, but I think the president miscalculated in the way that he brought out his threats earlier, and this would have all been resolved without that because everybody had to go into overdrive. Even the ulama that eventually got the breakthrough, they are all afraid of the consequences of a strike on Niger or anything like that would have brought up. So Alhamdulillah, where we are now, at least.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Hassan. What do you make, or what do you think has led to this thawing of the hearts, this tempering down of the octane by the Nigerians? Is it the pressure of the sanctions, or is it the prospect of a military intervention? Or is it the diplomacy of all of these seniors going to them to say that this is not a course of action to embark on? So what do you mean? What do you think has led to this somewhat now more conciliatory, more contrite sort of tonality, even an apology for not meeting with and right, that's unforgivable, by the way, them not meeting the Sultan of Sokoto. I don't care about Abdul Salami, but the Sultan of Sokoto, yeah, but what do you think has led to this?
Well, I think it's a mixture of almost all of the things that you have mentioned. And at the same time, the diplomatic pressure and, for all the support that the Wagner Group is going to provide, I don't think the Nigerians are naive to see that they will be left out to dry if they continue along that path. And all the promises of Algeria and all that will not help them in the event of war, because at the end of the day, the Wagner Group in itself is a business. The Wagner is a business. Do they have leanings and origins with the Russian state. They are like black water, those that operate in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they also are a business, so they are not operating in that same space as a country would operate, as if they are getting direct support from Russia. And so Wagner will also need money, and I don't think Niger has money to prosecute a war. Not when they are trying to, legitimize the junta is trying to legitimize itself. There is no money for that, and I don't think Algeria will fully commit all that into the picture. There isn't enough food. They usually have famines every 2 to 3 years in Niger, so a lot of the pressure points were building, and they saw to that, and also this ancient relationships and roots and the commonality between the people also played a role, because they also have their own traditional rulers and all that. The Sultan thing, there's a reason that they did not that he was humiliated. They did not intend to humiliate the Sultan, but he went with the wrong person, and he suffered for it.
All right, Hassan, I agree with you that that Bazoum necessarily has to be sacrificed to this process. And when I say sacrifice, not the loss of his life, of course. They cannot afford for him to lose his life, and hopefully, and I think he will come out of it alive. But he ceases to be the president of that country, because I don't think those Coupists will hand the country back to him. So he's gone as president. So the ECOWAS space, you expect them to concede that to the Coupists, but then what you would expect them to get from the Coupists in return is a fast-tracked process back to democracy, which does not allow them the window of more than 18 to 24 months, and that fast-tracking back to democracy to be superintended by the ECOWAS space. So is that the direction that you expect the conversation to follow, Hassan? Hassan, can you hear me? We can hear the crickets, but we'd like to hear you. We can hear the crickets in the background.
Yes, I can hear you. Can't you hear me?
Did you hear the question?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
I heard you. You asked whether that is the natural place to go
all right,
from the discussions and the negotiations, and I said yes. I was not even looking at 18 months, but it would be fair. I was even looking at something closer to a year. I don't think it's going to take much to do another election, or put an interim government or something like that, just to get the khakis off the screen, and in the power in the presidential palace, get somebody who is a civilian and start the process. I would think if you give the military people, say, six months to a year, to put an interim government there, then let the interim government, conduct the elections. That will also be fair, because we want a civilian, government, superintending on elections too, to make the process more, free and fair. And I know that the United States, have sent, a new ambassador, and they've completely overhauled the, the envoys that they have in Niger. America has a base there, so they are super concerned about the operations of AFRICOM without Niger being, a fully committed partner. And now that they sent a new envoy, and I heard, through diplomatic channels, that his role, his mandate to go to Niger is to help the government in transitioning. So I think the Americans have accepted Nigeria's and ECOWAS's position that there won't be any violence, there won't be any war. That wouldn't be necessary. We don't need that. That is the last thing that we need. Now,
how do you think Nigeria comes out of this? Because the moment these guys agree to negotiations, that is to say that they concede that they cannot hold on to that power, because they cannot negotiate anything that allows them to hold on to power. So how does Nigeria come out of this if we're able to within a week to 10 days, even less than a week, get a planned program of transitioning back to democracy from the Coupists. How does Nigeria come out of this internationally?
I think it's not bad. It's not bad. It's good, and I don't want our foreign policy and whatever we do to be centered around us looking good or looking bad. It is the hard-headedness of trying to look good that can get you embroiled in something that will be too much for you to handle. You may look good for the first 2-3 months or first 1 year or two, and then you can crash your whole country altogether. And history has taught us that your interest first is not about the optics, the interest first. And I thought our president was more concerned about the looks in the beginning than the interest of his own country. But thank God reality has set in now. And, going forward and trying to look after the interests of the country, if in the course of getting, the interest of your country, you look good, fine. But that should not be the default position, one man. It is in trying to do that people make mistakes and then they end up, where they don't want to be.
Hassan, if this process follows through in the manner that it seems to be following through, Nigeria solidifies its space as the power base, at least in that sub-region, if not the entire continent, but certainly in that sub-region. So as Nigeria has now shown this masterful alpha diplomacy in that sub-region, and it looks as though it might yield results. If it yields the results that we're anticipating, will Nigeria then not solidify itself as the go-to space for the international community to keep an eye and a lead on the West African sub-region? And does that not then add to the expansion of our military might, cooperation militarily from international spaces, getting an expansion in our strength, etc.? Does it not strengthen us if we're able to step these people down?
It does. And we have done a lot in the past. I think our position as far as the West African sub-region is already established and solidified. We do not need to make rash overtures or overcompensate or do an overkill to try to show that we are already leading in terms of that. I think yes, this is a plus. Well, but whether or not we threaten Niger, of 1 week 1 week before we intercede militarily, or not, who would have eventually got this done. But we, risk something that would have been, out of our control by declaring that we are going to war prematurely, not for it being the last option. But, always that ends well. So.
All right. I think Darati wants to put a question to you, Hassan. But before Darati puts that question, let me ask you a brief question. Give a brief answer, and then Darati puts a question. Do you think Tinubu should make them bring this Chiani to Abuja, have him kneel down in front of him, and call him daddy? Do you think Tinubu should make him call him daddy?
You just want him to laugh.
That is not necessary, all right? This is a serious somber discussion.
All right. Come in, Darati. Put your question to Hassan.
Okay.
Darati.
Let me put a question then until he's ready, right?
No. I think he's ready. Let him go first because he indicated. Darati, yeah. Put your question to Hassan. Darati.
Yeah. Hassan, thank you for your very in-depth analysis of the situation. But there's one thing I want to put to you, like a question. Don't you think it is wrong for people to, because that's the narrative.
Hello, guys.
Don't you think it is wrong?
You guys there?
Yes, I'm here. Don't you think, Hassan, it is wrong for anybody to think that Tinubu actually made a kind of mistakes like that? In the sense that, in the sense that
hold on, Darati. So sorry. Can you hear Hassan? Can you hear Darati Hassan?
Yes, he should give me the question again, please.
Yeah. So start again. I think I don't think I don't think but I've condensed it, so don't make it a long speech. Just put a question to him, let him address it. Pansat will put a question, you address it, and then we move on. Darati.
okay, Hassan, I want to put this question to you. Don't you think it is wrong for people to assert that Tinubu made a mistake? Because based on the fact that when they gave ECOWAS gave that 1 week ultimatum, but before then, African Union, South Africa pulling the strings, gave 2 weeks, while ECOWAS gave 1 week. ECOWAS feeling that they were overrun without being called upon or being contacted before they made that pronouncement, being the one that is in charge of that region. At the end of the day, the first one overrun, and we can see that before the second week, which AU gave, we were able to pressure these guys to yield the floor, to come to the negotiation table. Don't you think it's a wrong assertion by people saying that Tinubu made a mistake, he made a mistake or not? Because if he had not mounted those pressure,
no, he understands the question now. So Hassan, Hassan addressed that. Yeah.
So I get you. I think the problem is with the conflicting way in which they address the whole issue, and the impression of Tinubu's government on Nigerians about his course of action. A lot of us were thinking that it was more of a carrot and stick approach, but what is within his control as chairman of ECOWAS is what we took as the final word. And in his capacity as president of Nigeria and chairman of ECOWAS, I don't think there was anything that was out of his power to have the final word, and that caused unnecessary it put people in unnecessary unease in northern Nigeria, especially in these border towns. And I would have thought that when you are trying to do whatever you want to do, you want to be sure that your country is safe and that you don't want to you don't want to paint the wrong impression or scare the very people that you are trying to protect, that their livelihoods and everything is in danger because you want to engage in some form of military adventure. But I don't think one way or the other we are going to know fully, because we're not privy to the internal information and who knows what, and whether that was the plan in the beginning or they had to modify it. But as far as it appears to be, when you follow the timeline of the news and what came out and what was said and what was not said, it seems most people and myself that the president was he was just trying to how do they do this English? He was
being hawkish. He was being hawkish.
He was hawkish, and then he improvised, on the go with the decisions around ECOWAS, and he was not anticipating the kind of, outcry from the people in northern Nigeria, as he thought it was a done and dusted thing altogether. And the Gambia, is it where is Yaya Jammeh from? Is he from Gambia? Or where is it? Guinea something.
The Gambia.
Okay. So what Nigeria did, what ECOWAS did with the Gambia, was what I thought Tinubu wanted to do in this same instance. But there are peculiarities to Niger's case that was different from that of Gambia, and that was what made it a whole nightmare for people in the north. Looking at it like it's going to turn out into something that will bring war and all that. So at the end of the day, I felt as if he improvised. But if in actual fact that was what he was targeting in the first instance, then I would say that that is a carrot and stick approach that was, implemented, unnecessarily scaring the people of the country that he was trying to, protect, and that should not be the case. But
all right, Hassan, take a question from Pansat. But Pansat, be succinct and inoffensive, please. Put a question to Hassan.
Thank you very much. Hassan, when I first got in here, I for some reason I couldn't hear. I had to exit and come back in, but your accent, but more particularly your reasoning, is a boost. I believe that the few times that I've heard you speak, you've been on the money. And it does help some of us who have a different accent from you, who are from the Southeast and some from the Southwest. Where are you from? What part of Nigeria are you from? What is your state of origin?
Well, first of all, I'm a Nigerian Pansat, a full-blooded Nigerian. Why shouldn't that be enough?
Well, I'm going to tell you why it's not enough, because to hear somebody as rational as you and who's willing to call
where we begin,
right?
Do you have anything to his submission? Just put a position to him and let him respond to it.
But what I'm saying, first of all, it's not hostile to him. I'm actually giving him a compliment. The reason is that when you have a clause in our Constitution that talks about federal character, that's the reason why it's like that. So for some of us who are in the trenches fighting to have Nigeria be a unit, it's really a boost to us to have somebody who, now I don't want to assume, I'm thinking you're from the North, right? To have somebody from the North be rational the way you are and call it the way it is, right? Now, all that is the positive side. On the side that I want you to improve on will be trying to have moral clarity. Are you criticizing Tinubu or are you not? Right? It's quite hard to discern. If you look at the African history...
he's not making a binary statement, he's making a nuanced statement. It's not neither or. Life is in the gray area, not in black and white. Life is always in the gray area.
Let me ask you, in our history, where you have Muammar Gaddafi, you have Martin Luther King, you have a Nelson Mandela, you have so many people who were oppressed and they're trying to rise, right? Which one of those speak in nuanced ways, right? So you go back to the caveman. It's very good to have a moral clarity and be on the mission. You understand what I'm saying? Because we could sit here and talk all day. You want to hear niceties, you want me to come in here, but I'm not fighting anybody. This guy, Hassan, I'm giving him a compliment. I'm asking him, where are you from? What is that? What's bad about that? So what I'm saying is that if he's saying that if Tinubu came in there and he handled this thing in a bad way, that should be a moral clarity in that. You can't be saying, oh, it's probably going to work out if he had just waited one more day, maybe. But since he didn't wait one more day, let's see how it pans out, right? So it makes it very difficult. But I, as an intellectual, right, I understand what he's trying to say. Yeah? Yeah, hold on. So
can I answer you?
What I'm saying is that I have a question for you at the end. Okay, and for me now, what I'm looking for are not gentlemen in that country, because that hasn't worked for us. It's never worked for anybody. Somebody who talks nice. So you come in here, Allah's given to you to speak. Trust me, knowing where you're coming from, I will be redundant on the platform. If you really do speak forcefully for the truth, don't sit in the middle and peddle around and be a nice guy, have one man like you. If you look during the time of Jesus Christ, right, when he drove off people from the temple selling, hold on. Who was the nice guy? Who was the governor? During the time of Muammar Gaddafi,
Pansat,
liberate Libya, or Nelson Mandela in South Africa, if he came out there and he said, both it's not too brutal, but he could do better. And South Africa still won't be free till today. We have to call it. This man, Tinubu, has rigged an election, right? He's coming there as a fraud, as a fraudster, right? And then on top of that, hold on.
We're just starting. We're just starting. Don't start us off on a foul note.
Wait, one minute. By the way, I have a challenge for you at the end before I leave. I got a challenge for you. So Hassan, here's the question, right? Do you believe that legitimacy is important in the polity? And more particularly, do you believe that a lot of the activities of Tinubu, because I've seen you twice now hinting at it, his activities, some you say it's reactionary, right? Do you believe that some of the stuff he's doing is based on that illegitimacy, right? Do you believe that you...
Okay, you've asked the question. Let him address it because you are 20 minutes in. Yeah.
Let me cap it off. You let this guy talk for hours and hours. So let's ask him the question, and then by proxy, he can speak for us, right? You got a loaded panel here. So my question to you, Hassan, without fiddling around in the middle, talk about this. Tell me, do you believe that Tinubu is the wrong man for our country today, and that we should do everything to reclaim that mandate? Thank you.
All right. Tell him Peter Obi won the election, and let's just you can make it as brief as that. That's what he wants to hear. Yeah.
Okay. You see, the fact that you Pansat feels as if I'm in the middle and I'm pandering is because I have said this earlier. I think it was when Tinubu was sworn in. I said to you that I would give him the grace of a year, because I have been privy to cycles where policies, are hatched, they are gestated, and
we are losing you, Hassan.
Before they are hatched, and
let me interject right there. Hassan, hold on. In that answer you're giving me, please do this for me, right?
Sorry, carry on, Hassan. Yeah.
Them.
Hassan, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we're losing you. Hassan,
can you hear me?
Yeah, that better now. Start all over again.
Hello, one man.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Start from the beginning again, because we lost you half of what you said. We can hear the crickets in the background, but we want to hear you. All right. I think Hassan is joining us from somewhere in the interland. So it's a bit like please don't disrupt the session now. We've just started. Don't disrupt it. No, don't anything. Don't please, Guy. Hassan, let's hear from you. Are you there, Hassan? All right, Hassan, we cannot hear a word. We can hear rustling sounds in the background. We can hear the crickets where you are, but we cannot hear your voice. Hassan, all right. I think network issues for Hassan. So network issues for Hassan.
Can I say something, one man?
Yeah, come in, John Lekoko.
All right. I heard you earlier trying to praise Tinubu diplomatic move and stuff like that. And I think the impression you're trying to hear is totally wrong. Tinubu did not play a diplomacy with their team of countries that they call themselves ECOWAS. They didn't play a diplomacy, but rather that country, that small country, the poorest country, or second to the poorest country, forced them and forced them to
depart of democracy. Forced them to depart of democracy. Yeah.
Submit to diplomacy.
Yes.
They're the part of diplomacy, rather. Yes. Mm-hmm. So if those guys have given up to their threat, to their barbaric move, senseless, inhuman, and unjust, and totally wrong move, if those guys had given up to them, Tinubu and the rest of those ECOWAS states would have been declared, as people have been shouting all over the world now, that yes, they are fighting for democracy. But this guy played the best of the best diplomatic game.
They broke him down now. So what are you saying? They broke him down
and beat them to submission. What do you mean by they did?
They broke him down.
They broke who down?
The ECOWAS space, led by Tinubu, they've broken down these Coupists in Niger Republic.
They broke them down. Look at this guy.
One man, they did not do anything. One man.
These guys had been.
One man, don't listen to these people. Don't listen to them.
One man, please. Let me just, Babaja, please. Sorry, let me just say something.
One more guys. Let me land.
Okay.
These guys did not listen to them, did not give a damn about them, and throughout this their economic war, 2 weeks or 3 weeks that they have waged economic war against this country, this guy forged ahead and were able to put in place a structure of government that will redirect the governance of their country. They've been able to.
They just announced a couple of Danladis as ministers. What are you talking about?
Hold on, one man. Yes, that is the structure of government.
Really?
Yes.
Ajale, why are you giving these people credit that don't deserve?
I don't know what Ajale is talking about.
Let me land.
Within 2 weeks, they caved in.
What do you mean caved in? They forced your ECOWAS to submission.
Really?
And told the part of diplomacy. That is what this guy was able to do.
That was the part that was being offered by ECOWAS in the first instance.
They didn't offer that.
ECOWAS was not primarily looking to go and blow up a brother country.
They didn't offer that, but rather
they did.
Oh God.
They started imposing economic sanctions on this country, having known that this country is one of the poorest countries in the world. And this is our long-time neighbor, our brother. Same country, only that the criminals, colonial people or colonial criminals, divided us by saying this one is Nigeria, this one is Nigeria. We are the same people. So this guy, you guys have called all sorts of names, ragtag, this and that. But look at the diplomatic look at the best diplomatic game they play and force this fit for no countries, ECOWAS country, force them to come on the table with them. These 2 weeks or 3 weeks that they have imposed sanction on them, trying to destroy and strangulate already poor people. These people did not give a damn. They continue with what they are doing. They are able to establish their government. They are able to put have their prime minister, appointed their prime minister, appointed their what do you call them? 21 interim government, and they are able to appoint governors to all the regional part of the country.
So you don't hold on, Ajanle Koko. You don't think the prospects of military intervention was what buckled their knee? You don't think that was what buckled their knee?
It is not military intervention. They were trying to establish themselves, have the military, the government structure on the ground that they can use to talk to any body that want to talk to them. So now they are fully established. They have the support of the opposition parties. They have the support of the military. The entire military structure are together now, and they have government. They put people in governmental position across the country, and that is when they can start to govern the country. So, look, it was ECOWAS that were having sleepless nights. It wasn't them. They were well focused. They knew what they were doing, and now they have put their government in place. And this is the time they believe, yes, we can start to talk with this fit for nothing ECOWAS country. So don't try to paint the picture as if it is your Tinubu.
Oh no, it's not my Tinubu. It's our Tinubu. Is your president? Is your president?
Spread to him. Tinubu have been able to force them to. Tinubu have been able to force them to negotiation. No, they forced Tinubu and the rest of ECOWAS to submission and told the part of.
All right, Ajanle Koko, let me quickly get back to Hassan, who rejoins us before he loses connection again. I want to get the fullness of his thoughts. So Hassan, Pansat was put in a position to you that Tinubu not even fit for purpose. Well, you heard him, so you respond. Yeah.
Okay, so with Pansat and what he said, along me pandering, I would say on this issue, it's so much about us. It's a function of information. How little information you have, will inform how you judge an individual. You cannot completely say yes or no on especially things that is done behind closed doors. When ECOWAS goes into a private session, that information is privileged information. It's classified information. Nobody would know what they discuss, and that was why I was saying, depending on the circumstance, we may get to know of it when the information is declassified and people who were privy to that information begin to write books and things like that. But as it stands now, we have to make do with what we know that is factual. That said, concerning
okay, could I with that answer, please hold on, Hassan. Hassan, hold on. Let me say to you, hold on. Let me say to you that we're here to analyze things, right? If what you just said flies, then that gives excuse practically to any circumstance. So if you're going by concrete proof, reasons, let's say aftermath, maybe 5 years from now, when things are released, then we're just wasting our time, right? So what I'm asking you, from your hunch, from a rule of thumb,
but I have said what I believed was the case in my submission.
No. So he's told you, he's giving you his answer, so you cannot beat him into a corner. But Hassan, let me ask you this: what Ajanle Koko was saying.
I know.
Yeah, no, is
Yeah,
already
I agree with what
responded.
Ajane Koko was saying, right? Yeah, I'm saying that, but Hassan, who is, to me, I think he knows the answer. That's why I'm pressing on him, right? What is the
The
problem
answer
with
to
our
what?
Hassan
Nobody is
here?
even clear what your question. Nobody is
No,
clear what
listen
your
to what I'm
question
saying.
is.
No, what I'm
Pansat
trying
wants
to
me
do
to
here.
see in whether I think Tinubu is blundering or not, and that is
Right.
a constant.
Yeah, but hold on. But if he's
Isn't that
blundering, is he blundering because he doesn't know better, or is he blundering because he's a puppet and he's being manipulated? Also, I mean, you do know the answer, and it's actually a sin for you to withhold because you want to be
All right.
nuanced, right? We're not going to
All right.
hold you to
No,
it
no,
as a
no.
crime.
Sorry, Pasad. I don't want to go in that direction because
Please,
it's
one man,
so
can I
early.
just go next, please?
Yeah, you can go next, but let me come to Hassan on what Ajande Koko said.
Have you called me a one man?
What's that?
Have you called me already?
No, I haven't called you, but I want to get to Solomon because he's going to drop. I want to get to the people in Nigeria just because of the network, and then I'll come to you, and then I want to hear from Fatai as well. So I'll try and get around just as quickly as I can. But Hassan, what Ajane Koko was saying he was trying to downplay the role that the threat of force played in the buckling of the knees of the Coupists. Are you on board with him on that the Coupists disregarded the threat of military intervention and they just went as they had planned? Because I feel that if that threat of military intervention was not in place, these people would have settled into that country and they would have governed it Mugabe style. Long after we're dead, they will still be president. Do you not concede that the threat of military intervention was what buckled their knee?
I wouldn't say buckle. You see, it depends on what their goal is ab initio. If their goal was to get there and, cut away monies, make themselves rich and all that, then I would say even right now, the Commonwealth of Niger is already in their hands. They can do with it as they please. But if that is not the case and they were actually there to help the people of Niger, then they will want to have sufficient time to be in that government. Now, the case whether they were afraid of a military intervention or not, I think that for every person that wants to go into a coup, I don't think that they actually expected that there will be a military intervention that quickly. Because if anything, ECOWAS did nothing in the case of Burkina Faso, they did nothing in the case of Mali and Niger. They probably thought ECOWAS will do nothing in that same. But that led to something. There are concessions that they made, which will come to light, I think, and that would mean that they would have to say that they will leave that government earlier than they probably have planned. And one way or the other, when a coup happens, things don't just go back to normal as they were. So I don't think that the coupists, have got all of their needs met, and I don't think too that ECOWAS will get all their demands. That is the nature of negotiation. Somebody will get something out of, but without that threat of violence, I don't think ECOWAS would have much concessions as they would have when with the threat of violence. I think that is the case really. But I would also think that uh, the approach that ECOWAS used in the beginning, especially for Nigerians, especially for us in Nigeria, they put us at a disadvantage. If you look at it as an ECOWAS problem, then Nigeria was put at a disadvantage. If you look at it as a Nigerian problem, then the North was put at a disadvantage. And that was how all that went. And now we're in a place where we won't say this is who got the better deal and this is who got the bad deal.
Let me ask you this, Hassan. Do you think the North will backlash against Tinubu in the fullness of time for embarrassing them in this manner? Do you think they'll backlash against him?
Who, the Coupists?
No, the North, the northern parts of Nigeria.
Oh, no. As it concerns Niger, if it gets to war, of course there will be serious backlash. But if the matter is resolved, then that's that. Nobody is going to think of Niger in the next 3 weeks, 1 week, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If all this thing is resolved and there is no constant thinking of a war could be starting any moment from now, and that would have just been gone. What the North is angry about is these economic policies and the things that are happening right now, not Niger. As far as there is no war, then everybody is cool around here. I don't think there will be a big backlash because Tinubu. It will depend if he actually does military action, but if he doesn't go in there is no problem regarding that anyway.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Hassan. I want to still press you on these and further matters, but Solomon joins us from Abuja, and I think as ever, connection problem, so he wants to go quickly. So let's quickly to him. So Solomon, then, this call me daddy diplomacy that Tinubu has birthed into the international space, it looks as though it's yielding the result. Take the knee like a Game of Thrones and call me Lord. See, this seems to be what Tinubu has been able to achieve. So what are you then making then of the bending of the knees by the Coupists in Niger?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one by. This thing you're just talking about Tinubu. Even Hassan, I'm shocked. I'm surprised at Hassan the way he just came here to talk to the Buddhists. Anyway, Hassan is a Kanuri guy, so I don't think they are fully involved in this Niger thing. Yeah, it's the Hausa Fulani people that are more involved in this Niger thing. So with what he just said, I don't even agree with him. The only person I agree with so far is Babaja. What Babaja said, don't give Tinubu any credit. Anybody that wants to give Tinubu credit here is just deceiving himself or herself, to be honest with you. Tinubu did not do anything. It was the Northern elders that did something, that did this thing. So it's not after God, it was the Northern elders. So Tinubu did not. In fact, I can tell you now, if not that he still has more years ahead as president, if they don't use this court thing to just get him down. I would have said Tinubu I would say he's a ceremonial president as he stands now. He's powerless, to be honest with you. So look at what the Northern elders did. You see how diplomatic this Northern Nigeria, how they are. Very reasonable people. I will tell you this, and I will say this. Very reasonable. The elders are truly who they are truly who they say they are, to be honest. The Northern elders, they are truly who they say they are. Look at how diplomatic they did this, and there is a good positive result, and there will still be better positive results because they've already resolved this thing. You see the whole devices they use their religion, use their traditional and religious ethnic and religious devices to tackle these whole issues. Very reasonable. I hope the other tribes that have relatives in other countries should make use of this. They should go this way. The part of the north, the northern Nigeria, the part they took, they should, in case any kind of conflict like this want to come up, they should tackle it this way, because this is a very good and diplomatic move. So nobody should give Tinubu anything here. To be honest, let's not try. Let's just remove politics and anything. See, this man is naive in this level. He doesn't really know anything. Like I told you people, he should try and go like this man, this Sule, is this Sule Lamido's father? Okay, Sule Lamido himself. Yeah, an article I read that about his
who Solomon, who gets the flowers amongst the international community? Is it the Northern elders or the Nigerian state and its president? Who will the Americans?
Will not...
Who will the Americans pat on the back? The Northern Elders or Tinubu?
Americans, they were pushing him to go to war. How would they pat him? Oh man, they no see. This one is nobody's recognizing anything. They know what is happening. American government can't pat him at the back. People that were pushing him to go to war. Why are we talking like this? They can't pat him anything.
They were not pushing him to go to war. They were pushing that situation be resolved. I don't think anybody wanted that country blown up. They just didn't want those Coupists in place.
Oh man, I won't agree to that. These people were not. They can't pat him anything because they will even feel embarrassed because their plan did not work out. The Northern Elders really did well. Like one man, when I look, this is an historical period that people should open their eyes and learn and not come here to argue things that you instead of you to try and get involved with the truth, we want to deceive ourselves. It will be bad for us as a people, especially in southern Nigeria. And people that share, like the Southwest people that share, that have relative in Benin, something like this, diplomatic with this way these people did, and stop doing because of what your colonial masters has taught you. You come here, you think diplomacy is just to come and do it official, and you think it's just like that. This Niger now is in charge of the country. The Nigerian, excuse me, can I please talk, please? The Nigerian people are in charge of their country now. I feel if these people are really true, these Coupists are really true about liberation, I think they've gotten the liberation from the Western hold, to be honest with you. These people are in charge now, and the Northern Nigeria really contributed a lot to them. And I know that their relationship will keep on booming and keep on being intact. And in fact, I just look at these people, and I think I'm happy with the kind of decision which Nigeria can just come up like this and go this way. You see, it's not about everything's not doing things in the Western way or this sort. These people now, they've done this thing, and somebody saying that they were having sleepless night. It was ECOWAS and Tinubu. First, he has been disgraced.
Who sent the ulama in? Who sent them in?
One man. I think the ulama scene was sent because of to apologize to the Sultan and Abu Bakr for not allowing him to come in, and for not meeting with the guy that led the coup.
Sorry, Solomon. The ulamas went in to go and speak with this Coupists. So they were the first set of people to make contact with the leadership of the Coupists. But who sent the Nigerian ulamas into that situation? Who sent them in?
One man.
The ulamas are the Islamic.
No, sorry. Let's have one voice. Carry on, Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah, they are the Islamic cleric council. Yeah, something like that. So those ones, I think they went on their own, or they still went on the behalf of the Nigerian government, but because of to protect their people, that is why they made that move. It's not just everything is not just about. It's not this thing. See, let me tell you what happened now. Was bigger than Tinubu. To be honest with you, he was because if he knew these things, he would have not made that statement. He would have not even tried to just bring up to embarrass ECOWAS as a body and just make that body look very powerless like it used to be. Right now, they're just powerless. Yeah. So these people went in the ethnic and religious way. That was the device they used in this applied in this process. So nothing consigned. No, when Western way was used or was introduced in this thing, they just did it their own way, and it's good for it. I think Africa, this is what we need, to be honest.
So Solomon, can I quickly buttress Solomon's point?
Sorry. Who's that?
That's my ASAP. Please, can I just buttress his point?
Yeah. Hold on. Jide had a question for Solomon, so let Jide ask that question. Okay. Actually, if you're going to make a short submission, make the short submission. Jide ask the question, and then we go on to Dewale. So let's hear from you ASAP.
All right. Thank you, one man. You know my submissions are always short. I try to make them short as possible. So yeah, to articulate what Solomon is saying, and then to also buttress what Babanjale Koko is saying. One man, the answer to your question, is already even in the article you read. Tinubu did not initiate. If it's about who initiated this meeting, it's not Tinubu. It's right there in the article. It was written there, and I'm going to try to quote from the article that you read to us today, one man. It says here that that's from Vanguard, that we have agreed and that the leaders of our country have given the green light for dialogue. They will now go back, right, to and inform the Nigerian president. Then if the previous paragraph, is it previous or subsequent paragraph? It also says here that the Islamic ulamas led by a sheikh was said to have met with the general, that's Chichiani, right, to deliberate on the issues. And it also shows here that it said the clerics were in Niger on the behalf of the president, who accepted their request to intervene. I stress again, their request to intervene. So the idea of intervening and being a middleman actually originated from the ulamas, not even from our president.
On their own.
Who gets the flowers amongst the international community?
Solomon, hold on. Let me answer one. Yeah.
Is it the ulamas? When Macron and Biden, when they are sending that thank you bouquet along with chocolates, where are they addressing it to? Are they addressing it to the ulamas Maitama community or President Tinubu Asoro? Who gets the flowers?
Now, one man, I will answer your question like this. I understand where you're going to, and it is just ceremonial that the president will get the credit. But we all know when we go back to the nitty-gritty of things, right? The ulamas here are the unsung heroes. So even if we know that is normal protocol when two leaders, intervene, but it's already also on record. There's nothing Tinubu can do, right? That even if they rewrite, even if they go back to the history of how this whole hula baloo started, it will be on record that threats were first issued. So even if it's normal now, you were talking about the intervention.
It will be on record that Nigeria was able to.
Yes, and I agree with you.
Nigeria was able to negotiate and reestablish democracy in the Republic. That is what the history books will show.
Yes, and then history books now will not be partisan. They will not start taking sides. They will lay it out as it is, and there it will be shown there the participation of each party who's initiated what. But on the world stage, it is on the world stage that what you are saying can come to pass. What you are saying is that the big guns among these people, the countries involved, will definitely give praises to, and it's part of their diversionary tactics. So because somebody was saying here, that the Americans played a role, this and that. Please let us stop pedestalizing the Western forces. In fact, if we want to go down to the root of this thing never happened behind their backs. It didn't happen behind their. It wasn't.
What do you mean it didn't happen behind? It was a palace coup. Do you know what a palace coup is?
Okay, one man. Okay, if that's the case, let us go to the genesis of how the whole thing started.
No, let's not go there. Let Jide ask the question. Only to manage the time, because they're going to take us on a half an hour journey. Jide asked the question. Let's Eze answer. We will still go there in the course of, but I want to get to every voice as soon as I can. Jide, question, answer, Eze, and then we go to Dewale.
Okay, one man. Good evening, everyone. My question to Solomon. Solomon, please, before I start my question, I want to ask you, do you play chess?
I don't play chess.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. See, when you play the game of chess, there are so many moves in a game just to check and to bring the king of your opponent to his knees. Everybody here has been saying that Nigeria. But I want to ask you a question. why do you think that ECOWAS made a threat? Why do you think that it was only Nigeria that the president deemed it fit to send emissary first? Or did you hear that any other country in Africa, West Africa, sent their emissary to Niger to go and negotiate? Why did you think that when the leaders that went there, even Sanusi Lamido that went there, came back, went straight to the president? Why did you think that the political or the religious leaders that finally went there came to seek the permission of the president before they went, and he granted them permission? Why do you think he granted them permission? Why?
See,
I want to ask you
let
a
me tell you
question.
something.
Please, wait, please. If anybody here plays chess very well, would understand. He will understand the reason why. And it is only Nigeria that did that. Ghana didn't send anybody, nobody sent anybody. So why? Can you answer that question? Because you're always saying, you are saying that the president is good for nothing, is doing nothing. So can you answer why it was only Nigeria that sent in people to negotiate?
Yeah, let me give you this answer. You just take it. This is the answer to your question. These guys are reasonable people. If you heard the interview, this guy that they interviewed Sanusi when he came back from Niger, he said he needs to first of all go and deliver the message to the president. Why? Just because that is something they should do. It's not because I don't know why you're trying to come here to make things look like this president has seen. They are trying to even help him because he has done something that is bigger than him. He has involved in something that is bigger than him. So he's trying to.
Solomon, sorry to cut you short. Did you listen to the part where he said that the federal governments were aware of him going to Niger?
Of
Did
course,
you listen to that part of that
they will
interview?
be aware. Why would the federal government be when they are trying to save the federal government? Why would they not be aware?
Solomon, I want to ask you a question
See,
again.
I want you people to understand
Please,
something that they were. See, these people are
let me
trying,
give you
even
a
as they are
follow-up
trying to
question.
secure their
No,
people.
he's still
They are
answering the
still trying
question
to.
you asked now. Yeah,
They are
go
still
on,
trying
Solomon.
to. They are still trying to protect. They are still trying to. They are still. They will do the things they will do in a formal way and still trying to protect their people. Just and I don't know if you get the point I'm trying to make. I don't want you to look this thing like because of how the position of Tinubu or because of how involved Tinubu is. This thing is bigger than Tinubu. This thing it has from the
Don't
first
say that
December.
again. Don't say that
It is
again.
bigger than him. It was bigger than him, bro.
As far as
What are you
political,
saying? It was
military
bigger
power
than
is
him. Why will you come and look at even they've embarrassed him? If not that it was under the name of ECOWAS that they said that they issued that ultimatum. Don't you know that our country has already the rep of our country will drop to an extent?
I have a counter question to ask Jonathan.
Please, can I ask my counter question?
Before you answer your question, let me ask you this question, because now it seems like we are painting a narrative that the president, by all means, must come out and look like the hero in this narrative, and that's not true. You see, people have their own opinion. People read articles and can make up their own mind. Everybody's not autonomous. So now, if you are saying, right, that we ask us if we play chess, I have to ask you this question. First of all, was it chess that our president was playing when he inadvertently made that statement on the day of his inauguration? Was that chess? Let us see how that chess panned out.
I think we're somewhat getting tangential in this conversation. Hold on.
I would address the issue.
Hold on. The ultimate result is that the Coupists do not get hold of that country.
Yes, and I think that's very
and that country gets back to democracy and either immediately or in the shortest possible time. So if that is achieved, it doesn't really matter who gets the flowers. We can pass our pipeline through to sell our gas, and that's really the ultimate thing.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Now, for example, when the president, I know what he's trying to say. Okay, the president played chess by doing all of these things, whether passively or actively. Okay, the issue of the cutting off of the electricity, is that also a chess game or a chessboard game? Or is it the president's chess that put it in the minds of the ulamas to go and meet him? Did he know when he was playing that chess that the ulamas would stand up?
You are taking off us on a tangent, man.
One man, let me come in, please.
Let me say it like this. This is the thing. If you are saying that Tinubu is playing chess, we are inadvertently also saying that the contributions of the traditional elders in this part is non-existent. Let us
you're not listening. Hold on. No, it's immaterial, yes.
Wow. Okay.
Because it's a multifaceted approach to a singular problem. Lamido Sanusi went in, envoys from the ECOWAS went in, threats of violence was threats of military was put forward. All the traditional religious spaces in that north that has influence over the situation, they came in. So it's all a heady mix under the orchestration of the Nigerian flag. So I don't know what the nitpicking is all about. Where are you going with all this?
At the end of the day, one man, what prevailed at the end of the day? Was it not dialogue?
Yes, well, that was ultimately the preference. Well, is that not ultimately the preference?
That's the bottom line.
No, but you have not landed the point now. As though that was in contrast to everybody else preferring that they go and blow the place up. Tinubu was not in there, or ECOWAS was at their loath to deploy military on their own brother country. Ultimately, they wanted to negotiate them out of that situation. That was what everybody else wanted. So dialogue winning through is a win for everybody. So it's not a gotcha. Where's the gotcha in that?
Yeah, so one man, what I was trying to say is this. We know Tinubu's stance from the beginning. It's on record.
Which is what?
Was with ECOWAS, and ECOWAS from the onset. Listen, I can quote it for you, one man. What Tinubu said. He said, we will not tolerate coup. Then number two, the ECOWAS themselves already put yesterday you read it yourself that ECOWAS put the military on standby. And now today we're reading that the ulamas, right? They went there and they had a dialogue with them. Yes, we know that President, we know that Sanusi has been there before. We know the outcome of that. We know that the Sultan has been there before. We know the outcome of that. Then the same thing too, we know that the ulamas are there today, and we know the outcome of that. At the end of the day, you see that a cascading of dialogue is what eventually prevailed, which is what diplomacy is all about.
Are you separating the use of dialect? Go on. I'm not sure where that I'm with you, but
Please. I think the way they are viewing this thing is the problem. If ECOWAS folded their arms the way they folded their arms during the times of Mali and Burkina Faso, would there be any room for dialogue? No. Now, when the first emissary was sent to them, these people rejected them, didn't want to even talk to them. Now, for ECOWAS to show that you guys have to come to the table to discuss, they have to take some step. See, we have relationship and we discipline ourselves, husband and wife, father to child, brother to brother. We know how we go about these things. You don't just, you want to correct somebody and you keep smiling. No, you need to show this person that we mean business. ECOWAS means business. See, I was watching Jazeera report today, and when the former president went to hospital, the doctors were even complaining that there is no electricity at the hospital to take care of their former president. So these are just measures that would sort of hit up the polity inside Niger, and the leaders that took power by coup will now start looking at it like before the people turn against us, because now the suffering is too much and there's no food. They will show the border in Nigeria. If you see the number of trucks that were heading towards Niger that were locked down at the border, the number of trucks in Niger coming to Nigeria, and these people were lamenting that there's no means of business. So it is already hitting everybody. So now for these people to come to the table, there must be serious consequences. And what ECOWAS has done is just to put the consequences to bear. And if you still want to be stubborn, okay, we'll put our military on standby. It's not that we want to fight, but we want you to know that we are serious. Now these people have seen that these people are serious, and they feel the heat. And they have now come to a reasonable point and say, okay, we want to dialogue. See, everybody wins in this. I don't know why we are trying to say it is somebody's fault, it is somebody's blessing. Everybody wins.
This is the thing.
The point is this.
Remember that the issue started here because you
Let me
said
land
that
on my
the president.
interjection, please.
One
Let me
man, some
land
of
on
us
my
are going to go to sleep now.
The thing is
let
that
me land on my interjection, please.
let me just quickly say this.
What I want to say is this.
No, let him land, and then you briefly, and then wrap it up, Solomon, and then we go to Dewale. Yeah.
One man, at the end of this thing, ECOWAS might not get Bazoum back into power. They will sacrifice.
No, but Bazoum is gone anyway. Not as president, yes.
But they would get these military guys to go back to a democratic government. Now, these military guys did not think that ECOWAS would come this way, because ECOWAS was quiet during the time of Mali and Burkina Faso. I think Azan stated this. It was not in their calculations. Now, these things have happened. They will also bring their own to the table. But what they will lose, capacity or the leeway of being in government till thy kingdom come. They will have to drop that. They drop that ideology to go into a democratic election, and everybody will be at peace. That is what the people want. That is what is good for Niger. That is what is good for all of us. No war. But we need to tell ourselves the truth. You can't just say you are bringing somebody to the negotiation table. You want him to come and you're laughing and you're saying, please come. Please. You need to show the person that you are serious. And that is what ECOWAS is doing. So everybody trying to blame somebody or blame somebody. I don't blame Enigmatic yesterday when he said he doesn't want to argue with somebody that is not in Nigeria. I think I have to stop talking with people that are not.
All right. So hold on. No, everybody hold. ASAP comes next, but ASAP, and then you can round it off after him, Solomon. But ASAP, I can bring you endless clips of the president of ECOWAS, the chairman Tinubu, etc. All of them telling us that that the use of military of force, it will be the last resort, and they want this thing resolved via negotiations and dialogue. So or did you not hear them say that, ASAP?
Yes, I heard them. So what I'm saying is this. You know, just as let us be very factual, one man, and be objective. If we're going to say the positives that ECOWAS, in terms of the roles that ECOWAS played, let us be able to say the negatives. Let us put everything to bear so that people will decide for themselves. Just as ECOWAS also said that that's the last resort. But the body language of ECOWAS sent a different signal. They cut off the electricity power supply. They put their military on standby. When you put military on standby, you know what that means in military parlance. You know that is a signal for war. So now, here's the thing. I think people are misunderstanding our position. Our position is this. We are saying that to put Tinubu, please don't. I know somebody. Please, I would like to be able to pass along this message before somebody interrupts. To put Tinubu at the forefront as being to receive the flowers is the issue we're having problems with. Tinubu is not the only person who deserves flowers in this instance. In fact, the people that also deserve flowers are the traditional rulers and the elder statesmen who intervened in this matter. That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to say that, here's the thing, Mr. Jonathan, please don't get us wrong. If Tinubu had taken the stance, the ECOWAS-led Tinubu had taken the stance they had taken, right? And in that which you called, they had to intervene. Let us call it what it is, an aggressive measure. The aggressive measure they took, and you're saying, okay, that brought the people to their knees. Now, if they had taken that stance and there was no intervention by the elders, and the people themselves had come, as Chichiani himself had come to his senses, like you're saying, then we could have said that Tinubu was the actual one who catalyzed this. But that's not the case. So do you expect that diplomacy will work at the first instance? No, of course. There's no place where, even in the Ukraine war crisis, right? Ukraine-Russia crisis, diplomacy. You saw the amount of level of diplomacy that took place before, leading up to that final war. So diplomacy can't work in the first instance. So if someone like Sultan of Sokoto went, he was rejected. When this man went, what's his name? Sanusi, he gave him audience. So we can begin to see that at that moment, he was already having a rethink. At the beginning of the whole thing, everybody's emotions were pent up. Blood was rushing through everybody's head. Nobody was thinking straight. So that's the reason. That could explain the reason why the Sultan of Sokoto was not even received. And the man has said himself has apologized. But the bottom line of what we're trying to say is that at the end of the day, like they say in American parlance, that you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. It's not a case of you just saying, oh, you want to use a hard stance. That is the essence of diplomacy. And we're not saying that Tinubu doesn't have a role to play. Of course, he has a role to play, but we're saying that the elders in this instance also deserve their flowers. That's all.
Yes, they get the shrapnels at the bottom of the bouquet, but the blossom of it goes to Tinubu. The blossom of it goes to Tinubu. Solomon.
Yeah, woman. Like I want to say something here. I've not really been. When I finish talking, sometimes I just fall asleep, but sometimes when I come on, I hear somebody like what this. I don't know who just said something here that when some people are not Nigerians, it just that person made me laugh now. And it reminds me of Enigmatic.
That's Enigmatic's twin brother. Yes.
Please, who is that person? Woman, sorry.
No, that was that was Jide.
Okay, you see, these are the things people just come out here to talk. Well, this guy now, if I don't know who he's supporting, maybe he's a Tinubu supporter or I don't know, but I think he's a Tinubu supporter. And what is the difference between this guy? I will not talk of Enigmatic because he's not here. This guy and Obedience. I will say now Obedience are better because these people are people that this is their first time and that's why they are behaving like it. But this is somebody that maybe it might still be his first time or he has been following up and he still come here to because they criticize somebody. You are trying to say
Jide is a senior mind though. Jide is a senior mind, but maybe it's
why will you use the statement that some people are not Nigerians? Does since this with everything you are just here trying to, you don't know these people are protecting the prestige of little prestige, right? If not that I don't want to go in the tribal line, I want to even people have been saying when Yoruba hold the power, apart from lack of Obasanjo, that they try to use it anyhow and they just behave anyhow, and I'm beginning to feel it's true. Do you understand? I'm beginning to feel it's true. This guy don't know anything about this place. He just know only how to get into that office. He doesn't really know any. Look at the kind of blunder he has been committing. He has just been exhibiting since he became president. And you're here trying to glorify his name and say this one. The Northern elders, why they will always say it's him that sent them, is just for to just be like our president. Do you know what the kind of castigation he's getting from the North? Even before the election, was he not begging in the North?
Solomon.
You people are here, come here to say this, say that, and you see the truth. You don't want to say it. It's not good for real. It's not good. Let's stop this because of the fact that education and all that. Maybe when you get too exposed to Western education, that you even forget yourself, forget your originality, and you get carried away. Come here, somebody's bringing in chairs. Want to compare people's life with chairs. I can't see how we do things in this place. And woman. To crown this thing all about
you don't vex, Abby.
No, I don't like that statement. We should not be using that word that nobody is a Nigerian. That some people are not Nigerians. Like I don't understand.
It's just a figure of speech, but
no, woman, it's not just a figure. It's becoming too obvious for real. Like people will just come here. Like I know some elders here. I can say that I'm more Nigerian than I am, and I know some elders here. I will tell you that they are not. That I'm very very young, but I'm more Nigerian than they are. The little things I know about Nigeria, I don't think they even know it. To be honest with you, seriously. And you come here and be telling
you are more Nigerian than Prince Daddy. He's an American. So and you're more Nigerian than the Kulata and Ajale Koko. They are Americans, but you are the one true blood.
One man. This thing will not give me. I'm not giving Tinubu anything. Is it? I like the way, if you see how when they say that the North has conquered the country, they are over everywhere. You see how they do their things. This is how they do. This is how they do. They are not people that are really like they will not cause the fights, but it's not like they are scared of the fights. Assuming we went to war, only the southern soldiers that will go to that war. I don't think the northern soldiers will not go.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Do you follow the space how that threat came to bear? Do you know what happened in Guinea, in Burkina Faso? How these guys did nothing, and how everything was just going upside down. I should ask you, what is happening in Guinea? There's nothing is happening in Guinea. Their life is not better than what it was before. I can tell you that one. But what we are saying is that we don't want war. We wanted diplomacy to be used. The president is just saying, based on what we all saw it now. Diplomacy is going, but we are not ruling out the use of force. So the bloggers in Nigeria have destroyed they have destroyed a lot of people. I'm telling you.
See,
because that was what it was that diplomacy. They used that diplomacy. The diplomacy was working, was the one that was building up that pressure that eventually made those guys to capitulate. Anything that you want to give to the ulama still falls under the purview of the first citizen of this country as recognized by the Constitution. I don't understand what we don't know about constitutionality of issues. See, let me tell you, as when it comes to Africa and West Africa right now, Nigeria is the leader of the Peace and Security Commission for African Union, a Nigerian, and a Yoruba man is from the Southwest. Another person is for ECOWAS is a Nigerian that leads the peace, social, political and security affairs, is the commissioner. So let me tell you, what have you seen the African Union do? All of them, I saw them in the second meeting. African Union, United Nations, all of them were represented at the ECOWAS meeting. All of them panned to what was on the table. They had their input, but their input followed that of ECOWAS. What ECOWAS did was just to take the lead, because AU was the one that caused all this problem. AU not ought to have given any position without consulting with ECOWAS, where that issue was actually happening. That was the reason why ECOWAS had to start its grind also. If you look at it, AU is a toothless bulldog. I can tell you that. AU was the one that caused most of the problem that happened in Sudan as we speak. But ECOWAS has proven itself to come on board to save the situation on many occasions. And that's what ECOWAS is trying to do. Now come, if you have to go by him, nothing will have happened today. Nothing. See, I can tell you that nothing, I repeat, nothing will have happened if you are going by AU. This guy wouldn't have done anything. I appreciate the work of the guys from the northern guys, from that part of the country, because they are the one that will bear that consequences more when the consequences will come.
Listen to the
that is it.
Of
and
they
what
like
we did was not
Usman, and see the way they abuse your Tinubu. Go and listen to Sule Lamido and see the way they abuse your Tinubu that you're coming. These guys, these northern guys, these northern elders are just
all right. Let Solomon round that off, and then sorry, I think you've put the cross across to him. Round that off, Solomon, and then let's hear from Dewale.
Yeah, ECOWAS is just a tool. It's just like toy that the West are using to torment this. They are nothing. Let me tell you, AU, they are nothing. This African, till we African people organize our own board well, own union well. Not this nonsense that is the decision of the West that influences the things that goes on in ECOWAS. And yeah, trying to come to. I don't. These people are very funny. Like for real. The northern elders, they did well in at least trying to. They were still reference that. Yeah, you heard here in the article that they said they had to call whether he did not even. If he did not give them permission or not,
Solomon, somebody sent me a clip that of the leader of that delegation of the ulamas who went on television to tell them that Tinubu sent them in. So Aloy or Alomani, if you can get the minute where that is, because it's a 30-minute something, then I'll play it here. But it's still for. Even if they went independently with the consent of the Nigerian state, it still falls under the green, white, green flag. It's still a Nigerian thing, is it not?
the dignity of the little this thing reputation he has been protected. He has to do more for them. We understand these people have tried for him during election. Now this case, and them, he's even lucky that they are properly involved with this Niger. If not, I know that if it was another place, maybe like which country, maybe like Cameroon now, or which country again are we sharing that we don't have Hausa Fulani there. He would have gone to war with them. We don't have Yoruba people. They will go to, I think if it was even Benin, he might even go to war with them, because I know Yoruba people will not. Well, man, don't worry. I don't want to go deep. Let me just stop here.
Solomon, you are wrong. You are wrong.
All right. Let's hear from Dewale. Guide. You have to stop. No. You have to stop doing that. Let's hear from Dewale. Dewale, you're up next. Dewale, call me daddy diplomacy. By Tinubu. Team sheet. Call me daddy diplomacy.
You know, thank you,
Why is he laughing now? Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because tonight I bring vengeance. Tonight I bring anger. Tonight. But I don't slow me down, guys. You are slowing my energy down. You are slowing my energy down.
Koboko diplomacy. Koboko,
This one, why are you slowing my energy down like this? I've come with a lot of anger, and here you are trying to slow me down.
Okay.
You know what? Listen. You know, I've been listening to everybody this morning, including the what is the name of this guy from the north? As if he works for the government. Nobody knows jack. Everybody is just permutating based on what they read online, and we see ourselves as the expert. No, we don't know nothing. We don't know jack. So, having said that, hold on. Let us educate ourselves about diplomacy. For those who are the students of international relations here, diplomacy is not reserved for government and government official only. Anyone that claims a citizenship of any country can serve on behalf of that country, but you have to inform that country first, and you must be cleared before you can act on behalf of that country. And any reasonable country will explore and exploit every avenue open to diplomacy. There's direct and indirect diplomacy. And what you are seeing happening right now between Nigeria and Niger can be seen as indirect diplomacy. And the federal government would be foolish not to explore that. For those who think, well, the credit should be given to the people of the North, of course, they are taking their own trophy, because what they are doing, or what they've done, is that they realize from onset that they've got a lot to lose. And Tinubu does not care. Neither do I care in the first place anyway. I don't. I expect Tinubu to continue in line with the ECOWAS stand. And what does the ECOWAS stand? ECOWAS said there must, the people of Niger must enjoy the benefit of democracy. Never in the history of that country should any individual or group of people impose themselves on that country. And they took that stand. Well, you can start arguing about what happens in Burkina Faso, Chad, Senegal, and the rest of them. But ECOWAS took a stand. Now, every time ECOWAS make statement, we always attribute it to Tinubu, as if Tinubu only is the only person that is making decision for the entire association. Anyway, that's argument for another day. And I've watched and listened to a lot of people on this show tonight. I thought some of us are called Democrat. But what I perceive from people are just lip service Democrat. We're not Democrats. It's just about anything that goes.
Mention names. Mention names.
I don't have to be.
Are you afraid to mention names?
You are one of them. You are one of them. You are one of them. And I can't believe somebody who had witnessed very much every coup in Nigeria. Or even if I thought you were born yesterday, at least you've heard about the story of how khaki people rule. will take a stand or expect that the military are going to do the best for the people of Niger. Tell me that country where military are ruling and their life changes or is fair. No, none. They are there for their own selfish reason. And I believe that the reason why they did not yield to the ECOWAS demand in the first place because they were being backed by foreign power. There's never a time a coup will take place in Africa that is not being backed by foreign, whether Western or...
Sorry, Dewale, do you think the Russians signaled to them that they were not going to back them? That was what led to this?
I don't know, because I don't know the fact. But every body languages of this country shows that they have a vested interest in all these impoverished countries. And if at all they don't have, but I mean, I've written it, I don't know how true it is about North Korea is also saying they're going to support people of Niger. That tells you how ridiculous these things have degenerated. For those who are castigating Tinubu, listen, I don't expect, I'm not there, but I don't expect the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will single-handedly make a decision to invade Republic of Niger. The military will advise, there are options on the table. The ECOWAS that took a stand and said that we will not tolerate this, they gave conditions. They opened the door for negotiation, but they also let it be known to them, to the coup plotter, that use of force is not going to be taken off the table as well, in as much as they are also open for dialogue. And what did these people do? They blow them off as if they are, they don't matter because they know they are relying on, stronger power, right? But what we are seeing playing out now is what I was expecting that is going to happen. When the high power delegation from Nigeria went down there, sent by the same federal government, they called their bluff. They did not even allow to see the head of the junta. What does that mean? That doesn't mean that the federal government lost. No, it was expected because I expect that they will call their bluff because they are listening to the whispering of the other superior power. But you see, even Lamidi Sanusi that went down there to see them in his own capacity did not go down there without notifying the federal government. They were aware. Even United States of America always do the same. There's always indirect channel to get things done. And that they've done, and that they've exploited. And to me, the ECOWAS win. Because if I can force you one way or the other to come to the table to talk with me, then I've won. And because I'm controlling the narrative here. Now, it's now left to what is ECOWAS going to say? Release Bazoum, install Bazoum, the negotiations start from there. Where we don't want Bazoum, the people of Niger do not want Bazoum. Okay, take him out, release him, and then release the timetable. At least we both know that we are getting somewhere. We don't want you guys to continue. That transitional stuff will be in place. But when you adamantly rejected every emissary sent to you, that means you are losing the grip. Somebody said that Nigeria cut off the electricity. They shouldn't have done so. Look, except I hate this military junta with everything in me. Everything. As a matter of fact, I will wish they are being taken out alive and paraded in the square. But we're all human beings. People do things simply because sometimes power is sweet. Power is it's corrupt, and everybody wants to be in power. But I expect them at least come to the table. Let the ECOWAS know your position. There's no way you will have a listening here to the ECOWAS and use of force will be put on the table in the first place. They will not even go there. But you are forcing them. And you see, the people of the North, they have a lot to lose. And I said it severally. Whenever coup takes place in Nigeria, who are always the head of the military coup? Most likely, apart from the one that happens in 1964 or so, has always been headed by the Northerner. And they've been the beneficiary of coup plotting in Nigeria. So they will not know anything. They don't know. They don't have no idea. But who has paid the price, the ultimate price in Nigeria? Tell me that part of Nigeria that has paid ultimate price. Southwest, South. And that is why some of us cannot stand these people imposing themselves on people of Nigerians simply because they are using what French has done to them in the past. So my take is this. Tinubu and ECOWAS won. If that is the case as it stands now, because the people of the North realize that what they've got to lose if there's any breakout. And I think that's what is going to happen in the first place. I was expecting that they will march in, just like they did in, I think, was it Cote d'Ivoire, when Gbagbo was, and the French military flush out Gbagbo. I was expecting that is what is going to happen. And they're not against the people of Niger. It's the military junta. All right. But of course, people will be scared and they will be rushing down to, seeking for asylum in Nigeria and all that. And the people of the North felt that, there will be an influx of, criminal elements also coming with them, and they don't want that. And also, I can understand that argument. But at least they've taken a step. Now we have the Hulamas. Who the heck are Hulamas? What position do they hold? But of course, it seems they hold important position. So the military juntas, right? When the former head of state,
hold on, Dewale. Is it that the Ulamas hold an important position, which they do, or is it that the culmination of all of the pressures are cascaded to that moment where the Ulamas went in? So they were looking for a way out, and that just happened to be when the Ulamas went in. Because once the ECOWAS puts the military on standby, there will be no further notice until the strike, until just the bomb starts to rain.
You are right, because if that is the only last card you have on your table, you better take it than losing out. So I want to believe that was what played out. And like I said, you want to compare Hulamas and the former head of state. I mean, to me, that is the highest point of fuckery. Pardon my French. But like you said, you hold to the last straw with the hope that will help you out in this situation. But at least we'll come to the table to talk. I give credit to both the federal government and those northern Ulamas or whatever the colonel said that went down there, because federal governments were aware and they sanctioned them. I mean, they give them green lights to go there. And Sanusi came back to inform, in the personal capacity to inform the president of the country. The federal government were, the president was aware that Lamidi was going to Niger, right? So people that are saying and are castigating Tinubu for failure, I haven't seen him failing, because he took a stand on the day he was inaugurated as the chairman of that body. That this guy paid a price for a decade. It was on exile. How many of these Ulamans or those Netherlands were on exile when their kinsmen were on power? None, zero. But he knew that democracy may not be the way we dream it is, but it's still the best shot to self-govern. And he's taking that shot, and he's taking that stand. And I stand with him. I'm standing with him. And if today he changes his mind to blow up that presidential palace in Niger, I will stand with him. Because democratic system is still the best, worse than any benevolent military rules. But I give him credit because the government enables people to be, intermediary between them. I mean, ECOWAS and people, the military plotter. Somebody said earlier that how come the people of Ghana, government of Ghana, the other ECOWAS member did not send the ministry, only Nigeria was trying to explore that. Somebody said it earlier. Is it only us? Is it because we share borders? We can as well close the border and say, look, don't go visit your family next 2, 3, 4 months. Every sanction has to be imposed. I give credit to the federal government, and I give credit for those who stood the gap, who decided, we take it upon ourselves to interfere and see, because we've got a lot to lose. And for those who are, on the other side of the coup plotter, well, I hope it doesn't happen in this country, because I could see a lot of people jubilating and saying that, because it seems the share is down more than a democratic system.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So I think that's the most impassioned we've heard from Dewale just yet. But
God bless you, bro.
Yes, a man who doesn't speak with passion, but nevertheless potent in his wordings. Orim Beleno Alaji Fatai. Fatai, You join us again. Fatai,
hello, one man.
Yeah, your man, your Tinubu man, he has been causing rascality since he came in. Kilo Shele, eh?
Fatai, please, can I get a minute? Fatai.
Baba mi, tẹ́ bá fẹ́ 1 hour gan. Not free, Baba mi.
Let me push back a little bit against this Adewale that is dancing to Ilu Gangan tí one man play fún. Yeah. So look, Tinubu as the leader of Nigeria have not shown in any capacity that is involved as a government or a leader of a government in Nigeria in any diplomatic move. He has not sent any powerful delegation, government official to talk to these guys. People that have been going there from the north were doing so because they feel with the people of Niger. They are the same people, even though you have demarcation by colonial criminals that this part is Nigeria, this part of Niger, they share historical tie. Long time historical tie, long time religious tie, long time family tie. They share everything together, social, cultural, everything together. They eat the same food. So when these people are standing up for their people, pushing back, and what they were doing is pushing back as a Tinubu's move and its group of ECOWAS that fit for no purpose, that never govern their people well, that never deliver the dividend of democracy to their people. All those group of people that call themselves the ECOWAS leaders, that fail to guarantee security to the life and property of their people, that fail to take out, how do I say, alleviate poverty in their different countries, that fail in all ramifications that you want to look at it in terms of good governance. So all those leaders you are referring to that are going to the President Tinubu that give them permission, they were doing so for their people, for both their Nigerian Hausa people and Nigerian Hausa people, for same Nigerian Fulani people and Nigerian Fulani people. They are doing the same for same Kanuri Nigerian people and that of Nigerian people. They are standing up, going to talk to him because they don't want ECOWAS irresponsible decision to take up war against that country to happen. So Nigeria, Tinubu, and his government, Tinubu's government, have not taken any steps whatsoever to push for diplomacy. So the leaders that went to him, or the religious leader and other leaders.
What about when he sent the Sultan, the former head of state, the foreign secretary? What about all the emissaries that he sent?
Which the foreign secretary? Who have you seen from the north? Who have you seen from the south that visited here?
What do you mean from the south? What are you talking about? They are Nigerians now. What are you talking about now?
No, who have you seen from the north, from the south?
Yeah, but what language do they speak? Are they speaking the northern? It's not a southern narrative.
Oh, okay, so it's a northern problem.
Can you settle down? Settle down. What are you saying? Who are they sending from the south? They've sent the best set of people to resolve the situation now. Will they send BC Akonde to Niger Republic to go and speak to them when they have the Sultan and they have the former head of state?
So what you are telling me,
what
so
does
you
that
agree
mean?
with me.
Which
You
is
agree
that
with
what?
me. Those are the people that are pushing against Tinubu and ECOWAS
Who is pushing against
decision.
Tinubu?
The
They are
northern
not pushing
niggas.
no, they are not pushing against Tinubu.
They're
They are
pushing against him.
no, no, they
And they
are
were telling him, let us
hold on.
intervene. Let us
Listen
go and
now,
talk to him.
listen. They are pushing for a non-kinetic resolution. They are with Tinubu that they don't want a coup plotter in charge of the Niger Republic, but they are also with Tinubu that they don't want a military conflict against Niger Republic. And they are also with Tinubu that they want to use the leverage of their religion and cultural association with that space to try and smooth things over so that it doesn't get kinetic. So they are with Tinubu all the way through. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
They are not with when you say all the way through, include the use of force. They are not with him on the use of force.
All right. Land it and let Fatai take over. Let Fatai come in. Yeah.
Let me land. Let me
yeah.
land for 1 minute. So they are not with him on the use of force, and that is why you've seen them standing up from all angles to say, look, this is not good for us. We have to wait. We have to make sure this does not happen. And you can listen to all leaders from the north on the TV. All of them were vehemently opposed the use of war. I mean, the use of force. So what I'm trying to say here is that Tinubu on the ground of Nigerian government have not sent any powerful delegation there, but the people on their individual on their individual level and leaders in their own in their own way, be it religious, be it whatever, have intervened to make sure that this thing happens. So don't give the praise to Tinubu at all.
All right. Let Fatai come in. Fatai has been waited long now. So sorry, Jide, but let Fatai come in. Fatai, to you.
Yeah, one man. I think Baba Janle Koko is misunderstood a lot, right? I thought I will agree with Baba Janle Koko to the point that Tinubu played more in the background. I'm not sure if that I don't think that's a negative. That's a deficit, right? Because the only one thing that is clear in Tinubu's actions is that Tinubu is strongly shaped by the episode of Abacha, Abiola, all these Nadeko stuff. And I think he doesn't have an appetite talking with coup, military takeover, all these things, doesn't have an appetite for it. And so that's the only thing that's clear. Even in when he gave the others when democracy, June 12 Democracy Day speech, even there, it was making the point, like even judiciary, that is because on judiciary decision about against Abiola at that time, it was like it's not going to be tolerated. So Tinubu has zero tolerance for military takeover, which is largely shaped, I believe, by the Abiola saga. Because even in the beginning, I think there was some negotiation with Abacha in the beginning until it became clear that they're not going anywhere and everybody was running for their lives. So I think that's the only thing that is clear. So the only thing that was not clear to me in all of the whole situation was the letter that was sent to the Senate, right? Because the letter didn't look like a request, didn't look like I'm just informing you of what's going on. So I was really confused. And so I came on the other time and I said a few things. I think there's a lot of I heard some misrepresentation of what I said. And I also, anyway, that's the minor stuff. So since the Senate gave their response, since that time, mostly what you hear is basically sapele water analysis, right? So the Nigerian military will not go to war, right? Going by that Senate resolution. So there was not going to be any war. since the Senate didn't approve it, right? So Tinubu is the commander-in-chief of Nigerian forces. I didn't see any letter from Tinubu to any ECOWAS or whatever that he has delegated his power as the commander-in-chief of Nigerian forces to some ECOWAS decision. Okay. So, but when I came in that day and I was saying, Baba mi, Baba Tinubu sọ̀rọ̀, tó bá kọwájú sí ẹ̀kọ́tà, tó bá kẹ̀yìn sí ẹ̀kọ́tà, tó bá kọ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀kọ́tà rà ipa. There are psychophancy around Tinubu. So the psychophancy that I was referring to, I was not referring to Gbajabiamila, you know. So it's not Aso Rock is a psychophancy. The psychophancy was coming from ECOWAS, right? How many Joba, you know? So that's where the psychophancy is coming from. So anybody in ECOWAS that wants to go to war, I mean, it's a public knowledge that the president of Cote d'Ivoire was pushing hard for the military intervention. He could send the Cote d'Ivoire military
and the Senegalese too,
Yeah, they could send their military there, right? So, but there's no delegation of the commander of the Nigerian army to any ECOWAS anything. So if Senate didn't have a resolution for the Nigerian military to be involved, then there's no involvement of Nigerian military. So, and that Senate decision affected the final meeting of the ECOWAS. So they had a communique. So the communique, you know, contrary to everybody is saying, that's not a declaration of war, right? When the standby force that is there is just a title of it's not that standby force so that we go to war. No, it's just a title of the ECOWAS military association. They have some military association, you know. So ECOWAS is an economic community. You know, there's no.
But Fatai, they said they've activated the standby force. So, which is to tell you that it's get ready for war. So that's what that means.
No,
yeah.
No. That's what I was meaning. Activate the standby force. The standby force is a peacekeeping force. So if the situation in Niger got out of hand, the standby force will be ready for peacekeeping.
No. I can bring out the letter. They said activate the standby force to go and restore constitutional democracy. That's what they said.
Yeah. So if everything got out of hand, they will go in there. That is
no, not to get that. No, that's not what that means, though. We all understand English.
No. That's what it means, because the standby force is a change of name from ECOMOG. The original, that standby force was originally ECOMOG, but ECOMOG was dissolved. Even in the ECOMOG resolution, their primary responsibility was peacekeeping mission. ECOMOG was never successful in toppling military government. They were not successful with Castello, but they were successful with peacekeeping in Liberia, successful with peacekeeping in Sierra Leone, and I think maybe Guinea or something like that. So ECOWAS is an economic unit. If they are going to have a military operation, there will be a resolution of ECOWAS passed. There was a resolution to make ECOMOG a military whatever. Even that was under legal debate, you know, at that time. So, and if it's a declaration of war, who is the commander of the standby force? Because you can't have a military operation without a commander. ECOMOG had a commander. Had commanders, I was having commander, and that was retired. That situation was retired. So it can't be a declaration of war without a commander, right? So if it deteriorates, right, each country's military will go in for peacekeeping, whoever contributes. But if there is no commander, when the communique came out, it said the order or whatever, the chiefs of staff of each whatever member, the chiefs of staff, many people, okay, you have to have a commander. If there was a commander, it could be, but there is chief of defense staff of member, all the chief of defense staff, they are not, you can't have 1 million commanders. Who is the commander of the military units? There was no commander, so there was not going to be a war.
What do you mean there was no commander? Look,
who's the commander?
I don't know offhand, but that's not to say there was not. If they are saying they are
No, there's no
activating,
commander.
no, you
There was
cannot
no
say
commander.
that, can you? What do you mean there was no commander?
There is for ECOWAS standby force present today does not have a commander. ECOMOG had a commander that they were changing.
Where do you think
The
that
first
commander
one
will
was a
come from?
Ghanaian. Hillary?
That commander, where do you think we come from?
No, ECOMOG, the first commander of ECOMOG. No,
yes.
The first commander of ECOMOG was a Ghanaian. And after that, then he became Nigeria. Almost every year they were changing the commander. Nigeria. Now, if the Senate had given an authorization, if ECOMOG had given an authorization that Nigeria could do military operation, whatever it's going to be like, then there will be a resolution of ECOWAS. There will be a commander of the military unit. There's no military, don't go to war with every country's chief of defense staff. Who is going to give the order for the Nigerian army? It's not the Senegalese person that will give the order for the Nigerian army. That's what I said. It's not been made public that Tinubu wrote a letter, the kind of letter that Papa Fashionati wrote to Pa Adebanjo to delegate his authority. No, there's no delegation. Tinubu is the commander of the Nigerian army. So if there is no delegation to ECOWAS don't have a right to command, to order Nigerian army into a war. So they're not going to go anywhere. And if the Senate if that letter to Senate, like, gave a go ahead to use military, those guys, they're not going to talk to Sanusi Lamido because there's no more, like, any understanding of the whole thing. They're not going to talk to Sanusi, but because, okay, they know it's not going to be a war, that's why they talk to Sanusi. So that's why the negotiation started off from there. So that's really the factual thing that happened. So every other thing. So Tinubu, yeah, indeed, he was in the background, and I'm very happy, right? Because you don't bomb your backyard, you don't bomb your neighbor. For what reason? So you don't bomb your neighbor. Why? At the end of the day, it's a change of government. It might not be to our taste, but it's a change of government. It's like my neighbor had a lawful wedding and then kicked out his wife and brought in, even assumed the worst, brought in Olosho as a new wife. It's not my duty to carry a gun and go and say, no, you must return to the lawfully wedded wife. No, maybe I tell him, don't let your new wife come and take salt from my wife or whatever it is I'm going to do. So it's not anybody's duty. But if I thought it's going to happen, like Falano said on TV, you don't go to war, you're going to have a problem. The only global community with responsibility to give a nod to military operation is the United Nations. So if the Senate gave the approval, Senate will do. Wait. Senate will do their thing, ECOWAS will do their thing, and then they will, even in the communique was stated like that. Then they will go to ECOWAS, they will seek authorization from the Security Council. And that's where Russia is coming in, because Russia would veto it. So Russia is not sending its troops to Niger to go and be fighting anybody, but it's going to veto anyone. No, it's not untrue. Even America, to go to Iraq war, you have to seek a resolution. Even to go to Libya, seek a resolution. You don't go to war, you will have a country that hates you will go to UN Security Council and move a motion to charge for you to be charged with a war crime or whatever they call it. So the UN is not like it's a legal body in the sense that it's an agreement of the Committee of Nations to be like that. So you can't just go to another man's country and go and start fighting war. You just wake up and go and start fighting war. It's also what Russia is dealing with now. And anyway, there's no trigger for the war. So the communique didn't say, if you don't do this, we are coming in. Because that's what happened. Say, Saddam Hussein, if you don't allow inspectors to come into Iraq, we are coming. And that was the resolution that was tabled to the United Nations. Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, Gaddafi is going to fight his opponent or whatever it was. So therefore, we are coming in. So it's like, okay, we are going to constitutional order. That's like, it's a general statement. There's no trigger. What will trigger ECOWAS stand by for if it was a war situation to go in? What is the trigger? Is it that if somebody go in now to talk to you, you don't listen, then we come in? But there has to be a trigger. So there has to be a trigger and the commander of the army. You know. But anyway, that's I don't know where Pansat was going actually, right? But it gives me the opportunity to address a point he raised the other time. And when he said he recognized me, let me just go to a line. I just want to calm down as one of his fans, right? You know, I have only 3 fans. I'm a fan of 3 people. You know, no rival, 3 people.
Kolata, Ajanle Koko, and Thomas.
Ajanle Koko, Dupsy Baby, Ati Madame Zita. And those are the people I'm a no rival fan.
What do I have to do to get on that list? What do I have to do? And if I send you chocolates, will you be a fan of mine? Look at this guy.
Me and you dey fight now. Me and you dey fight.
No, don't worry. But excellent by you as always, Fatai. But there was an element that Ogbeni disagreed with. So Ogbeni disagree.
Okay.
Yes, one man. Although I have a lot to say, but let me address what I agree substantially with what Fatai said, but with what Femfalano said was I disagree with. Every sub-region and regional governments, so to speak, have the laws, the treaties that are established there, and they have what they agree under each treaty. What do I mean by that? You have Arab League, you have ECOWAS, you have AU, you have EU, you have so many other sub-regions and regional government like that. At the sub-regional level, or for every treaty that is established there, they have what they have agreed on. For instance, they may agree on, we want democratic settings or structures in our states, in our country. And whatever happened to that, if illegitimately this happened to this, then you could intervene. You don't need to get an approval of United Nations to do that. And by the way, not all countries are part of United Nations. Some countries are not part of United Nations, and they still participate in their sub-regional groups and organizations. So in such countries, what binds them is the treaty that established there, and what each country's the agreement or bilateral agreement that each country has with its neighboring country and other countries that have influence on them. So, and we have seen it before. It's not just today. Under just one example, under Francois Hollande, in the French president, he intervened like about 2 times in the coup that happened in Central African Republic without going to United Nations. You can go and check it out. He intervened, he sent troops to that country, and he restored democracy in the country. So
who intervened? Who intervened and where?
Hollande, the French president, intervened in the Central African Republic. So now, where Central
African Republic, is it that those ones are French territories now?
How can you call a sovereign country French territories, Fatai?
Sovereign country.
Let's give African country respect.
No. I mean, you said sovereign country.
It's a sovereign country now. It's a sovereign country.
All the francophone country are all tied in the whatever. Yeah, okay, I don't know the details that you put forward.
Fatai, that's the point I just made. Fatai, that's the point I just made.
No. That is
all right. Go to that point. Yeah.
Fatai, the point I made, if you listen to me, is that every country has bilateral agreement with whichever country they want to have it with. Whether you call it they have umbilical cord, their umbilical cord is still tied to this country or not. My point is that they have a treaty signed with Central African Republic, for instance, had a treaty signed with the French country that allows Francois Hollande to enter Central African Republic without making any resort to United Nations. That's an
Yeah,
example.
but was it a war? You said they went
Israel.
to restore order, but did
was
they
a
go to
coup.
war?
It was a coup, exactly like what happened in Niger. Go and check now.
Yeah.
It was a coup, a military
Yeah.
intervention that happened in Central African Republic, and they came there to
Yeah.
intervene. So my point is this. My point is this. I don't know how much Mr. Femfan has studied bilateral agreements that Niger has within ECOWAS. I don't know whether he has studied the ECOWAS treaty very well before making that broad position. The position of Mr. Femfan for me is too general. He has to be very specific before he can convince me that generally under international law, you cannot go and restore a democratically elected government in a country without first resort to United Nations. I'm not sure North Korea will do that. I'm not sure Israel will do that. I'm not sure Russia will do that. They will give no damn to go to any United Nations before they restore peace with in their allies country or restore a democratically elected government in their allies country. Russia didn't go to United Nations before Russia took a military intervention in Ukraine. So, and Russia is part of United Nations. So my own is this.
Brother, I get your point. The two examples that is significant that you made is Russia and France. Now, France and all the Francophone countries, they have military. France is running their military. France is in their is the one that is a terrorist attack. Is the France troops are there. So there's no. That's not.
It's my point. All
right. Let's not get bogged down in
tangential. Just to clear. Yeah, that's what I was also.
Yeah, Fatah, you are right. Fatah, you are right.
So it's not like ECOWAS situation or Nigeria.
No. Wait, you just re-emphasize my point.
I get your point. I get your brother point. It's a different situation. Nigeria going to Niger to say he wants to go and do military.
It's not different. There's a treaty. Maybe you should have listened to me.
Hold on, Fatah.
Let me just land it, and that's it. Then Russia, the Russia that you mentioned, Russia, if you follow it, Russia.
No, please use example of Hollande and Central African Republic. That example will be okay for me.
That one I already made my point there. I don't know what you're arguing with. France and its colonies.
We're going off on a tangent, you know. I want us to get back to going on in Niger Republic. And
I know.
Call me daddy.
I already addressed what he's saying about the France, whatever. That's not
what is what is his own position? What is he trying to say?
I don't have any issue if you listen to me, and I hope you listen to me.
Because you just hear.
No, that's why I'm saying it's going on a tangent.
The point I've simply made is this. It's very simple if you are listening to me properly. The point I've simply made is this. Fatai supports Femi Falana, Mr. Femi Falana position. And I'm against Mr. Femi Falana position. And my point is that Mr. Femi Falana will need to convince me more on the position of international law is relying on to say that ECOWAS will need to resort first to United Nations before ECOWAS can do any military intervention in Niger. And I gave an instance.
But Ogbeni, there are precedents to that effect now.
Which precedents are?
Okay, let me tell you. Even when United States is going to Iraq or what do you call it, Afghanistan, they took it to United Nations for approval.
Yeah, but I've given you another instance of Hollande going into Central African Republic to remove a military government without going there. So listen to my point. My point is easy. I'm not arguing with Fatai. I'm arguing with Femfano here. And my point is that it depends, which Fatai has just corroborated now. It depends on under which treaty are you operating, under which bilateral agreement are you operating, under which multilateral agreement are you operating. United Nations cannot hurt God in any issue. And I'll give you an example of no, don't let me land. Rational mind, don't come with that. Let me land, please. Let me land, please.
Land.
Let me land.
Because you're just saying things that are not actually true.
No, I'm not. Please mute yourself and let me land first, please.
Okay, go on.
So my point is simple. So landing on my point is that because there are bilateral agreements between many of these French countries and France, that was what that made Hollande to intervene in Central African Republic. So for Fernand to make that broad statement, he has to tell us the exact provision of the treaty that established ECOWAS that make ECOWAS to first go to United Nations, not even African unity, before making military intervention. That's my point. You can intervene now.
Yeah. Let me just comment. You see, some of us here will, like you will say yourself, will become emergency talkheads.
Indomie analyst. That's his phrase. Indomie analyst.
Emergency, or what? How do you call it?
He calls them Indomie analyst.
Emergency analyst and Indomie mentality.
Yes.
Yeah, so like I hear what Adiwale was talking about, saying that everybody is now an expert, even including you yourself, so you have become an expert too, right? You see, what you need to understand is the United Nations Charter is the ground norm of international politics, international relations. We talk about self-determination. If a country says no, there's no self-determination, United Nations Charter grants everybody the right to self-determine if they want to. We've seen it played in many other countries. Sudan is one of them. Sudan was a sovereign state who believes that there's no divisibility of their country. But what happened at the end of the day when they went into war? The United Nations had to wade into it, and they had to make reference to that charter that yes, people have the right to self-determine. So if Femi Falana is telling you that there's a precedent or there's an whatever charter that before you go, you have to seek the what's it called? You have to consult with the United Nations. It's not wrong. But if there have been violations by these superpowers like the United States, France, and the rest of them, we can understand Russia. We can understand why they do not do that, because they feel that they on their own, they are police on their own to themselves. They are powered on their own. They don't need to consult. Like even when Adeleko was making reference, when I think there was a time when the United States wanted to go and invade the country, I think they had to consult with Security Council. Some members sided with them within the Security Council, but I think China.
Rational mind. They even went in the name of NATO.
Yeah, but NATO,
which is even bigger than this fit for no purpose ECOWAS that they.
Let's not say that. I won't say that. But let me just. But what I'm trying to say is that they consulted, but China and Russia they abstained from voting. I think they even vetoed it, if I'm not mistaken. They vetoed it, but the United States said no. United States and the allies said no, we'll go. So we've seen that precedent. But if Femi Falana says that no, it is wrong, you cannot do that. You have to consult. Yeah, it's right. Legally speaking, that is how what's it called? United Nations Charter is the ground norm of international policies and laws. So you have to abide by it if you're a signatory to it. But if some do not, some superpower do not follow it, does not make it right. That's what I think Femi Falana is saying, and I expect you to understand when he said that. But if ECOWAS says, okay, we don't want to consult with you, United Nations, that will go and do military intervention, that will be a violation. Yeah, that would be a violation. What Hollande did in Central African Republic, like you make references to, even the one they did in Cote d'Ivoire, that they removed Gbagbo, was illegal. But they did it anyway because they are superpower. So that is you need to understand it from that point of view. So Femi Falana, I don't think it was wrong.
So coup plotting is not illegal, right? Is that what you said?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is it?
Dewale, we can't hear you. You're saying
I'm saying that coup plotting is not illegal. Is that what Rational Man is implying? That what happens in the current Gbagbo is illegal, but
all right. I've not said coup plotting is illegal. I'm saying that there's legality to everything. If they did what they did, it's illegal to remove a democratically elected government or president. It's illegal. But they did that anyway, right? Now, if you two wrong does not make it right. if Tinubu and his ECOWAS, they're trying to wage war without consulting with the relevant powers, which is the United Nations Security Council, that would be a violation of Niger. If Niger had to like appeal to the United Nations that look, even though we know the government does not have legality, but as it is right now, they are the constitutional authority in Niger. So it's only if it's only that if the United Nations wants to say, okay, we don't care about you people because you people are illegal, then they can resort to that, they can go, but that does not make it legal. That's what I'm just saying. It's all about legality here. I think that's where Femi was standing on.
Can I speak now?
Go on, please.
Yes, navigate us back to the go on.
Okay, okay.
1 minute.
Yeah, let Ajaleko come in, then navigate us back to the topic.
I don't know on what ground that Ogbeni want to challenge the legal mind of Femi Falana, his senior partner in this.
So Femi Falana is the.
Hold on. Let Ajaleko land. Let
Reservoir of knowledge.
Let Ajaleko land.
Let him land.
Yeah, I don't know what ground is challenging Femi Falana legal mind. Is it because of this support for Tinubu that you are doing this?
Oh no, me now.
But what is all this, for God's sake? Because of the support for Tinubu. So your senior colleagues, the brightest of the brightest that we have, a constitutional liar that know, what the law says as far as the constitution of the country is concerned, and United Nations charters. But you are, for your support for Tinubu, you want to question his legal mind. I don't get it. Let me just leave it. Yeah.
Sorry, Ajaleko, but sorry, isn't that what they call appeal to authority fallacy?
Yeah, that's it. Kelly. But
another Tinubu supporter is here. Yeah,
you see, same Kulata. Yeah, same Kulata that
okay. So
that
what's
was
your point?
Off with Tinubu a few days ago.
Can you counter what we just said now? Can you counter it?
Yes, of course I will. You see, first and foremost.
Sorry, Ogbeni, before you counter it, let me bring you the United Nations position on this. It says Security Council press statement on situation in Niger. The following Security Council press statement was issued today by Council President Barbara Woodward, United Kingdom. The members of the Security Council strongly condemn the efforts to unconstitutionally change the legitimate government of Republic of Niger on the 26th of July 2023. The members of the Security Council called for the immediate and unconstitutional, unconditional release of the democratically elected president of the Republic, Mohamed Bazoum, and underscored the need to protect him, his family, and members of his government. The members of the Security Council expressed concerns over the negative impact of unconstitutional changes of government in the region, increase in terrorist activities, and the dire socio-economic situation. They underlined their regret over the development in Niger, which undermines effort at consolidating the institutions of governance and peace in that country. The members of the Security Council expressed support for the efforts of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the African Union, as well as the United Nations, and welcomed their statements, reaffirming their opposition to any seizure of power by unconstitutional means, and for those involved to refrain from violence, hand over power, and return to their barracks. They underscored the urgent need for the restoration of constitutional order in Niger in accordance with ECOWAS protocol on democracy and good governance, and expressed their support for the regional and continental mediation efforts. The members of the Security Council reiterated their support to the efforts of the Economic Community of West African States and the African Union to reverse the trend of unconstitutional changes in government through the strengthening of the existing governance and normative frameworks. The members of the Security Council expressed their solidarity with the people of Niger and underlined the importance of the protection of the population and continued humanitarian efforts. Though that sounds, and that is straight from the United Nations space. So that sounds like a tacit endorsement to me.
One man, let me quickly intervene. Let me start by saying that I'm not sure Kulata and Rational Man actually understand the beauty of law and why you have lawyers. Lawyers, they play crucial role in challenging legal positions. Nobody knows it all. Even if you are a senior advocate of Nigeria or you are a lawyer just called today, we all trade law, we all read law, and we all interpret it. And let me tell you, by challenging legal positions, logically now, what lawyers do is you contribute to development of robust and well-reasoned legal arguments, which are essential for achieving any outcome you want to. If not so, then once you have a senior lawyer in a case, then the junior lawyer should just simply go home and go and rest. So, like Kulata said, what Babajale has just done is what they call argumentum ad baculum. It's a fallacy of appealing to authority. You think because
you need
an authority,
you need Saki Father. You need Saki Father to say that Latino.
So sorry. with due respect to Saki Father, it's called argumentum ad baculum, appeal to authority. You think that once somebody is standing and the person is well known as authority in a field, then the person cannot make a mistake. My point is simple. See, there are countries like what you just read now. I was listening very carefully to see where they will say approve. You realize they never said approve. They say we support. Because every regional organization stands on its own. You don't have to bow to the United Nations. Yes, don't forget that United Nations is even there not by force, not by violence. United Nations is there by the agreement of states. If people understand how United Nations function very well. At a point in time, Trump started pulling United States out from many of the United Nations agencies because you have your right, you're a sovereign country to pull out from any agreement you have. So United Nations, it was created by an agreement. And don't forget, like I said, not every state or independent state that we have today are even members of United Nations. Taiwan is not a member of the United Nations. Cyprus, Israel, Palestine, Kosovo back then, all those Puerto Rico, Greenland. There are many of those states that are not members of United Nations, and they care less about what is happening in United Nations. At a point in time, North Korea wanted to pull out, and some other countries. So it's not cast on stone. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not saying Mr. Fenfano is totally wrong. What I'm saying is this: Mr. Fenfano has never cited a particular provision of either ECOWAS treaty that bars ECOWAS from intervening in undemocratic. And by the way, this thing is happening within ECOWAS region. It's touching ECOWAS more than it's touching the United Nations. So that's my point on that side. But there is another area I wish to just talk maybe just 1 minute on, which is the point that Babajale Koko was trying to say, Tinubu did not do anything. Don't let me say Tinubu, the present government in Nigeria now, because we have a government. We don't have, I don't like saying Tinubu or this. It's a government we have. Yes, it's been led by Tinubu. We have a government in Nigeria presently. So the Nigerian government has not really done much in this peace thing, this peacekeeping thing in Niger. What we have been doing is warmongering, and that. Like I've said here on this platform before, it's a strategy in war and diplomacy, international diplomacy, to have a good bargaining strength when you get to the round table. These guys understand that ECOWAS is not sleeping at on this matter, and they've put their military on alert, even though they are not deployed, but they put them on alert, and they know that if there's any breakdown of this peace accord or this move to negotiate with them, they know that ECOWAS is not talking from a very weak point. ECOWAS has support of all these international bodies, subnational and international, to enter if it breaks down. So that alone, they will keep it at the back of their mind. It's part of war strategy. But for Babajale to say, the people that went there on their private capacity, they didn't go there. See, there's no way in international diplomacy, there's no way you will have somebody will leave the shore of his country and go to that very volatile place without first informing his own president that will be going for this also mission and going to represent his country there. Yes, the president may not say, okay, we are choosing this person. Already they have Abdul Salam Abubakar, who you won't tell me is a small fish in that regional politics around that in Sahel, or somebody like Sultan, who is not just a traditional ruler, but a religious ruler, leader in that particular area. They listen to whatever he say in order to celebrate so many festivals around that area. So you won't tell me they are small fishes, and these are people Tinubu first sent, right? And they came back home. Possibly they preferred private individuals to come who have that kind of weight. But now my point is it the first time we are having that? That's not the first time. If you go back to history, there are so many instances in the history of diplomacy in the world where you have EUs with 2, 3, 4, 5 countries, and you have private individuals who believe they have that influence or weight in that house is going there. I remember Sudan, this Sudan issue, around 2012, Thabo Mbeki was a major figure trying to settle that issue, and he tried to get an accord for them. Nelson Mandela, after he retired, involved in the Burundi peace talk, sometime that early 2000. Ethiopia-Eritrea conflict. This Indian man was an Indian businessman, Ismail Kahil. The man was the one who brokered that deal, Ethiopia-Eritrea, and so many like that. Sierra Leone-Libya peace accord, who brokered that deal. Go and look at people they are private individuals that believe probably they have interest in those two countries, and they believe that that much weight, so they could weigh in.
So what's the point with everything you're doing?
Even Bakassi.
What's the point?
So my point is directed at is addressing Babajale Koko's position that since the people that went for this particular Niger thing were private individuals who just went alone, therefore you shouldn't accord that if there's any glory we're taking here to the present government in Nigeria. That's a pushback.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making a pushback on, to let him understand that first you don't go on such mission without first. But I know you don't want to get more history. I'm trying to give an antecedent. These are just antecedents for us to learn, so that we don't just start history from today. History is not about today. It's about yesterday. It's about what happened in yesteryears. It happened before, yes, and people did it, struck a peace deal, and today countries are enjoying it. So why will you, because of probably hatred for Tinubu, or because you don't like Tinubu, you may not like Tinubu, will be in the next 4 years or 8 years, Tinubu will leave the seat. Nigeria will still remain for us all, and Niger will still be there. So let's be very objective when we're analyzing his.
Hold on.
It's getting too boring.
Hold on. Listen, dude. You see, you guys like to do something. You are very. I don't know where you are. I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. It's like you people are not comfortable in your skin. When people crawl between your skin, you kind of like you lash back either by calling them names and trying to listen. If we are opposition to Tinubu, not because Tinubu is more patriotic than us, and some people will come here and come talk like as if we who are in opposition, we are less patriotic than them. We all want the best for that country. But the direction in which this guy there's so many faux pas, there's so many missteps that this guy has been taking. That's what we're talking about. If you do not see what he did, this is seeming catastrophic move that is making in Niger. If you don't see it as a real big issue, then I don't know what to tell you. You have a problem back home.
But rational mind, the problem is now resolved. Calm down.
Hold on. It's just because when some of you come here, you make it look like as if we who are in opposition, when we speak the way we speak, we should just keep quiet and just want to force it down our throat and just keep quiet and not say anything. No, we will not take it. We're not going to take it. We will be in opposition. We'll continue telling you.
Don't take it there, but I haven't done anything wrong. Don't take it.
Can I have my opposition is not madness. Opposition is not rascality.
If this mullahs,
opposition is objective.
We are objective. I mean objective.
Opposition is not rascality, and opposition is not madness. Opposition is objective.
Can I comment?
You look yourself in the mirror when you say that. When you say other people are rascals,
No. I said opposition is not rascality.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm quoting someone. He said opposition is not rascality. Opposition is not madness.
That's
the Labour leader in United Kingdom. He said it when they all agreed on Brexit, and he said, "See, the reason why we are agreeing is that the fact that we're in opposition, it doesn't make us rascal, and it doesn't make us a mad people. Opposition is being objective and scrutinized. So my issue is this." Everything about Tinubu today is evil, as far as we are concerned. As far as so many points.
I've never said that. I don't know where you're getting that from.
That's our reading of it. You may not see it.
You see now.
You don't see it. No, that's my reading of it, because now they've resolved this issue. They are resolving this issue even with Tinubu contribution. But for you guys, you don't just want to see his contribution. You just think everything about him we should fail. You see, we should be patriotic to our country. Tinubu government.
You'll not talk over us. We've
had the point.
You've spoken for a long time.
I made my point. No. I just came in. So why will you say I've spoken?
No, you had the floor for about how many minutes?
No. All right. Push back at him a little bit, and then Jide has been waiting for even longer, so he wants to speak. But let's hear from you, Rational Mind.
But when am I going to complete my?
Oh God.
All right. Let that little exchange. Let that little exchange happen. Then you round off. We hear from Jide, who latter has words to say to Adanle Koko. Then we'll do it in that order.
Okay, let me quickly say this. You see, I had you one man when somebody was criticizing you. I think Adanle Koko and some other people were criticizing you that this is your thumbnail that you're saying, oh, you came to beg. I mean, come on. Let's call this guy whatever. Let us call him out for whatever thing he has done wrong. If it was not his initiative that you this mullahs or caddies or whatever.
Who says it has to be this initiative? Who says it has to be?
You see, that is why
hold on.
You as a Nigerian can initiate it as well.
Hold on, Dewale. He's pushing at Elbeni, so let him push at Elbeni. Let Elbeni back, and then Fatai. Yeah.
You see, there were so many things I heard when Adewale spoke. I wanted to counter himself, but I said, let me keep quiet. You just mentioned one of them now. You see, let me just go straight to. I just don't want to take too much time. Maybe when it's my own turn, I will address that, and I want you to bring it up, Adewale, please. So, talking about this initiative, it was not Tinubu's initiative. These people in the north, they knew what was coming. If Tinubu goes to war, or if ECOWAS goes to war, they knew what was going to that region.
But they still report to him anyway.
Hold on. The issue is, you see, you people. Let me quickly just address something that Adewale said. In international politics, when it's in a matter like what we just have, you don't expect non-state actors to take the center line. That is. You see, I said it.
That earlier. Is not true. I just gave you examples.
As long as they are commissioned to act on behalf of the government, they can.
That's not true.
I'll tell you why it is wrong. I'll tell you. Either it's true.
We have many people that are listening to us. That's not true. You know it.
I have a question. I want to ask you.
Woman, can you please?
Can I just finish my floor before everything is spiraling? I want to go to sleep.
Woman, are you there, woman? Woman is not here. I'm talking now. These people are just interjecting. You people will not allow me to make my point. My point is this.
Go ahead, Rational Mind. Go ahead.
My point is this. I don't even know what I want to say anymore. My point is this: that we come here. Tinubu does not take the initiative. Whatever initiative he has taken is just the blunder of the most of the blunder. Now, these people on their own, they knew what was coming. They said, okay, let us go and resolve this thing. But of course, definitely they will have to talk to their government that, okay, we cannot just go do this in isolation. We need you guys to give us the green light to go and go. But it is their own initiative. Why didn't Tinubu think, okay, let me use, since we want to employ diplomatic and not military, okay, you mullahs or you caddies or whatever, you imams, you grand caddies, all of, please come. Go and talk to your person in Niger. It wasn't his initiative. It was this guy's initiative. Go. They acted in behalf of Nigeria. I will take it. I'll give it to them. But my point is that this is a man you call a strategist. I know he's learning on the job, but let us call him out for whatever he's doing wrong.
Rational Mind, your point was well taken until you are taking it to another level. I don't disagree in what you started with. I don't disagree with you at all. but it's going to my point is it's going to argument for another scenario. In this case, actually, I think at Babajani Koko, Ogbeni, I think you should have taken what Babajani Koko was saying as trying to protect you, right? I was trying to come in, right, to call you back when you were speaking, but one man was muting me, because how do you want me to take it? I sit down here, I am in Cyprus, and you are saying Cyprus is not a member of the United Nations.
I said Northern Cyprus.
Northern Cyprus is not a country.
Member of United Nations.
It's not a Northern Cyprus is not a country. It's only
because the United Nations doesn't recognize it. That's why. But it's
nobody recognizes it, brother. I am in Cyprus. I don't think you can lecture me about Cyprus.
Why can't I lecture you by Cyprus? Do you know the relationship I have with Cyprus?
Oh my goodness!
You see another appeal to authority now because you stay in Cyprus. Therefore, I can't analyze Cyprus again.
I'm not saying you cannot analyze. I am saying to you, you will have to do a good job to lecture me about Cyprus. I'm saying my own knowledge. That's what I'm making. You will have to do a good job.
What if you are saying in Cyprus?
Excuse me, can I finish my point?
You don't need to shout now.
Hold on. Everybody hold. Bring the tempo down. I'm not sure that it adds anything to world peace or world war if Cyprus is or Northern Cyprus. So it's not just a tangent. It's a tangent.
Excuse me, I don't want the point to be stressed.
No, but hold on. It's a tangential point. So wrap it up in just a short little so that we can get to the
but that's why I don't understand why the point is being stressed. I'm making the point like, Babajani Koko is trying to protect you, and this is also like when you say Cyprus, I am here. We cannot say Cyprus is not a member of United Nations.
I said Northern Cyprus. Stop changing what I said now, Fatai.
Northern Cyprus is an
okay, Fatai, is Northern Cyprus part of the United Nations?
Northern Cyprus is an occupied space.
It's recognized by Turkey as a country.
Excuse me, okay, you have made your point. Can I make my point? You are getting on my nerves. Let me just make my point. Okay,
how can you say I'm getting on your now? You don't want me to push back?
Okay.
Are you a landlord? You can't push back.
Ogweni and Fatai, hold. Let's hear from Rational Mind.
No, both of you. It's the second time. The other time also, some people were interjecting.
Respond, but not in a raised voice. You know it.
No, I'm not raising voice. No, I'm trying. I let you speak.
You are.
Just let me speak. I have heard what you said. You are just repeating and repeating.
All right. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. Make the point. Yeah.
I heard what you said. Northern Cyprus, there was a war in Cyprus. Northern Cyprus is recognized as an occupied state. Only Turkey recognizes Northern Cyprus. So they are trying to have a settlement. The settlement, Kofi Annan was negotiating the settlement between South and North. So you can't make the claim. It's a false claim to say the Union recognizes Northern Cyprus. Northern Cyprus is not a country. How can they recognize not a country? It's like saying Lagos State is not recognized by the United Nations. Only Turkey recognized as a country. Nobody recognizes it. It has nothing to do with whether it's a United Nation or not a United Nation. That's the point. And all I'm saying is that, look, Babajani Koko was not against you or whatever. He's just trying to protect you. Because when you see the UN that you are talking about, UN operates by charter. It's not a court of law. Look, if you go to war in another country, right, the way it operates is by resolution. Another country will bring up a resolution against you in the United Security Council, and you will be dealing with war crimes. It's not because it's a court of law or something. It's an operation. You operate by resolution. If nobody brings up a resolution against you, okay. And by the way, you will struggle so hard to find a country that just goes to war with another country. Even the Russia that you are talking about, Russia declared its operation in Ukraine as a special operation. It's arguing with everybody that it's not in a war. It's the West. The West is saying it's a war. Russia is saying it's not a war. It's just doing a military operation. He said he has a request from the Russian-speaking Ukrainians to help to protect or whatever he's doing. So it's a special operation. So all this, even these big boys, they are playing with the name. It's not, you can't just go to another country and invade another country and say that nobody has a treaty with you to invade them. No, you will not have you say depend on treaty. You will never find a treaty with another, say, okay, you can invade me if you like. That doesn't exist.
You are wrong again. I'll give you an example.
No, I want to move away from
there.
No,
but it's wrong now. It's just making the wrong position. There are listeners. People are listening to us now.
Okay, give me an example of a country that signed a treaty that you can.
I'll give you Hollandia and Central African Republic. What's your answer to that?
French agreement with
Francophone. It was a military. Is that not a treaty?
No,
no treaty will allow another country intervention.
Excuse me. If there is a terror,
Ogbeni, you are wrong. It's a military pact they signed, not.
If they have a military pact,
it's a treaty.
Boko Haram. If there is a Boko Haram in France, in Cameroon, France goes to help. Sends the military to help. France trains Cameroon.
You are just contradicting yourself.
So what is the link between
the same example I gave you now? You are validating my point.
Okay. Give me another example.
No. This
I won't give you another example.
This example doesn't work now.
All right. Fatai, we must move on. I'm not sure that anybody is labeled by Northern Cyprus. I don't think anybody is.
Why are you always so demeaning? I'm addressing something. I'm being straight, and I'm saying that I'm just trying to. You are saying nobody.
No.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on.
If you read the screens, the audience are getting a bit labeled by it.
Is that my fault? I left them to speak for 1 hour. I was speaking. They come and they speak, and just let me make this standing correction.
Oh God, the floor is still yours, but we don't want to. I'm not sure that anybody will lose sleep on the status of Northern Cyprus. That's just the thing. So you've made the point. Ogbeni does not agree, and then you can go. Okay, have an hour at it, and then we see where it lands. Carry on.
No, I'm not having an hour at it. I'm just saying there's no need to be directing demeaning towards me. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
No, that wasn't at you, though.
That wasn't at you.
All right. Let's get it back to Niger Republic.
Let's get it back to where I was. I've made my point. It's okay. All right. To be. So those are my points about.
And it wasn't at you, by the way. It wasn't at you. Everybody hold. It wasn't at you. Sometimes we get into all these tangential points, and then we go at it for endless minutes, going into hours. It never lands anywhere. So that's why I was trying to cut it short. So it wasn't anything personal, but
I don't disagree. All I'm saying is that I am not stretching anything out. I just wanted to make a point, and I'm getting stretched out. So it's not supposed to be at me, anything. So that's the point I'm making. That's why I mean suffering.
No, my rational mind, Joe.
Nisur,
one man, I have a question that I want to.
Hold on, please.
Let me just say this.
Hold on now. I was talking before you now, please.
You've been talking, my brother.
No, I've not been talking.
Let us chip in our.
Let rational mind make the point. Then come after him.
So now, everybody is getting tested.
Oh God, let's have one voice, and that voice be rational mind, please. Everyone, rational mind.
It's very hot here. I don't know. We got into the hundreds today here. I mean, you people can hear the sound of fan here. I don't want to turn the AC. Anyway, so my point is this. Ogbeni Fatai, let us ask Ogbeni the question. When Orlando, are
we still on that?
Okay, all right. Well, I want us to move on. I want us
to move on because it will loop round again.
I rested there. So let's just move on.
Let me make my point back to Nigeria, and I'm not even sure if I'm interested in Nigeria anymore. Anyway, so I would like to seize the opportunity to make a clarification, because about 3 sessions ago I was here. I know I wasn't here. And when Pansat and World Peace were having I can be your dad, I can't be your dad situation. Then World Peace went on to be saying Fatai and the rest of Batified who are pushing Tinubu to war or something like that. I don't know where that was coming from. I don't like misrepresentation of me. I never pushed anybody to actually. I didn't even get the point. I thought he was going to correct himself, but he went on. I don't know where that came from. I came here. I say no, we shouldn't. About please let Tinubu not go to war. So I don't know where all of that is coming from. Having said that, also yesterday I couldn't do anything. I just did work commercial. I didn't also understand where all these points about Tinubu's cognitive decline. I was saying that a lot yesterday. I don't understand the point of Tinubu. So now
no, it was this decision making, not cognitive decline. People are questioning
which one.
Okay, an example. I don't want to revisit yesterday's session, but an example was the 8,000 naira or no 8,000 naira. The removal of the arbitrage in the foreign exchange space, which everybody agrees with, but then no structured plan. So a lot of it just seems wishy-washy, but being very condensed in that space. And then I want to hear from Jide, who has been with us since we started.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the 8,000 was a Tinubu's decision. Maybe the people in his cabinet were jostling options and they presenting, I'm not sure if that was Tinubu's decision. Maybe these people push it out to see public reaction or whatever. So I'm not really sure about that. About the arbitrage, the arbitrage is one of the problems, right? Even like me, I'm talking personally, I have a problem speaking, these all YouTube expeditions. So people take things and dump in all echo chambers, right? And I don't know, for some reason it catches whatever, and people arbitrage, right? So what they should have put it, rather than only a young feel like a Tesla palapalapa, rather than the team around Tinubu to put in, and that will go to people like Wale Edo because he's like the economist there. I'm not speaking to Gbajabiamila. Miller. To put in his speech, subsidy is gone. They put arbitrage. Okay, so I don't know what anybody is talking about that arbitrage stuff. So what Emefiele was doing was not arbitrage, right? So it's the people that don't know. So you don't remove arbitrage. Arbitrage, demand, supply, and arbitrage, they are the three controlling things of the market. Okay, so you don't remove arbitrage. What Emefiele was doing was market manipulation. But because it seems like the way they want to run the central bank is like they want to remove arbitrage. No, you can't remove arbitrage. Arbitrage is arbitrage. Arbitrage happens to tomato markets, right? And arbitrage closes up by itself. So you can't remove it. It happens and it closes up. So all of that, I don't know where. So I don't think also that is what is leading to now. I pray it doesn't roll back its initial instinct. Its initial instincts are two: remove subsidy, let the market, and then let the exchange market do its job. So people were going haywire because there are some fluctuations going on between 700 and whatever. And then they are announcing they will intervene. Why are you announcing you will intervene? No, you don't need to intervene. From the time of announcement that they will intervene, now it's been wilder than before it. And that's what happened. What happened is speculation, speculative moves. People that want to throw things to reverse the position. No, nobody can remove arbitrage from anything. Arbitrage is part of the market, right? You benefit if you focus on arbitrage, you benefit from it, and that's it. Nobody removes arbitrage from anything. So they shouldn't run the currency of Nigeria with the mindset that they want to remove arbitrage. No, you can't remove arbitrage. You can remove manipulation of the currency, which Emefiele was doing. That can be removed.
All right.
But anyway, I don't know. I don't get where Tinubu's decline. I don't know who was Tinubu's personal psychologist who diagnosed him to be having cognitive decline. So I didn't really get that point. You have to be somebody's personal psychologist to be diagnosing that they're having cognitive decline. And I don't see how that is healthy, right? Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Chide, let's hear from you. But navigate us back to the original topic, which is the development in Niger Republic, which is good news for everybody because it looks as though we may not test out Tucano jets on their capital city.
One man. I want to say good morning to everybody from Nigeria here. And I want to say something in Yoruba. Àwọn àgbàbọ̀ wọ́n sọ pé kí adití ba lè gbọ́rọ̀ la ṣe ń sọ ní níwájú àwọn tó súnmọ́, something like that. And Yorùbá náà tún sọ pé a kì í ṣe òòṣà lódò kí lábẹ́lábẹ́ má mọ̀. See, a lot of people that have come on this platform to say some things about this whole Niger thing. I think they are missing a lot of things. And the reason why I say that, I think they are missing a lot of things. Immediately after ECOWAS made the pronouncement of 7 days ultimatum and then putting a threat as a caption. After that, Senegal came out to say our military are ready. Ivory Coast came out to say their military, they are ready. It was only Nigeria that sent the president called the Sultan of Sokoto, who is a nobleman, a religious leader, to go and negotiate on behalf of ECOWAS. That's one. He called a former military man. And the reason why Abdul Salam must have been picked is because everywhere in Africa, Abdul Salam is seen as the military man that successfully handed over to a civilian government. Now, he chose this man also to go and mediate, to negotiate on behalf of ECOWAS. Now, the military juntas decided not to meet with them. Now they are apologizing. But then it was still a rush of blood in their head. They decided not to meet with them. They came back. The presidency allowed Sanusi Lamido to go again, who is also an emir, former emir, a religious leader and a community leader, a figure that those people will respect. And possibly he has a personal affiliation with maybe some of them in the military because of the proximity of the north to Niger. He sanctioned it. If the president was not looking for a means of negotiation, if it was a drum of war, he could have said, Sanusi Lamido, you are going there on your own, and whatever happens to you there, Nigeria is not responsible. He sanctioned it again. I don't know what you call leader. I don't know what you call a representative, a representation of somebody that has a fatherly figure. Because all of us we have children that are in our houses. We have our wives, when they put up some actions, we know how while correcting them, we know how we try to bring them back. You are boxing somebody into a corner. You close all the gates. You close the gate that leads to war. You close the gate that leads to problem. You close the gate that leads to him staying there. You open the gate that leads to negotiation. You are telling him there are two gates. Either you want me to come in for war or you come to negotiation table. Is that person actually looking for war? Now, the ulamas or the northern leaders, as they are called, came and said, okay, we will go. Maybe because all of them have relationship with these northern Nigerians. And they came and they said, we volunteer to go. Yes, they took initiative. And the president sanctioned it again. I am sure that the president will have even sent probably some military personnel or even asked them at the embassy to follow them down. See, people are not following what is going on. Do you know that there was an attempted attack on the Nigerian embassy in Niger? And it was the same.
No, there wasn't. Yeah, there was an attempt. You mean the clip that was circulating of the embassy being burned?
No, not the clip that was circulating of the embassy being burnt, but the police under the rule of these military juntas floated that attack, and they secured the whole Nigerian embassy and nothing happened there. It is in the news. So we just talk as if we are there. We talk as if we know everything. We talk as if we are the ones that the godfather that is or the puppeteer that is controlling Tinubu. No. What we see is what we should judge. And when we see things, we should try to judge it objectively. This man is playing. I said, I was asking somebody if he plays chess. He was telling me chess. And see, if you have read books like 48 Laws of Power, books like that were Machiavelli, and you play chess, you know how
the prince. That's the prince.
Yes, you know how the politician and these great leaders, how they think and how they take their decisions. Yes, he's trying to tell them that, come, if you don't listen to me, I'm not ruling out the option of war. Doesn't really mean that is what he wants. He wants to box them to a corner where they will have no other option than to come and negotiate. When they were not listening, after they sent back Abdul Salam, and they said they cut off the electricity supply to them from Kebbi State. They cut off the electricity supply. They put them in darkness. They block the border, block everything going in and out to show them that, see, guys, you need to come to your senses and let us negotiate. What is ECOWAS asking for? ECOWAS is asking for, come to the table, let us talk on how this country will be taken back to a civilian rule. Now, the moment you know that the message was gotten by this military juntas was when they started constituting government. They were installing prime minister, trying to say, okay, if this is what you want, we are already going in that line. If nobody had spoken on behalf of ECOWAS, if there was no threat from ECOWAS, if there was no movement at all in the ECOWAS region, these people will have been military government, stay there, not even do anything but control the people. Okay, how many civilian has the Malian guy installed and say, okay, you are the prime minister? Did Mali install any prime minister? Did Burkina Faso have any prime minister? They are the one ruling, because when they did theirs, ECOWAS was silent. And this same guy from Niger never calculated, never put ECOWAS as a factor that can affect the turns of events when he was planning the school, because he felt they would still keep quiet.
How do you know that?
This is how I know, my brother. It's not like I'm there. It's not like I'm there. But this is how I know. The first thing that happened with this man was he took over government because he was near retirement, and the man there was already moving for his retirement. He took over government. There was almost another counter coup immediately after he took over the government. and they had to wriggle their way around it, settle themselves internally. Now, they settled themselves internally, they've gotten control. ECOWAS started shouting now. Immediately, you started putting civilians in government again, selecting prime minister, selecting this, selecting that. See, it is a show of, how do I put it? It shows that to some level, they are already scared of what is coming. That is it. I don't know another interpretation for it than they are already scared of what is coming. They sent an emissary to Guinea to discuss with Guinea, I think yesterday, to beg them and what they said was if it ever goes into war, because even they are not expecting the war. They are telling Guinea if it ever goes into war, would Guinea support them? You know, it is also a military person that is in Guinea. I watched that news. I watched what the two parties, what they concluded on. So what I'm saying is this. Yes, don't give Tinubu the credit. I don't even want to know who takes the flower. I don't care who takes the flower. But for me, this man has been successful in playing the game of bringing these people to come and negotiate.
Can I interject, Aurora?
Okay, you can interject.
Yeah, it seems to me that you said that people come here and they just say things.
Sorry, can you both speak up a bit? We're
Okay.
all laboring to hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Okay. You started by telling us that people come here and they just say things and as if they are there. And it seems that the same thing you're saying is what Mr. Diwali was trying to say earlier. In fact, he even said it in a way that if we don't know better, I would think it's a very harsh. Maybe he has something against someone. For example, he said, and I quote verbatim, he said, "Some of you just come here and say junk." One man, sometimes some of the statements people make is you would think that maybe they actually paid for our institution to go and maybe paid for our learning. Yes, everybody here has a different field where they specialize in. But just because somebody is not a lawyer or trained as a legal practitioner, maybe is not trained in this, does that mean we can't make some points, make some valid points? At least Ogbeni said here that even in the practice of legal practice, that even a junior lawyer can still make some objection to a senior lawyer. So how much more when somebody comes here and is making some point and then someone is saying that some people just come here? To me, it's very discouraging. It will not even let anybody want to come here. Every one of us have our different fields. If you come to our own field, right, we have some things we can tell you that you will just have to sit down and learn. But to tell somebody and say somebody is coming here to say junk, if you think it's not what you said, we can rewind and hear what you said.
No, we're not rewinding. Apologies if it offended you,
it is a very offensive statement that Diwali made.
All right. What's your interjection
So please, when you say things like people just come here and make things, and it's as if they are there. So I think at least I'm even grateful that somebody interjected and said, "How do you know?" That's what I wanted to say, because I understand where you're coming from, and I like your analysis. But in some instances, there are some things you said that are based on our assumption. You were not there. For example, you said, you said it categorically that Tinubu knows the game he was playing. If I take what you were saying, it sounds like Tinubu actually second-guessed that some of these elders will come and seek him, and we want to go there. I don't think that's
let's not get bogged down on minutiae.
So I think what Mr. Jide is not trying to. I think there are different school of thoughts here, but I think Mr. Fatai was saying at some point that some people are being misunderstood. I think what actually catapulted and sparked this reaction is the title on one man's page, because that title seems to suggest, when I first read the thumbnail, every credit went to Tinubu. You can go back and read the thumbnail again.
Yeah, it's the president now. Well, who else gets the credit?
Okay,
yeah.
so there you have it.
It's a propaganda topic now.
Yeah, it's like it's like a clickbait. It was like a clickbait.
One man is propaganda.
It's a propaganda topic.
It was like a clickbait. So yeah, exactly. So Mr. Jide, don't blame people when they like come and say, "Oh, hold on, one man, hold on." We know Tinubu played a role in this, but we can't also, diminish the role that these leaders played. You yourself just acknowledge that, which we were the ones that were trying to say, which Baba Jaleko was trying to say, which I was trying to say at the beginning, that these people took the initiative. So it doesn't mean that we're trying to say Tinubu did not do his best or he did not try. In fact, here's the thing. There are different actors here. We are saying that Tinubu was not the main actor in all of these things. That's what we're saying. So to now tell other people to go and sit down because we are saying, hey, let us emphasize the other people too, apart from Tinubu, I don't think that is right. Then number two, the question I have for Ogbeni before Ogbeni leaves, because one man, I don't know if this is the topic we're going to use today, because the other Nigerian topics that were very pertinent that happened in the space within the last days, which are also as important. In fact, I think they're even more important because they have to do with the nation.
Yes, such as what?
Okay, so the recent issue with the senators and the things they actually signed into bill. For example, I heard that they wanted to get some bulletproof cars or something. I'm not sure. Someone should please correct me and the rest. And they wanted to get furnish themselves to some.
And you're right on the bulletproof cars. It's signed 25 billion or 20 billion.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask. I've been meaning. I didn't know Ogbeni will appear on today's topic, but I just wanted to ask him for his legal advice on this issue. So I'm putting
you know that the Senate has a budget.
Yes,
you know that. Yeah, and then what they do with their budget, it may not be to your taste, but it's not to your decision.
Okay, so that's where I'm even going to now. That what does the Constitution say in terms of what a private citizen can do, right?
All right.
Google for private citizens can do, because I don't think this is the period. If our leaders are really truly
no, it's not in tune with the climate of the moment, but I'm not sure that it's against the law. But let Jide carry on with his thoughts, and then when I get to you, you can open up that space. Yeah.
Okay, I think he asked me that question.
Sorry, before I fall asleep, and Jide, both Mali and Burkina Faso also have prime ministers. It's not because of Tinubu that Niger is now picking prime minister. Even those two nations we cool, they have prime ministers. So just the correction. Tinubu is not Superman.
No. Please, let's understand. Let's understand some things. I am not saying Tinubu is Superman. Okay, and I don't know. Woman, can you please help me with the name of the person that interjected me first?
That my ASAP.
Okay, my ASAP. Sorry, my ASAP. If I sound like I am saying some people should not talk, but the truth of the matter is this. I didn't join yesterday. I heard how Solomon spoke yesterday, saying Tinubu has no clue, is brainless, is not fit for the job, and things like that. I also heard him today when he was saying Tinubu has done nothing. And I heard when Baba Jaleko was saying it too. So if you have the right to say that, and I come on and say, okay, come, you guys should just chill a little and view things from a different point of view. It is only logical that we understand, we look at things the way I'm looking at it. And the reason why I say that is this. Who initiated dialogue? Tinubu first initiated dialogue by calling on the Sultan and Abdusalam to go there. And it is the same Tinubu that under ECOWAS umbrella is saying there's no, they are not going to take down the option of war. So we should understand. I am only looking at it from the actions of what has happened. If Tinubu had no hand in the first dialogue, if he had not called for the first dialogue, if he had not sanctioned all the dialogues, including the one of the clerics, I would have said, yeah, you guys are right. But this man is also giving a leeway to these guys to come to the table to discuss, which we can all say that every other countries in ECOWAS, there is none of them that has sent, at least that we know, that is in the news, that has sent any form of emissary to negotiate in Niger.
Benin Republic did.
Very good. Benin Republic.
All right, bring it home, Jides, then we go on to Kulata.
Okay. Benin Republic did, yes. Let's say it's not that loud on the public domain, okay? But it was Tinubu that first initiated it. So for us to come here and now say, okay, he's brainless, he doesn't know what he's doing, he doesn't. I find that.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, let him just land. Yeah.
I find it offensive because one, like Yoruba will say, ibi tó wá pè ní orí, wọ́n fi bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. The fact that that man is old enough to be my father will make me give him some level of respect when I mention his name. Just like if Baba Danle Koko says something that doesn't go down well with me on this platform, I can't talk to him anyhow. Or anybody that I know that is in the place of an elder can't talk to him anyhow. Because they always say in Yoruba language that what the elder sits down on the chair and sees, even if the young one climbs to the tallest tree in the village, they won't see it. So we should always understand when this man was clamoring for war on one end and sending emissary on the other end, he must have seen some things that we did not see. He must have known some things that we did not know.
Sorry.
Please, let's give him that.
No. Just let him land. I want to move on. The pressure of time, man. There's so many voices waiting that's not being heard.
1 second. 1 second.
No. Can you just work with me by ASAP? I want to get to Kulata before he falls asleep. I want to get to Rational Mind, who has been waiting his turn. I want to get to you, who have been here all day. I want to get to Kumi, but if we have all of this back and forth, I won't get to anybody. So let him land.
So one man
here before every one of them.
In landing, I just want to state that United Nations, AU, ECOWAS, whatever, we don't pray for war. War will not happen. In this case, war is not going to happen. But even in the meeting of ECOWAS that they had on Thursday, the UN was present, AU was present, and ECOWAS was present. So, and from the statement they have put out, we already know the position they are. So if it is just to get approval from UN, it will not be a difficult thing. But the problem, the issue is this: a war is not going to happen in that place. And the reason why that war will not happen is because Nigeria has prioritized. I say Nigeria because Nigeria is the only country that has sent in 3 emissary or sent one.
No, you said that 3 times. Thank you, Jide. Let's get to Kulata. Kulata. Tinubu's. Sorry, Jide. It's just the pressure of time. Kulata, the yes that is diplomacy by Tinubu.
I wasn't going to join today. It's Ajale Koko that made me join, and the conversation at Motifagun, like it's almost dead in the whole thing. But bottom line is, I look at the results. If we're not close to a war, that's good news. That means we can maintain diplomatic relationships. Who gets the credit? It doesn't mean the Tinubu will get the credit anyway. If there's no war, if there's peace, if they transition, he'll get the credit because he's ECOWAS chairman. He's also the president of the influential neighbor. So whether it's the one that had the initiative, is neither here nor there. It does not matter. At the end of the day, as long as it's attributed to Nigeria, he gets the credit. And anybody that's going to have bad bills can have bad bills about it. There's no ifs or buts about it. As things are going right now, I don't think the ECOWAS military, what do they call it again? Sidebar military or military standby. I think it's just rhetoric so far from president of Ivory Coast. I mean, there's not. I don't know if there's serious action to it. But the bottom line is, if these guys are willing to talk, it's a good first step. If there's not going to be war, it's the next good step. But I care about our interests, because after all is said and done, we need to be able to build that pipeline and pass it from Niger to Algeria and ultimately to Europe. That's really what concerns me, because that is our economic lifeblood. That's our future economic lifeblood. So it's just story. As long as we have maintained enough diplomatic relationship that will make us build that damn pipeline and start selling gas to Europe in like less than 10 years, I'm straight. I'm good. So one man, that's it for me. Ajalukuku was being very unfair.
Kulata, please, let me borrow 2 seconds from your time because I will jump out soon.
Okay.
There's a word that you police in Yoruba, Ulagba, Ulamo. What does that mean? Thief, carry on, baby.
Olegba.
Yeah. I don't know why they are all fighting. If there's peace now, they're negotiating peace. Now let's forget who got the credit, who did not get the credit. But the important thing is that they are listening to us and there's peace on the table. It's like I'm underrated on this platform. Very, very underrated. And I will sue one man for that. Ogbeni, take note, file a lawsuit for one man. This is the thing I said on Friday.
Pay to my account.
Yes, I'll pay to the. Yeah, this thing I said on Friday last time I came here.
Can you afford the Ogbeni's fees? Ogbeni is a very expensive lawyer.
Yeah, we'll find a way. This is what I said on the last time I came here. And sorry, Fatah, I didn't call your name. That I don't remember I called your name. If I do, I'm sorry, but I think I did not call your name. But this is what I said that day. That at a point, this is what I say. If Niger choose to mess it up, everything will be on the card. At a certain point, they have to come to which word I use, the word that they have to come to a certain way, halfway to come. They have to meet on the halfway. Nigeria have to come. The Niger government have to come and sit down and negotiate. Now they have taken over the power. Then now what? They have to come and negotiate, and they are doing that now. And what I said is just coming to play. I'm giving Tinubu the credit and leaving me what piece outside of it. That I'm not happy about. My name's supposed to be on the caption, one man. You're not nice though. I thank everybody. We should not fight.
All right, thank you, One Piece. I'll call you during the day.
Let me put the position to Balata before he goes. That pipeline.
Yeah.
Now, if you listen to Tinubu, I think in his manifesto, or maybe where he was saying it in passing during the election Niari campaign, he talks about laying a pipeline from Escravos, Escravos or whatever they call it there, and it through to the west coast of Africa, through Morocco into Europe.
That's the second one.
That's the second one.
Yeah.
So why you see this one?
That's transatlantic.
The transatlantic. So which one would be more beneficial for us? Because
all of the above.
Hold on. If you look at the pipeline that the Russians did, from that pipeline that they passed through their country through those Baltic nations, they all key into it, and they could supply it, and other parts of Europe, Western, Central Europe, and other parts of Europe, able to get gas from Russia that way. Now, if you want to, you see, when Tinubu talks about things, he doesn't. I mean, I don't think maybe that guy even understand. Maybe when he was saying all these things, maybe he doesn't know what the financial status of Nigeria. And Nigeria does. But maybe we're asking international donors or investors come and invest. Now, my point is this: that which one will be more feasible right now for us to do, considering the issue with Niger right now, that passing it through West Africa, so that other West African nations can key into it, you can sell to them as the gas pass along to Morocco into Europe. you will be getting money than passing it through that dead desert, Sahel. I say maybe only Niger I mean, Algeria will not need our gas. They have their own gas. They have their own gas. So why we use that number of stretch of lands of gases like that? I mean, of pipes, and nobody keying into it except for just one country. When you could do that of this transatlantic, and maybe other countries in West Africa can key into it and pay you money for using your gas. For me, I think that's the best.
No, rational might think about it. You're only traversing two countries, Niger and Algeria.
Okay.
The other one, you are going through many international waters. I think the other one, I don't know, I've not looked at the cost, but I think the one that goes over water and many countries, it will be more expensive and will be more politically problematic. As long as Niger agrees and Algeria agrees, we're there. Algeria already has a pipeline to Europe. So we just need to connect to Algeria, just two countries, transverse two countries, versus transverse how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, come on, it's too many. It's too many, and
it's purely business now. They need gas too to power their
yeah, but they can throw many golf balls.
So
I mean,
they won't get it there. We just pass it through the international coast. I mean, the coast.
I looked at it just based on you deal with two countries versus you deal with who knows, maybe 10 or 12 countries. Two countries is better. And it may be cheaper. I mean, we need to look at I don't have any idea of what the cost is. It may be cheaper, but logistics is just, you're only dealing with Niger and Algeria and you're done. So why would you have to now deal with Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana, West Sahara, I mean, Mauritania, West Sahara? Come on, it's too much. It's too much. Senegal, Guinea.
Sorry, Olata, can I say something on that, please? Just one thing. Now, even the distance and the time it will take to complete the one through the Atlantic is at least maybe 3, 4, 5 times than the one that will just go through two countries. That is one. Two, as it stands now, Benin Republic is owing Nigeria. Most of these West African countries are owing Nigeria, so they are not good business. Where we have good business is from countries that will pay you in dollars and they are not going to owe you. So I think Europe is the priority. Ghana can continue to hold Nigeria. Do you remember that when Ghana said Nigeria must go, when Buhari first came in, Buhari went there and was requesting for, I think, 800 million something that they owed Nigeria. And the man had to change his mind. So the truth of the matter is, we need to understand West Africa is not the market. They are not good market. It is Europe that is the market.
No, the Atlantic one too ultimately goes to Europe. But it goes to Europe, but there's just too many international waters that you're going to have to pass through, and who knows? I mean, who knows?
Can I ask a question,
sir? Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Now, I was told that this Trans-Sahara gas project that is meant to start producing or commencing operation by 2030. So how true is that? That's my first question. So my next question is this. I learned that yes, it's crossing Niger to Algeria, then from there it's crossing over to Europe. But the ownership of that project, I learned, is just between Nigeria, Algeria, and Italy. That's the Sonatrach Petroleum of Algeria, then this Italian Asalodian or something like that. So if that is the case, don't you think that the problem could actually be that we don't inform Niger, and the only thing we just need to use their land and go? Don't you see that problem?
You're right. We only need their land. Because it's technically between Algeria, is an Algeria, Nigeria, and a technical partner. At some point in time, Russia wanted to buy into it, Gazprom. Of course, they wanted to stifle it.
Yeah.
So the technical partner, Russia negotiated. Now it's I think what's the name of Eni? Eni is the name of that Italian company, and I think Shell too is involved. Shell is involved, Eni is involved, and maybe some other company. But those are it's mainly a Algerian thing. We're just passing through Niger. We're only using Niger's land. So as soon as we traverse Niger, we connect in Algeria. We're there. So it's not. It's going to take long, but it's not going to take too long if it's something that's committed to. I mean, and like you have European interests that they should be monitoring it to make sure nobody goes to blow it up, right? So we should have those kind of interests helping us watch, because at the end of the day, we'll provide alternative gas to Europe, and Europe won't have to rely on Russia so much. We will weaken Russia's economy in one way or the other. Europe will have alternative. Nigeria will be good for it. And Tinubu was even willing, based on what he said in that one speech, that is willing to even negotiate it in a way whereby we even have almost 50-50 interest on as long as someone prepays for that pipeline and gets the work going on. Because ultimately we've been flaring gas for decades, so now we'll be selling it and making money out of it. So you can do whatever deal to just make it a reality, and that's what we really care about. We're not really generating dollars anywhere.
So it's actually an investment for the future, and not even for this present government, because they may not even be there by the time.
No, they may not. They won't be there. It's not there. They may not.
Understand this.
They won't be there. But the pipeline.
Tinubu was saying he will take the money, the payment forward. They will pay forward.
And that's what he can benefit. If he can get some advance payment, then of course he can use. He can use the money. That's what he was talking about.
He said that at that Lagos summit. I'm not sure if you remember.
I remember. That's what I was referring to. That's what I was referring to. And the pipeline that will get there is the AKK pipeline. Now, Buhari has already built that. That one has already reached the north.
Buhari has paid that.
So it's from that AKK that they will take and go all the way to Niger and go.
Okay. So the reason why Buhari now rushed that AKK thing.
So it's something that's in motion. At least if we start now, who knows where we'll push it. And if Tinubu can negotiate some huge dollars ahead, we'll use that huge dollars to do one or two things. So that's all I care about. All this Niger. That's what we need them for.
Why would they negotiate huge dollar? For what? For what reason? What is it selling to them?
It will sell them. Look, it will give them the rights to maybe, to part of the project now, and then they pay me up front. So if you say, like the way we have LNG, that I think is 51% Shell and what's the name of that company? Nigeria has 49%. If you negotiate that and you now say, okay, pay us ahead for part of the share, and it's all based on what you can negotiate. If that thing is like $20 billion, do you know what Nigeria can do with $20 billion at this moment? We'll do many things now, like so many things. So we just need to strike.
That is if our politicians are responsible with the spending.
That's
like
the
kind of National Assembly we have now.
If it's based on the National Assembly, you're right. But at least let's even first have the money first. Who knows? Like if we have the money, maybe Tinubu will spend it well. But it's better to have the money than worry about not having the money. If we have the money, at least the worst case scenario is going to be like that Jonathan period. At least the economy was bubbling, but people were stealing, but it was bubbling until we finish all the money again. But we just need that money. That's the thing. People are suffering.
We'll get the money after we've recovered our stolen mandate.
I think ASAP wants to put it.
The question I had earlier is on the legal position that a private citizen can take.
Is that to Ogbeni?
Yes, to Ogbeni. So because given
do you have a question for Kulata, because I suspect he might be bailing out soon?
Kulata is going to crash now.
I have for Kulata is not really. I don't want to dwell, because I think they flogged it. They flogged the issue very well, because it's just an observation in terms of what he said regarding international waters. I don't think, well, I may be wrong, but I don't think that if we even go through international waters, right, we would be having to deal with nations because it's on international waters. So it's going to be basically international law. But I don't want to really dwell too, but I think we've given too much, given a lot of attention to this aspect, and I think you guys have done a good job. But I just wanted to quickly utilize time that you guys have, because I know you guys will be moving out soon, and then to quickly throw this question across to Ogbeni. In terms of the way the Senate president and the House of Reps speaker, allegedly that they have padded the president's palliative budget, right? And apart from that, I also heard that they are also furnishing them with certain things. Now, this is not a new thing; it's a recurrent thing. But then it just occurred to me today that are we saying that the Constitution itself doesn't have anything, no provisions whatsoever to mitigate this kind of, especially at least even in this period when the country cannot afford to be spending money? Our senators, I want to believe they are leaders, right? And I want to believe they have the interest of the people at heart. I don't think this is the best time to go on a lavish spending or to start padding budget. What can a private citizen do? What can an NGO do? What can people do, right, to kind of forestall this kind of thing from happening all the time?
Okay, if I may answer that question, let me start by saying that there is much we can do if we can unite to question the National Assembly. The Constitution allows us to do that. If you see National Assembly have their budget, there is nothing the executive can do about their budget. Now, as at the last time, I think as at 2023, their budget was about around almost 170 billion. They increased it sometimes in December last year or so to about almost 230 billion for the 2023 fiscal year. So that's what they do. So once they increase their budget, they have their budget already with them. Nobody questions how they spend their budget. Now, what they just do internally is they start disbursing this thing within the system. Now, there are some issues that could be political, some issues could be legal, some issues could be legal, some could be non-legal, and some could be extra-legal. So the point I'm trying to make here is this. When you look it from the legal perspective, they are doing what is right, which is within their the laws that establish the National Assembly and within their constitutional power. Once they have their budget approved already, they have the prerogative to spend what they are spending. So it is not illegal. Then you may ask, is it legal? Yet it is legal because it doesn't offend any law. But is it non-legal? That's the point I like taking up. When you say something is not legal, what does it mean? There's a political culture that is unwritten, okay, which the mood of the country as it is now. First of all, I condemn what they are doing. I don't see any reason why they should be doing that now. And I don't even see the President National Assembly. When I say Akpabio imagine, I don't see any serious thing that person and National Assembly is going to do. I don't really see. I beg to say that. So, is it non-legal? I think yes, because when you look at the political culture on ground now, the political culture that the majority of Nigeria want now is to cut costs. Everybody is shouting it. Apart from the fact that the opposition are just paying lip service on that political culture, but it is there. Everybody is talking about cutting costs because there is virtually like austerity in the country now. Everybody is suffering. Things are increasing. There is inflation in the country. So yes, things may not be illegal. Things may not be strictly unlawful. But is it non-legal? Yes, I'll tell you that it is non-legal. So what are the things we can do? Let me get to that. Section 68, I think, talk about how do you recall your senator. So, but before I go there, I blame the opposition politicians in the House. They are not playing the opposition politics as they should be. And that's the problem I have with Labour Party and PDP. You see them hobnobbing with the ruling party, the guys in the ruling party who will always say, yeah. But where are the naysayers? I'm still wondering. I don't know. I think Labour Party has about 8 senators, if I'm right. In all, I think there are about 40-something representatives in both National Assembly. And PDP also have, and then the Caucus guys have. What kind of opposition politics are they playing? Do you see them standing up against all these things? They increase their allowances recently. They have collected settlement allowance to settle them in Abuja. They are buying property and going up and down now. Do you see the Labour Party's guys shouting? No, they are just collecting their own money and pocketing it. So is that the kind of opposition politics we should be playing in Nigeria? The answer is no. So the ruling party is failing us in the Senate or the National Assembly. The opposition is failing us too. So where does our right now lies, or what can the citizen do? And that will take me to the outside justice state. What does he say? He talks about recall. I know generally people will always say, but they tried it during Melaye. Melaye was the only one that I think they really tried in Nigeria. But Melaye was politicized, and there was no this political culture of cutting costs during Melaye time. So what am I proposing? What I'm proposing is this. I think each people who are aggrieved in Nigeria, if we are aggrieved enough, should go back to our constituency and start recalling all these people. Somebody raised that motion on the floor of the house for them to buy all these things. What are his people doing about it? Kickstart a recall process. And, there are so many, if you go to that section, provision, there are so many reasons you can recall your representative. So many reasons. And you find one of it and you kickstart it. Even if it's not going to end, recently in Scotland, there was a woman MP that was recalled. Can't remember her name again. That woman was recalled. The woman fought tooth and nail, fought, but at the end of the day, people in that constituency voted yes, that she come back home. Now the woman is out from the parliament. So we could do things like that in Nigeria, which is the only escape route for us for now.
Many
reasons.
Let
me give let me just give you a simple example. A simple example of it. Do you know that there's a number of days that your senator would be absential from the seat, that you can pick that as a grounder alone to recall your senator? Just take note of that and check the constitution. There are a number of days they must sit. If you can't find them there, you can recall them based on that ground. And I think Nigeria, it is time for us to start testing our constitution.
Sorry, Ogbeni.
To recall, thank you very much.
Hold on.
Let me just make it. See, that recall thing is what Yoruba people call a rodon. It's almost impossible. It's a useless tool. It's not even effective. It's not even effective in American democracy. Arodon. If they send you Arodon, like message of no return. The most effective thing politically is the first one you said, opposition. There's no way PDP and Labour Party should allow these guys be spending like drunken sailors. They should be checking them. They should, because what's the combination of Labour Party and PDP and NNPP? I think, don't they have enough votes to block some of these spending bills? That is the work of opposition, not sitting down and getting allowance and passing every bill. It's only in Nigerian House of Rep and Senate that I don't see opposition like even playing hard to get. Yeah. They're not even playing hard to get. They're not even, it's like they're doormats. So people just shouldn't say this is a rubber stamp, this is a rubber stamp, that. It's nonsense. Because the work of opposing parties in those places is to provide the checks. Yeah. Otherwise, the ruling party will be doing things. If you tell people to recall, and how much recall is individual by individual. You have to gather how many, 50% of the votes. It's not even the election. You're recalling one guy that will gather all these resources to fight it back. You'll never get signatures. Even if you get signatures, you'll never get people that will vote. And it's going to be one by one by one by one. So why don't we put...
Kolata, look at it from this angle. If a Labour Party, let's start from the opposition now. If a Labour Party senator is not pushing the opposing position well in the Senate, and they want to recall him in the East, for instance, where Labour Party has its stronghold. Do you think with the energy and the vibes and the edgy that the obedient movement have, do you think they can recall them?
Lie. They can't. Recall is so difficult.
Provision on recall. It's not that complicated. If you don't,
it's to pull it off. It's difficult to even get the signature. To get it's so difficult. Forget recall. Why don't obedient Labour Party, PDP start yelling on their senators and the House of Rep? Stop voting for this bill. Stop voting. That is how it's done in Senate climate. Even though in Senate climate, all of them they shout, and then they decide to spend together. Politicians are useless all over the world, especially House of Rep, because in America too, they'll make noise. We'll cut this, we'll cut that. Then you'll pay for this one's military, you'll pay for this one's welfare system. At the end of the day, both of them run the country into debt.
Kulaka, try to read about this woman, this Margaret Ferrier in Scotland that was recall. It's the provisions for recall too in the UK is just very close to Nigeria home. If you try and take time to read about how that woman was recalled, she fought, used political, this political weight and everything. Yet they recalled the woman.
But look at it. Maybe if it's successful, maybe you recall 1 or 2 people, but the bills are still getting passed.
But if you are able to recall 1 or 2, to put them on check.
Lie. It's just 1 or 2. Lie. Out of how many? Each state has 3 senators. You now say recall 1 senator. What's the big deal?
First, the person that moved that motion, recall the guy first, and let's see if useless motion will still be moved in the House.
I think opposition should play opposition. Nigeria opposition is a doormat.
I agree.
But
all right.
What's the process for that recollection? Because I remember when they wanted to recall Dino Melaye, and there was a lot of convolution that they had to get a percentage of
signatures, 50%
from the voters register, and then those people were not resident where they were registered them, or some were dead. The whole thing was so complex that Dino was just doing. It was going on a tree, and it was doing by neck. It was just they made it impossible to recall these people. That's just what they've done.
It's too difficult.
Can I add to that question? So, Ogbeni, now as a follow-up question, now saying that that there a lot of avenues here look like an impossible mission. It does not mean that even the constitution itself is even flawed in that regard and might need a revision? Because if our means of checks and balances are not even there, right? And we don't even have an opposition that is even functional, which is not even their fault because it's also like that everywhere around the world. Then it means we are basically handicapped and we have to wait till the next election. Okay, what's the purpose of the constitution?
Okay, so my brother, I've given you an example of what the citizen can do, and I've named it on the recall process, which is the best you can do. Now, the best we can do is to amend. I'm not an advocate of pull down the entire constitution, because I've never seen any country where that
I don't support pulling down. That's not even practical. It's not.
So we may be thinking of Section 68 of the Constitution. We talked about recall. We may be thinking of how do we amend that section to make it easier for the citizens. And this is what I expect opposition to be doing right away. All those loopholes in the constitution, all those loopholes in the electoral act, all those loopholes in the major legislations in the country, where are our activists, where are our lawyers who are top party litigators, where is our opposition? These are the things they should be bringing up by now. Okay, let's amend this so that governance could be better for us. So Section 68 should be If we think it's too difficult for us to pass through or to get any recall under it, then we should be thinking of how do we amend it to make it easier. How do we can do, opposition can try to start doing seminar conferences and other symposiums on this, do comparative analysis on, okay, what is obtainable in other countries, where have they done it before, how easy it is, then how do we amend our constitution. Then you take that movement or the crusade around these House of Assemblies in the states where you have won, in order to get their what do you call it now, their approval. And then you start kicking out kickstart a motion.
But when the Senate they guide amendments to the Constitution, do they not?
Yes. Do you know why they guide?
No, hold on. That's not even my landing point. So are they going to then facilitate for something that makes it easier for them to be recalled?
I don't expect the Senate to start it. I expect the opposition, and that's why I put everything on opposition.
Yeah, but the Senate will frustrate it now when it gets to them.
It may be very hard, because you see, the constitutional amendment starts from you getting proposal at the level of the Houses of Assembly. So you get your approval from House of Assembly's level before you escalate it to the Senate and the rest. So my point is this: kickstart this process at that level where you have won. That's where your own territory, where you have gained legitimacy in your own territory. Kickstart it, then you escalate it up to that level, and let's take it from there. You know, that's the way I see it. But we can't just sit down and be watching and say, oh, the constitution is no. We look at electoral act. Some people started the amendments, and they never knew that they can make that the ruling party never knew that they can make the mistake they made and just pass that thing without, probably some of them said because they didn't look at it. You never can tell what can happen, but they must be proactive. They can't just be sitting down collecting. They've collected settlements along. I hope you know. They sent all of them to Abuja, including all those oppositions that some of us, in fact, some of us like Rational Man and Co, even played better opposition politics on this platform than all those other guys. They were happy that Okada mines in their National Assembly. They are doing nothing there. Nothing. Those guys, it's just, they are following the yes has to say yeah.
But won't you guys even call them enemy of progress or tag them all sort of name if they are standing up against APC shenanigans? You guys will come here. These people are not, doesn't want the president to succeed. They don't want these things to succeed. This is
but
what
that's politics now. They should be big boys.
Yeah, this is what you guys should be talking. When what do you call it? What's the name of that Senate president? Okay. What was the name? The Kwara guy. The Kwara guy.
Bukola Saraki.
When Bukola Saraki was there, was standing up, carrying us his job well, according to the mandate given to him by the people. It's you people that are running, that were accusing him of, making it difficult for the president to succeed. And when you finally got him out with kangaroo election, then here we are today. We saw the path that the APC dominant assembly took Nigeria. They turned to rubber stamp, borrowing after borrowing, until the economy was almost bankrupt. So what are we saying? What I'm just saying here is that people should not play double standard. We play a lot of double standard. Now we are accusing the opposition now. They are not standing up. If tomorrow they stand up, you will come back again to start to oppose them. So how would you guys be satisfied? Let me just leave it there.
You will recall that on this Niger issue, many Tinubu supporters supported National Assembly for killing his move, which, although I believe he wasn't going for any war, but for putting a stopgap on that trend of him going to war against Niger. They supported National Assembly. They supported the Senate on that. So, but to now just brush everyone to say, whatever opposition says or whatever is coming from National Assembly, that's one. Secondly, you see, that's the essence of opposition politics. Opposition must do their job. That's why they are opposition. But it will be very hypocritical of them to few months ago to be shouting, we have an ideology, we'll do things right, we won't do the thing the way this person is saying he will do it. And all of a sudden, you are in the office now because you don't want people to say you are frustrating the government. Therefore, you are now docile. That's just the point we are making here. Yes, if they do anything, we can still come and push back. It's part of politics, it's part of political analysis, but they must do what they have gotten to the place to do. I'm not seeing them really doing it. I want to see them.
But they have not even, nothing has even been sent to them. It's only this screening of this ministerial nominee. They just
I don't even see them speaking to
anything for the country. I don't know. I don't know what basis that you want to start. They have not done anything.
Do they have to wait for maybe something, maybe like what Evangelical is saying, that something has to be sent to them? Can they also initiate an inquiry into that?
They can.
They can do a lot. So they have their own purpose. They have
initiate inquiry
on
what?
I think the obedience on this space should actually even start. Should begin to see some of the hypocrisy truly, because if these people were very vocal before they took office, now we are not hearing.
You say they should initiate inquiry. Inquiry on what?
Oh, for example, this issue of this palliative, where they were is on the news, Baba. Okay. So let me state this now. Number one, I'm a supporter of Tinubu, but at the same time, like Ogbeni was saying, I was happy that the National Assembly, I was one of those people that are happy the National Assembly truncated his plans. So I'm not trying to, the side I'm taking, and I've taken your side today. But what I'm trying to say is that this recent issue of the palliative, I'm now saying that do they have to wait for something to come, maybe an injunction to come, but can't they take and launch an inquiry? They can do that on their own, right?
Yes, I agree with you. Yes.
You are right. But Badane Koko, you see, like what the last speaker just said, this is the point I'm trying to make. Apart from, they've not gotten to them, but there are a lot of anti-people positions that have come out from that Senate and National Assembly in less than these 3 months into government now that I don't see oppositions talking about. For instance, when they asked Oshun Omole, how much exactly is the senator collecting? The guy dodged the question. He said, I've not even settled down to know how much they'll be giving me. I expect a Labour Party person or a PDP person, or a Labour Party, let me even leave PDP because that one said they are just part of the thing. A Labour Party person to come out and tell us, this is how much they are earning. Yes, now.
I want to think what is all. What did you do? What did you do? What is so dodo?
None of them.
Rational mind. You are too radio silent. You are radio silent.
Okay now.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, talk and criticize this. Let us criticize people. I've criticized my own Tinubu today.
But rational mind, that is true. I mean, that is true. Rational mind.
It is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have criticized my own Tinubu. Rational mind. I want to see you criticize your own people. I have criticized my own person.
I will criticize. Don't worry.
Look at it from this angle. When Akpabio said we have sent token into your pocket, he now said we have sent prayer to you. That token, they've collected it now. None of them has come out and say this token, take it back. Except
what's your new fem?
Hold on. Ireti Kingibe, when she was asked, she said she has not seen any prayers. So I don't know. But we're
okay, so now you don't know.
Hold on now.
Ration.
You people allow me to speak. You people ask a question, so let me speak.
So, rational man, you believe Ireti? You believe Ireti?
Hold
Do you
on,
believe Ireti?
Hold on.
It's clear now. It's Pastor Jerry.
Whether I believe her, I don't believe her. Let me say this. I agree with all of you, what all of you said. They all went there and collect their money, and they just get paid. Well, it's true. But this whole setting agenda for opposition, I don't know why you people are setting. You are the one in power. You set the agenda for the opposition, and they did not do this. They did not do that. They did not criticize this. I mean, come on. I mean, like Angelica was saying, the hypocrisy here just stinks. Like, I mean, I don't even understand. But I understand that we should be hearing from this opposition at least for right now. But like Angelica said, I mean, they've hardly even passed anything so far. This is just the beginning. So we shall see how it plays out. But yes, I think they should be recalled. Any of the Labour Party, the same thing goes to any other party. They should be recalled if they're not really fighting for the people. But you see, I want to say this. You see, for me, I don't put any stock in these people, this House of Rep members. I know the obedient wave or B wave that we just, some people were just so fortunate to ride on it and ride themselves to a coast to victory, becoming House of Rep members and senators. For me, I don't really put a stock in them that they are there, because the main person that we were hoping that would be there, if he had been there, people would have whipped them to character, so that if he is the president, maybe there happens to be the majority. Apparently, it looks like they're going to be the majority. I mean, they're going to be the minority, even though they have the presidency. I'm just in a political situation. Obi, if he becomes the president, and these senators and House Rep members are acting like this, then I think we will have more reason to say, what you, the president that we voted for, that everybody voted for you, we thought that you would whip your party member people to. So I can understand the politics, but for me, yeah, they're silent now. You know that they say tobacco in wajeun. You don't talk when you are being asked to come. I don't know how they say that. So my point is this: yes, it's true that they should be at the forefront of the criticism and opposition to these all anti-people kind of policy.
Are you disappointed that you've not heard any word even critical of?
No. I've had they've been critical. We had when was it the Keyamo? When Keyamo was there, we saw some of the opposition that were really against him. Was it not an opposition guy that was opposing before? Abaribe also seconded it. We saw that.
The Labour Party space. Because for all of the noise that we were hearing, we expect them to go in there and expose the underbelly of that space.
You see, Labour Party is flawed. It's a very flawed party. I just so Obi just only use it just to be able to, as a vehicle, to ride himself into Asoro, perhaps, if he's able to do that. You see how the court plays out on that. But you see, the focus of the most obedient were just.
So, are you suggesting that the parliamentarians from Labour Party and they don't buy into the OB doctrinal?
No, I agree with you on that. That a lot of them they just want chances, like how they call it, opportunists. A lot of them were just opportunists. They just rode to victory. I don't think we saw one of them who already went even before this case was beginning, the legal case in court. Already was saying that obedience should just move forward. This is a House member from somewhere in the east. Already was just campaigning for. I think he became a House rep member through Labour Party. He's already campaigning for Tinubu. You see, so these are people who are just chancers, posers, people who are just opportunists. So, but I think like Fashola once said, the Nigerians should be careful that these they should not out of anger and go and vote the wrong people into power. And I think that's what happened to some extent with some of the House member and the rep members that rode through what's it called? Labour Party obedient. This will be wave to become wherever they become today. So I don't really put a stock in them, but I was just talking about this lady. What's her name? Ireti. When I said she asked that question, she said, "No, I've not seen any prayer sent on my email, whatever." So maybe she's lying or not. They're all the same. I want to believe that what she said was just the truth. Maybe she has not. At that time when she was told or asked rather, but then you see, woman. You see, I'm not really. I don't put a stock in not any of these leaders, even not even Obi, to say a messiah of some sort, or to come and turn around Nigeria.
You see, rational mind, if there is no binding ideological philosophy for the Labour Party, then that just makes Obi just a lone wolf, doesn't he? And then you start to question, is there an or ideological underpinning for him as well? If he's not able to carry his party and the parliamentarians that they have under one philosophy, under one messaging, then what does he stand for?
A very good question you ask, woman. I myself have given a thought to that. Well, you see, like I said at the beginning of this this question, I said Labour Party is a very flawed party. We see that even with the whole rambling going on within the rank and files. We're removing the chairman. Chairman is not removed, and blah, of factions and all of that. It's just to tell you how flawed. But then this is not only it's not only found among Labour Party. Even APC, even the ruling party had their own issues too. I don't think they have one, because I know Tinubu's ideology is different from some part of APC ideology. You know, like the CPC arm of that party, because we could see that when this idiot was there, the idiotic president, the past president we had there, that was there, that messed up 8 years of our lives and brought that country to its knees. We saw it. Most of the things that they planned for that guy, all the old propaganda they made for him during 2015, that they felt that he was going to toe that line. Look at what he did. He entirely deviated. So the point is this: is that to tell you that they're not even they said they're not even like. Let me use the word of article. He says bed of. It's a. I don't know. He's just trying to say that these are just a mix of people of different characters come together, which I think himself is also was
strange bedfellows.
Thank you very much, one man. Strange bedfellow. That was what he used. You know, so it's just a combination of people of different ideology coming together and trying to put forward a propaganda kind of ideology, telling us that we put it on Nigeria. $1 will be $1, whatever. I mean, you see, the thing is just, even till the very day, I tell you, some of the APC people too, there are some of their rep members, elected members, that not see eye and eye on what Tinubu's policy is. So it's just, I think it's a Nigerian thing. It's
national mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me come in. Obviously, to answer the question that is, people are throwing around, you have to ask yourself what kind of system of government is Nigeria actually, using to run their, country.
The presidential system.
Not really.
No.
Why I said that is I feel like Nigeria is still in such a system that there's no separation of power. Do you understand? The president at the top takes care of almost everybody, both the judiciary and the legislative, I think. It takes care of those two. I mean, whatever he says at the top, the other follows. So it's more of the person at the top. You can see this on the Erufai, the dilemma with Erufai, trying to attribute it to, Tinubu, which it shouldn't even be. It should be the senators that should decide the fate of the ministers, but they try to extend it to the president, which it shouldn't be. So it shows you the kind of system Nigeria actually works with, which is more like Your Highness kind of, I don't know how to explain it, some sort of Your Highness kind of system. Whatever the top says, everybody follows. So don't really look at the senators or the whoever is. You have to actually look at the top, and the top is everything basically.
Yeah, well, you see,
let me just land my point because I'll be very very soon. So one man, just to answer your question, you see, we can slice this thing and dice it in any way, but I just feel it's a Nigerian problem. We don't have real political ideological parties, and even those ones that have it, they're not just acceptable. They don't have their mass appeal among the masses. Like Oshore tried to use his own party He has that focus. This is what we are. We're a Pan-African party. But then the thing is that even his own party said, we saw what happened, what plays out. Some of them, they were factions during the election. Some were saying that Shiwere was just, So, you see, when you have a very, very an immoral society like Nigeria is a very immoral society, very corrupt. And the corruption is endemic. It's ingrained in every individual. But every individual is just, they don't follow law and order. They don't follow, like, okay, we set up this political party. All of us buying into this idea.
Including Obi.
Hold on, my dude. Hold on. I'm talking, please. I'm not saying Obi is not included. I'm not saying Labour Party is not part of them. Let me just stop. Let's stop this chiming in. Not really. So what I'm trying to say is that I lost my train. So let me just go straight. So the point I'm trying to make is that it's a Nigerian thing. We don't have this fervor, that this patriotism, that okay, we want to stick to this thing, this cause. We want to follow it to the logical conclusion. We want to follow it to the end. That is what we have. That is our essence. That's who we are. No, that's not it. When it's convenient for them, they will ride on that ideology. And then when they get up to power or they get in there, they just do something different. So it exists in PDP. It exists in APC. I'm not surprised if it's in what's it called? Labour Party. Not even Shiwere Party. Shiwere maybe is what. That's why people call him a dictator in his party. Which I understand if the guy is being a dictator in his party, because they would hijack it from him and they would turn it to another one of those parties that they used to collect money during the election. But then you see, we do not have that people with I don't know, but maybe I just need to take some coffee right now. We don't have people who follow through with a belief, with values. Our values is just neither here or there. We change, we switch position when it's convenient for us. How do you run a society like that? When people don't have real core values and they stick to that values. So my point is this, one man. I'm not surprised if it's found in a Labour Party, because these are also Nigerians who are also corrupt and messed up, and who come on the guise of, we are following that obedient wave. Yeah.
Rational man. I don't think that's an excuse. Let me give you one example. Let me give you one example, please. Do you remember there was later before Bajabia Million 2 is a minority in the rep, and I believe your Labour Party, they don't have ideology and they don't have any manifesto. If they have, okay, Nigeria is going through difficult time. At least one or two of them, we should have been hearing their voice. They should be going on the TV, radio station. That is how opposition play the game. You understand me? To voice out the voice for the people. Even Peter Obi to call all a member from the rep and Senate. This is what we stand for. This is our ideology. This is our manifesto. This is what we want in the government. This is what we want you guys to go and do there. I think the Labour Party lack ideology and manifesto to control Nigeria. That's my
Rational mind. Let me quickly just add to what he just said. Before I do that, Ogbeni, thank you very much. At least you want to be quick about this so I can learn my points. Every contributor as well. Thank you so much, Ogbeni. Yeah. So, rational mind. I think that they don't have to really wait, because the way opposition parties run in other states, your constituents can already begin to determine certain things. And if we're going to go by the antecedents of the Labour Party electorates, right, before the election, the fervency in which they were taking it, one would expect that they should continue that same fervency, except that maybe perhaps they have already swindled Nigerians and they are now on their own, and so, or it might mean that the Labour Party itself doesn't have a strong hold over its own candidate. Because the way party systems run, you can still, at least I've not seen where the party leader of the Labour Party is calling them. And if they even decide to even, voice out these things and not wait, I'm very sure that they will have a lot of traction from the same obedient space. Because I could, today while I was interacting with some of them on Facebook, I could see that people were very agitated, but they could not do anything. And that's what led me to ask Gwen this question, that what can we do constitutionally to really address this issue?
Yeah, well, my brother, you see, the problem facing our country is it's very huge. It's very just sometimes I don't even see a way out of it, except by some kind of revolution and some kind of re-educating of the people, the minds of the people of that country. It's like I said, it's ingrained in Nigerians to be disloyal. Very disloyal people. When they are whatever it's involved, they will become disloyal. For me, you see, it's a host of issues that are underpinning this whole thing that we're talking about. It's not only in Labour Party, so I don't know why people are just focused on Labour Party, but I can understand because you people are Bado people. You are Bado people and the Labour Party, they don't see eye and eye because of Tinubu. I get it. But my point is this, that if you're pointing the finger at other people, also look at yourself that you're pointing the finger at. APC himself, I mean, when did they have their manifesto? I mean, it wasn't maybe 2015, they cook up a fraudulent manifesto that they sold to Nigerians. Their first candidate, who won? Oh, where are we now today in that country? The second candidate that came in now, look at how he has worsened the whole problem. So it's like he's calling it manifesto. What is the use of your manifesto when you're not even seeing the impact on the lives of ordinary Nigerians in the ordinary Nigerians? And even to be Labour Party to criticize them.
The APC has stayed true to its manifesto.
What can you give me an example of that? Give me an example.
It's a welfareist manifesto. They introduced the trader money, all of these social welfareist sort of policies are reaching governance directly to the lowest downtrodden. The ministry. Yes.
Let me stop you there. You see, sometimes when you say that, that's why I like when I delegate to give it to you today. Like, woman, why are you starting this propaganda? Well, I get it, woman. If I've not known you that long, I would assume maybe you are one of those APC people that I understand. But my point is this: you are saying all of these things, welfare is this and that. What I ask you, woman, who do you know that has gotten that money from Sadia Farouk that was there, the humanitarian whatever they said? How many people do you know? I know definitely we all have poor people around us in our family or whatever. How many of them did you hear that won't buy a lot? Well, I mean,
several people have come here to tell us that
they what?
Maybe even Folly Beast told us once. Maybe Ogben even but certainly several people, I cannot recall their names, have told us that those social interventions that people they know got direct benefits.
They know. Okay.
Yes.
So
no, they're not giving it to people in America. So it will be people that they know.
Of course. Woman, you said people. You see, I was surprised. All these people.
Man, I don't understand. I don't get
the school feeding program. A lot of people give us examples of right across the length and breadth.
But what was the outcome of it? How many of the schools?
Children got fed was the outcome. You object to that.
What happened to student loan? What happened to the student loan?
Mama, why do you use my name? Why do you use my name to support that fake?
No, I thought you were one of the people that gave us examples of
very fake projects. No,
you see,
not me.
When we see all of this in one man, you see, I mean, I get you, one man. For caveat to everybody, our listeners, one man is not a propagandist, but I understand he's promoting his platform. He will draw anybody here because he knows that if he tell you that Obi has won the election today, I know only Obi that will come here today.
You know, maybe if I done that, I would have been looking down on Niger one rather than wondering why people are listening to that.
We understand one man. One man will tweak his thumbnail so that everybody can get both we that are antibiotified, obedient. I mean, who doesn't like Tinubu and his people. We all come here and come and challenge him. So that's why he does it. So let me just go through. So my point is this, woman, that you see, for me, we have problem with the minds of Nigerians. It's a very, very big issue. I don't know how we're going to get ourselves out of that because the minds of average Nigerians is just, I just don't know how to describe it. We all understand what I mean. If you don't know, well, that's up to you. But my point is
push your people to play the opposition role.
You will not tell us how to play our opposition. Just let us tell us because I don't even want to get. I'm not even a Labour Party person. I only supported Obi. I'm not obedient. I only supported him as a president. But those rep members, I don't know any of them. I don't even want to know them.
But they are listening to you. You need to push them to pay the opposition role.
Let them listen. They want to listen. Follow your party manifesto, whatever party.
Rational mind, you are obedient.
I'm not.
I
told you I'm not obedient. I don't go there.
You are, in our view, you
I
are.
only support Obi, and I'm not fanatical about
Obi affiliated. I mean, Kiloma, what's that term that you use? Obi inclined.
So anyway, yes,
Obi the lesser evil.
The lesser evil about the three major
lesser evil.
Yeah, it's
a process of elimination, isn't it? We all know your deep visceral not hatred but recoiling from Tinubu, and we know that you cannot abide Atiku because of his Fulani. So it's by default that you don't give a flying tomato about Peter Obi. It's just you hate the two of them so much. You have defaulted to Peter Obi.
I just want a paradigm shift from all these holds and criminals that we have. He's the lesser evil about it.
I'm surprised that you are not championing Showoredo, because that seems to be the natural space for somebody like yourself.
I did in 2019, but I didn't do this time around because he was prepared. All his legal case really was an hindrance to him in starting very early. And I saw that the people were now shifting to a lesser of the three evils, the major three evils. And I look at it, I said, well, this guy that we're talking about doesn't have more baggages like Tinubu and this guy, Atiku. It's lesser. His baggage is lesser than any of them. I'm not saying he doesn't have. The Pandora is there for him. And maybe the investment that he made in his in-laws or whatever, that is there. But let us leave all of that. Because for me, I just feel that they are not just major things.
National mind.
Oh, no, listen. Go on. Okay, go on, please.
Yeah, do you mind me asking you? I just wanted to push back a little bit on the dangers of, wanting to have the lesser evil, and I think what that without having a clear-cut agenda that people really needed. And I think the danger of what that did is to have birthed a herd mentality where people just wanted, people now voted from top to bottom without knowing who their stakeholders were. So in the case, I get your point. We just want somebody who appeared as though he's a lesser evil, without necessarily, having a clear-cut, agenda. Say, oh, this person is coming here because it's going to get out to X, Y, Z, and based off of that, people just went and voted anybody, on a color rider. And I'm not saying the color riders don't have the right to run for offices. I mean, they're Nigerians, but you can see what's happening here. So Labour Party didn't go in there. Either they were a socialist party, or there was no clear-cut manifesto. It was just like, anyone from top to bottom. You don't even know who those reps are. So I get what you're trying to say, but then there's that danger of, anyone who just appeared better than the rest of the evil was just enough for us. And look at it now, they can't even do anything.
Well, you can't even put them to account. Rotimi, would you go as far as describing it as irresponsible?
Yeah, reckless. It was just head mentality. Oh, this is what we want, and that's what we'll go for, irrespective of whatever it was that was there. I mean, we saw it happening almost everywhere in Lagos and Abuja, in those states. In fact, I heard that there was some guy who won Labour Party who was not in the country. So meaning that he probably didn't even run any campaign, and then he got nominated. We shouldn't even be tolerating such in this. So if Nigeria indeed is in this very dire position that we say we are, and I think that's probably one of the things that I did not like about Obi. So I just pivot a little bit. I love Nigeria as a country, right? And I even struggled to the point where when I was taking my oath ceremony before becoming an American citizen, I struggled because it felt like I was betraying Nigeria. It was just a subconscious thing, And then when I have somebody who wants to run to be my president, and in almost every ounce of statement that he makes about Nigeria is about demeaning the country. No, Nigeria is in a very dire situation. Nigeria is hopeless. Like nothing. So the negativity was too much, and that's almost the rhetoric that even many of his supporters started going for, and it took their eye off the ball for the things he wanted to do. So it's almost as though everything in Nigeria is terrible. We just want to fix it. We only need a perception of honesty or position of faith or of good morals. And that's exactly what then happened. So people just went ahead and recklessly voted the party without even caring. So if indeed the country is supposed to be in the situation that it is, then we should have been more tactical, choosing the people we wanted to be, to run for, to represent us in the offices. But in this instance, we just chose anybody, anything, and put them in the office, and now we almost can't hold them accountable. And I think that's the part I want to push back, from rational mind.
Hold on. I think you should go and say that to Lawan Ahmed that did not contest election that they gave a senatorial, and then your APC allowed him to be the senator representing his. Come on. You see this hypocrisy sometimes, but I get it. We're all here to banter and to talk. But when you criticize other people, also look at your own people that you're trying to like fight about. I'm not saying you, but I'm talking about those people who know themselves here. Who will say, oh, you people just filled in. Some people, they were not in the country, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. It's not right. That is not democracy. But I understand if Labour Party had such thing to happen, because it's a fledgling or a kind of a new party that is just coming up, even though they've been in existence. But when I mean coming up, they're not as the bigger party like PDP and APC. But look at what they were able to turn around. That in itself, for me, it's a feat that I've never seen. Maybe since 2015 when I saw that happen, when even APC and all of them, although they are all beds of strange fellows, and they were, well, I would consider them as even bigger than, even when they were CPC, they were AD, maybe Apoga. These are even bigger party than even Labour Party. But this guy took a party from zero to something. That's to tell you that, yeah, in the future, it's really promising that we can still upturn that country through election and bringing the right people to work. But I'm not saying in the first instance we're going to field everybody with the right. We're going to field everybody with the right people. We'll always make mistakes, and I think this is part of the mistakes, which I think is also the part of mistakes in the APC. But APC won't stinks to high heaven, because you people carry yourself as if you are the omnipotent, the omni-know-it. You just know everything. You know all the games, and look at how you people are fumbling in the party. How you remove your own chairman recently, you put another person there that's another party guy. You see, we can go on and talk. No, talk about all this stinkiness that exists even more in APC than even the party you're trying to criticize. How many are they? And yes, somebody said they had about 8 senators here, maybe for something they said. They are just new party, not even known. Like we know of CPC back then, we know of AD back before they formed APC. And now we don't look at things objectively. Let us look at things objectively. I'm not supporting that what they did by bringing in somebody who was on the color rider can contest. Why not? But is he fit for that job? Is he capable? That's another question. And if it's not, then why would the Labour Party fill them in? But I understand, because they're just a party. Everybody just go. We just want to turn this, which I'm not saying is the right way. But if it's not the way we're going to get that revolution, see, listen. I'm not seeing Obi as a messiah. Don't get me wrong. Obi is not my messiah, but I feel it's that stepping stone that we will need to upturn that country for good, to turn it for good. Because if he gets there, with the kind of person that he is, and I'm not expecting to be a dictator, because we are going by one guy, even though he has control over he's the chief of the armed forces, I don't expect him to be that despotic as Tinubu and this idiot that they just left. I mean, I don't expect it. I expect it to be more like it will be somebody that it will be easy for him, just like the other president we had, Goodluck Jonathan, who was upseated. Easy. It will be easy for him, but the kind of Tinubu you are talking about, it will be very difficult for him to upseat a very, very criminally minded person like Tinubu that knows the game very well. That's what I'm trying to say. That is where my hand. That's area I'm looking at. I would have preferred, what's his name, Showore, but Showore cannot do it at this time. That was why I said, okay, let us go for this guy, because I see him as a docile person. If he gets there, if he do anyhow, he will see anyhow. He will come out.
Rational mind. Peter Obi is just as remote and unviable as Showore now. The likelihood of Peter Obi becoming president is just as removed and distant as Showore. So if you are going to back anybody at all, you should have at least backed ideologically, because of course the prospect of Obi being president is very remote, highly unlikely. Okay. The prospect of Showore being president is very remote, highly unlikely. So why not go with your conscience rather than go with something that is impractical? So as a sort of an inherent hypocrisy, or I don't want to say an untruth. So I mean, Obi is not going to be president. So why don't you go with what you really believe, which is Sowore?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. You see, Sowore came as the people person, like a populist, like, oh, I'm for the people. That is the same way Obi also came, he presented himself. I'm a people person. He talks about the people. I understand that some of his, I might not agree with some of his manifesto. I know from where he was coming from was from those corrupt party that he used to belong, which is the PDP. He was part of them, even though I never see him as already part of them, because he never held any position like ministerial position or whatever position they give him. He was just an advisor to Jonathan. That's all he was. It's up to Jonathan to accept his advice on economic policy or whatever or not. And if he did, maybe that's up to him. But then my point is this: that we cannot. I would not agree with you to some extent on what you just said now. That I should just go for Sowore. Sowore, I don't even. Not everything Sowore also did was. I mean, he has in his manifesto or whatever agenda you say that I agree with. But the thing is this for me is that if you have that people kind of thing, you are people oriented, that, oh, I'm here for the people, you the people. Nigerians, take your country back. Like the Take It Back movement back there, take your country back. We want you people, we want to put all of it to work. Nigeria needs to be industrialized. We need to make people work. If Nigerians are working, nobody will be going to church, I tell you for one man. Nobody will be going to go and see one pastor. Everybody will be working, because when you remember that you have to pay your light bill, you have to pay your insurance, because you are making money, you are prosperous, you are paying your bills. Everybody will be working. Even though if you go to church, maybe just for a spiritual thing you need just to commune with God or to talk to God, maybe that's the only thing. I'm not saying it's wrong to go to church or mosque, don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of person that promotes materialism, that okay, you must be materialistic and then forget God. No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that Nigerians will put things in perspective. But because Nigerians are just idle, the next thing they're thinking is that, oh, only God can solve my problem. Now there's only one pastor. If I go and meet that pastor will pray for me. That's the problem. So my point is that when he said we'll put Nigerians to work, he wants to replicate what the Asians, what they know as the Asian tigers, they did. Bring in, like, ask some of the US companies here, can we manufacture some of your components for you? I mean, he talked about he wants to bring light in. He said he went to Egypt. He went to study, which is somebody like you, woman. I know you criticized that, but he went to do that because he felt that I want to work for the people. Because if you say you want to bring jobs to Nigeria, where's the light? But that is what he talked about first. He went to say he wants to understudy how Egypt did it. When I was impressed by this. Sowore can be talking about, say, oh, I'll do this, I'll do that. He's just talking mouth. I'm not saying that doesn't mean I don't believe he cannot do it. I know he has that mind to do, because I can see him, he fights the government. But I see that maybe that could be one thing for us to rely on for him to work for Nigeria. But this guy, he was showing it. But I want to put Nigerians to work. So let me go and understand the main thing, that the main issue that Nigeria is not on the industrial line, which is light.
Let's move forward.
Oh, well, one of us move forward. But my point is this: I know you said like the campaign is over, right? And so, but he was asking me a question. That's why I'm saying all of this. So my point is this: that this hypocrisy, we need to stop it. If you're pointing finger, look at who you talk. Look at yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror when you're talking about other people. Yes, Labour Party is flawed, and they need to work on their crap. And it's so sad that they got people who are not really maybe qualified and who are just charlatan, people who are just not fit for that office. And we see what they are playing. But it's too early for us. Like you people will say, it's too early to criticize Tinubu Abi. Let me now end this way. It is too early for us to be criticizing all these House members. Let us give them some time, and let us see if they pass some bills that are anti-people and they did not respond to you. Then you people can come and challenge us on that. I rest my case there. Well, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, sorry, it's taking so long to get to you, but Ajan Lekoko, speak to us. All right, as Ajan Lekoko not available at the moment. Let's hear from Rotimi. Rotimi, so the main topic was, just speak to us as you want to free will, but if you want to speak to the main topic, speak to it, which is the what seems to be a breakthrough in Niger Republic. But you have the floor. Just speak to us, Rotimi.
All right. Thanks, Oman. But I want to probably just quickly talk to Rational Man's last point about Obi, claiming that he went to learn how Egypt ran its power. I mean, it was actually a hoax. It was Egypt Energy 2022. It was some sort of investor trade fair, but and then when people criticized that, why did he leave campaign and why did he travel the peak of campaign? That's where they came and said he went to go and learn how Egypt solved their energy problem in 3 days. I mean, it was just a charade, but it worked. It was a good campaign rhetoric, and then it worked. But for those who did a few Google searches back then, we knew that it's actually an annual expo that Egypt does every year. It's called Egypt Energy. It's probably for those who are going to invest. This is something that even Transcorp also invested in, but it's past campaign period. It's over. He pulled that and then it worked. To the topic a little bit. I mean, it's good. It's a good headline. It's a good move. I like that it's happening. I joined the show, a tad late, but I think I was just a bit more surprised that the same people who were pushing for, and this I'm sticking to some of the voices that I heard, same people who were pushing for peace and pushing for zero guns and zero war, suddenly are more like, even though that there's no war, which people should probably maybe be pleased about, it's the rhetoric is now more of, oh well, we shouldn't even give Tinubu we shouldn't give Tinubu the accolade, and I think it's missing the point. Right now, it's not even about who we want to give the props to for pulling this. It's just more of as long as there's peace, as long as there's a resolution that did not require guns or intervention by the military. I think it's a win-win. I think yesterday when I was speaking, I guess I had the call. I couldn't finish my conversation, but some of the things that I was that I mentioned yesterday was, this happening is beneficial to the junta planners, so the people who planned the coup d'etat will be getting benefits. So it's not like they're going to be arrested or hung or tried. No, they won't. So obviously they probably have to do that also for negotiations. So it's almost like you're negotiating with a terrorist or whomever, a criminal. You give them something, they take something back. They have to put up a tough front. They will let you know their terms. This was a playbook that's been happening, from the 60s, and it's also happening now. And it's also just unfortunate that all they have to do is make it seem as though there's indeed a boogeyman. In this case, it's supposed to be France, and suddenly France is the boogeyman. Everyone wants to come against France, and then guess who they are going to? Russia. And it's playing up for. And I think one part I get, and this is just my own opinion. I understand why, or I have a perception to why I think many obedience don't want war, and I'm speaking to that small enclave of obedience, and I think it's because they think that by Tinubu declaring, quote unquote, a war, he becomes president. It becomes president, for longer term. Is able to, the courts can't do anything, and I'm assuming that's why many of them are pushing back. But in a true sense, Nigeria needs Niger to be at peace, and if people are the same people, the same us, the same us Nigerians or denizens of the country who have been clamoring for peace within the country, who has been talking about what ISWAP and Boko Haram have been doing, knowing fully well that the Chad Basin, with Niger and Cameroon and Chad itself have been birds, hubs for this Islamic terrorists to thrive. We should understand that having an ECOWAS border, a borderless ECOWAS system that is vastly porous, we need to protect that, because the moment a military takeover happens in Niger, we are going to have plenty of casualties in terms of humanitarian casualties, and they'll be running towards the bordering place. In fact, they'll be running towards the coastal part. Algeria will have their border guarded. Algeria is not part of ECOWAS, so their border there is secured. Most people running down south, and they're going to run to Nigeria. And you're not going to have only people who are going to be housing, into camps. They're going to infiltrate into the everyday people. And then what do we do then? We won't have the luxury of what we did to Liberians with the Nigerians, because they will blend in like normal. They will blend in like Russian everyday Hausa people. I will not know what they are. So I guess, but then people were not understanding. To them, it just felt like, we are going to war, the military will just go in there and start blessing everybody. And I think one of the things that I understand that people probably also forget, or maybe they're not it's probably unbeknownst to them, is that the Sahel area is the poorest region in the entire planet. The Sahel, and it's a vast land filled with hot, landlocked land, no water, no human capital. So it's huge. So Niger is literally 4 times the size of the entirety of Nigeria, and their population is barely how many? Barely the size of Lagos. So that's a huge land that nobody are in there. And if you understand that dynamic, it's plenty of sorrow. So that's plenty of unmanned, ungoverned, vast land, and anyone can go in there.
Do you think that country should be chopped up into two or three countries?
It will not make any sense. And the reason I'm saying so is the land itself is not even arable. So even if you chop them, it's just going to be as silly as it is, because it's just sand dunes and plenty of hot desert and the like. So they can't even do anything with those lands, and that's exactly what we have. So you can almost have any group create a den there, and nobody anywhere is citing them. Like, you just have a terrorist group camping in some place, and that's it. There's no military there. There's no one going there. In fact, once you are coming from afar, they're already seeing your mirage, and they can hide under anywhere, and boom, that's it. And we
they know that terrain like the back of their
yes, they know that terrain, and it's not just all of it. Burkina Faso, Mali, all those places they're suffering those things. So we can't afford to just allow such things happen in those places, because we all know what happened in Libya, and even the entirety of West Africa. In fact, Nigeria as a country, we are suffering exactly what happened in Libya, even though, of course, we understand the dynamics of what America did in Libya. We are suffering that till this very day. So we can't afford to have some sort of unrest happening in Niger. That's on one side. The gas pipeline bit that Nigeria was hoping to make money from, the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline project, a 3-year project that should be completed in 3 years. Now, this is definitely going to put a stop to it. And if people are not, if the blueprint of Russia is so glaring that project is supposed to pretty much make Russia poor, like literally, because this period has been the best period for Russia. They are selling gas, with all the sanctions that the Western, EU and
they've emerged as the 5th wealthiest country in the world.
Yes. And this is supposed to be a country that's supposed to be experiencing so much sanctions. So now they are trading in their own currency. They are balling. Russia is wealthy now. And the way they're making their wealth from, they are probably the largest sole income is gas. And Europe is looking for a way to move away from that market, from Russia, and they want to turn to Nigeria. And then you don't expect that Russia, of all countries, would not support this. It's to their detriment if Nigeria passes pipeline through Niger to Algeria, and then to Europe, and then I think which was one of the reasons that I came up when Kulata was speaking about the Nigeria-Morocco gas line project, and that's a 6,000 kilometer long project. It's supposed to span 13 countries, across the Atlantic seaboard, and that's a huge billion. I think it's about $25 billion estimate for that particular project, and it's supposed to be completed at 2046, and we're in 2023. So a project that's supposed to complete in 2046, Nigeria can't wait for. So many people might have been gone by that time, in dying right. Not even maybe that. Many people will be gone, at that time, compared to a 3-year project where we just pass through Niger and then, of course, pass through Algeria, and it's already started already. So Chevron has invested money, American government has invested money, Europe is waiting, Algeria is waiting. I mean, to an extent, even though Nigeria will be competing with Algeria, but what it also does is that he also gives Algeria that that leeway and that liberty to be able to, of course, it's through their own hub that Nigeria will be disseminating gas from. And Niger will also benefited in some way. So it's not just maybe we're passing pipeline through them. We're also going to give them energy in between that period. So that's also some treaties that were signed in between. But it is to Russia's advantage that 3-year project does not happen. In 2046, should the one through the Atlantic hub will be completed, all Russia needs to do is just be bombing the pipeline under the ocean. That's all. So you just be seeing that you'll have laid 25 billion worth of pipeline there, and then after 6 months you hear that there's some leakage, some Russian Wagner group has gone to bust a pipeline in the ocean.
I've always wondered how they are even able to guard these pipelines, going through all these unstable countries. And of course, Morocco, like you said, they are invested in sabotaging the Nigerian. How is this even? Is it going to end up just a waste of money?
So because it's supposed to be about 13 countries involved, and then we are hoping that within those countries they're going to protect their coastal borders, and by essence you'll be able to protect. But that will be 13 countries.
No, I'm talking about the one that runs through Niger all the way. Through Niger.
Okay, the Niger.
Yeah. How do you protect it? Because it's such a hotbed of insurgency, banditry, lawlessness, and all of those sorts of stuff. How do you and these people they are adept at blowing up stuff. So how do you protect it? Even is the thing.
So for such project, they probably always rely on maybe drones, artificial intelligence, to be able to, and then but even when there will always be some subtle vandals. The fixing it will always be easier because the technology that is being used in such a way that if you vandalize any part of the pipeline, they can automatically shut off the source so that it doesn't leak. So it's not like maybe like gas. It doesn't not like liquid gas that would be liquid, not like crude that leaks in between. You can always so it's almost as though it's like when you connect straws, right? And then you realize that one particular straw or one particular capsule has been erupted. You can just shut it down immediately, fix that particular one. So like a plug and play kind of thing. So they can trace those bits in there. And
sorry. Yeah. I think we get what you said.
Go ahead.
You see, you said something a while ago. That was the same thing I put to Kolata. Because for me, I think our best option would be the West African side. I don't think we need to lay that pipe through the sea. We can cut. I don't know. I'm not a geographer. I'm not a geographer. I just from my own layman kind of way of looking at it, we don't even need to go through the sea. Just pass it through Benin Republic to what's it called? Burkina.
It's cheaper to go through the sea.
It's cheaper to go through the sea. Yeah.
If you are laying pipe through countries that you are removing some houses, you are paying.
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's cheaper that way. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's cheaper and more practical because you'll be going through 13 countries if you go through Benin Republic.
No, you will not. But like I said, I'm not a geographer to understand the people who came to that conclusion of going through the sea. You must have thought about it very well. But sometimes I just
should I give an example? The internet fiber optic cable that we currently have is actually passed through the sea. So the sea is you're not disrupting any housing. You're just going through the Atlantic bed. You're sinking your stuff there, and there are other pipelines that actually go there right now. Depending on whatever pipeline you're passing, either through oil, either through internet cable, like I suggested, and in some countries too, in some cases to gas. In fact, the one that goes through from Africa to Europe is also passes through passes through the sea from Algeria into Europe. So even though that's shorter, but sea usually is a safer place. And it's not part of the places where ships will dock. So you're not going to have anchors busting such. But like I said, it's longer to manage. It's supposed to be safer, right? But then should there be any vandal or maybe a bust, then it becomes more complicated to fix and resolve. But then it's supposed to be, it's safer compared to the example that one man gave for the Niger one, where we can easily have one small terrorist group going there and boom, and in a simple hand grenade, and then we'll be having issues. But because
I see that Sahel as very problematic. because with the different factions there, the different terrorist group and insurgency group and all of that in that Sahel, they will continue holding the Nigerian government to ransom, so them to be paying them up, to be paying them for the, I mean, like we hear of Tompolo in Western Niger now, collecting royalty for guided pipeline. We end up having to, because Russia can start harming these groups just to frustrate it or just to make it, You see, Nigeria has it's okay.
But that's why Nigeria should be playing the America of that region. That's why we have interest, and we should know what is happening in each country. And the rhetoric of leave the country alone, should not come at all if we understand all these dynamics.
I mean, to your point, it's one of the reasons why I think I was making that point yesterday. Probably, one man was a bit surprised that I made that point. Is that there's a reason why America came to set up a military base in that Sahel region, because aside gas, remember when ISWAP went ahead to to take hostage of Mozambique. Mozambique also to have a very high, in fact, they also have a very large gas reserve. In fact, they have more gas reserve than Egypt. They are just a little bit. They're just below Angola and Libya. So Nigeria has the highest reserve, followed by Algeria. Then Angola, Libya, and then Mozambique. But ISWAP went there to go and hold that country to ransom with several killings and the likes. And then when of course they started going for the hydrocarbon fields, which is within that Niger area, with uranium and coal. You don't want such people to hold such mines to ransom, because they're definitely going to sell them to black markets. They're going to be able to use those things to negotiate. You don't want, and remember that the ISWAP, even though it's an offshoot of Boko Haram, they have strong ties with Syria, Iraq, even in Turkey. So there are people who are going to trade those energies or and those natural resources, and because we don't have a technology to do that, Nigeria does not, Niger does not, Algeria does not. America had to come in and set up a drone, base there to survey. Now their mission is not necessarily to come in and attack and shoot, even though it's a military base, but it's to give intel to lots of Nigeria, Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. So, and we saw the moment that America came in there, those countries were able to a large extent suppress the dealings of ISWAP in that particular area. You remember at the very beginning, once Nigeria starts to chase away Boko Haram, once they run into Niger or they run to Cameroon or they run to Chad, into Chad, boom, we've lost them. But right now, it's almost as though once Nigeria chases them away, Chad is blocking them from behind, Cameroon is blocking them, Niger is blocking them. So there's very strong intel. And because America is also invested in this pipeline, so it's not just a Nigeria-Algeria thing. America is invested, Chevron is invested. So there's going to be plenty of surveillance, Europe is invested. So there'll be many security apparatus that will be in place for longevity. And then even the example you gave, national mind, like of Tompolo. So you're going to have very small, maybe not guerrilla group, or you probably saw vigilante groups. So you have people even within Niger that will be making money, will be paid to, create settlements in some of those parts of Sahel, to ensure that nobody is coming in to vandalize those pipelines. Because before you vandalize them, you have to dig deep within. You have to be very deliberate. You will need funding and such things. So, and the only people who can fund stuff like that, or the only country that I feel like can fund stuff like that, is Russia. And Russia, that's what Russia is already doing already. They are already creating a stable base in that area, in that region. And so Wagner Group is not coming there simply. I mean, Russia doesn't care about any of these African countries. They're giving them grains. But Russia's bit is, look, don't come in and spoil our Gary. This is like the best time for Russia. I mean, fifth largest economy. They're balling, simply selling gas. And this is winter period, and we know what gas is to Europe, the entirety of Europe. It's to their existence. So Russia can turn off gas, and everybody I mean, not literally, but people in Europe are literally freezing. And Nigeria is about to solve that problem. And I think we've always said this before. I think Kulata mentioned it. So we've been blaring our gas for eons of years. So now we're supposed to make money out of it, from Warri all the way to Algeria, and then this is happening. So for that particular reason, I would have hoped that many Nigerians will see through, and this is pretty much Tinubu's campaign, I mean, the economic summit that one man referenced, he spoke to it. We should be selling gas there. This is what, Transcore and Sahara Oil and the likes should be doing. Selling, private companies should be making tons of money. I mean, we will get FDIs like never before. In fact, we won't even need oil anymore. This is goodbye to oil. Oil is just for maybe consumption and small companies to be selling. This will be the era where a Nigerian president will say the problem we have is to have to spend our money. We will literally be we'll be that country that everybody wants us to be. Too much money. But then, we are not seeing beyond this, and it's also going to help Niger as well too. I mean, why is Algeria quick to say they're going to provide Niger? Because Algeria too now realize that, look, if Nigeria can't tap into this market, Europe would depend on us. So if Europe depends on us, then we can make more money. But if Europe depends on Nigeria and Algeria, Africa becomes stronger. And then of course they can say go to help to Russia, but Russia will not allow that. So I guess that's like the point I wanted to make around this. And it's a 3-year project. In 3 years they're done. So Tinubu can lay claim to it. I mean, like one man rightly said, you pay ahead, everybody's. But in fact, the project is already ready. Chevron has completed, like the first phase, to lay orbs. They already started laying orbs in Niger already, and then this is happening. I would hope that the peace talk will indeed foster some sort of peace. The pipeline project can go on, but I'm hoping to see what Russia's counter reaction will be to further create that unsettling. And I think that's like the part that I want to see.
And I ask a question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I ask a question. Now, we are all looking at Russia. Do you see anything on the side of Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Iran in this whole move to frustrate Nigeria or to frustrate this particular project? Because I know the Iran guys and the UAE guys, there's a way they have a grip on those fundamentalists in the Sahel region. Do you see them being probably part of the people here?
I think the part where I was seeing them from is more from the energy part. That's the hydrocarbon piece, not necessarily on the gas. And that's from the uranium part, because that's nuclear, and that's something that they always would always want to have. And it's easier for them to use small groups, terrorist groups like ISWAP, to create that. But I know that's a footprint of Iraq. I don't know if Saudi is funding Iraq in some way, and Iraq is funding Syria and Turkey, and those ones are funding ISWAP. So you can see the trickle down effect. I don't know for a fact if the Emiratis are involved in that part, but I know that hydrocarbon energy is something that they also be looking at. And Niger gives them that abundance. It gives them the leeway. They have religious allies. They can fund them. But I also know that if the Saudis were largely involved, the unrest in Niger would be vast much more than it currently is. It's vast much more, and it could be the reason why. Again, I mean, you have a point there. It could also be the reason why America has their base there to provide solid intel. So by America automatically being there, the Saudis will pull back. But it doesn't take anything away from Iraqis, because those are the ones who have always had that nuclear mission than even the.
I'm just being curious, because when you look at it, I wonder why this military junta, these guys refuse to listen to Abdulsalam Bakr, Sultan and others, and all of a sudden they are listening to the some Islamic leaders. I'm beginning to see some connections in terms of the fundamentalists in those houses and these military junta guys and who they are listening to from Nigeria. That's why I'm saying this.
Oh, okay. So I think the perception is when you have someone like a sultan or go in there, a core Muslim cleric would always be more revered than a supposedly elder statesman, even though we share religion. That's number two. So that office itself is very well respected. Plus also too, it also comes with the Hausa the Islamic traditional, feel. Even so, and that's one. Number two, I think because also the very first visit in Abdul Salam, the junta guys will definitely be very wary. They're not sure what they're bringing. They're not sure what you're proposing. It's all part of the game, But then when you bring in a cleric, and I think even the piece that was done today, that was done by the more core Islamic cleric, so they're using core Islam to negotiate, and not necessarily let's talk business. I think it's all part of the game. It's giving them some sort of leeway. They can also now think through and then now state their own terms and say, look, these are the benefits that we want. So I think that's what I mentioned also maybe a little bit yesterday is what's going to be our retirement plan. Their retirement plan is going to be settled. They're going to go on exile in some country, maybe within West Africa or somewhere. They're going to pay them very lavish funds. They're going to be fine. And that's the only thing that will make them, give back the government. They probably give them maybe like a year or 6 months to run a transition. But the other deals that will be there, they're going to pretty much surrender, and then maybe also protect the president. They probably give him to one of the ECOWAS countries to run exile, and then they will definitely hand off. But but a Sanusi would definitely always cut the cake above a. I mean, the office itself is very big. It's more of a. They also run some sort of small caliphate thing, and the influence of those northern cleric has always been historical. That's like who they've been. They've always revered such titles. It's almost like sending maybe I can't think of any. Maybe it's like someone sending an Adenuga ahead, and then you're not sending an Onife to come in after. You always revere the the Onife title far much more than you revere an Adenuga or an Adeleke, Davido's father or some rich Yoruba person. I think even though we can speak in that terms, but you are coming as a wealthy elder statesman compared to you coming as a sultan. It's you can't afford to do that, because once you do that, you're going to have the populists turn against you, because those people, the populists as well, the population of the citizens revere that position. So you wouldn't want to do that. Otherwise, you're going to have your citizens who are supporting currently will turn against you immediately, because that's pretty much Islam. And that's my opinion on that.
The Sultan is ex-military, isn't he? The Sultan of Sokoto, was he not a colonel in the army?
Yes, I'm not aware. Yeah,
he is.
He was. Does that not come into play?
Let me say this. It was. I think it was a diplomatic attaché in, I think, Iran or one of those Islamic.
It was as high as a colonel, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. That's what I'm saying. It was a military attaché for Nigeria, one of these Islamic countries. Yeah, he was a military person. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Yes. So, anybody else with anything now to say? We might start to round off now. I think Adale Koko has been taken away.
Woman, I saw that. What was Peter Obi saying about Niger Republic?
Yes, he actually, I was surprised by what he had to say, actually, because when I saw that he had put out something on Niger Republic, I thought it was going to be the usual, my name is Jeff sort of thing that he does. But it was, let me give it to you. It's just a very speedy read. It says, allow Niger Republic return to democratic government, Peter Obi tells Nigerians ECOWAS. So you'll be surprised. This was clearly written for him, but nevertheless coming out of his camp. It says, Peter Obi of the Labour Party LP is of the view that the people of Niger Republic should be allowed via their national institutions the opportunity to revert quickly to a representative democratic government. This is even as he described the ongoing political crisis in Niger. Mute yourself for a moment. This is even as he describes the ongoing political crisis in Niger Republic as a matter of dire and urgent national interest and security to Nigeria. So that second paragraph was where he started to surprise me. Obi said that primacy must be given to dialogue and diplomacy towards a resolution with minimal disruptive impact on Nigeria and the West African sub-region, regardless of the positions taken by other various parties. In a statement issued via his verified social media platform on Sunday, the former Anambra State governor applauded the respective mediatory efforts by General Abdulsalami and His Eminence the Sultan of Sokoto and His Royal Highness Lamido Sanusi. The statement reads, recent developments in the neighboring Niger Republic have become the subject of international attention. For Nigeria, this development is a matter of dire and urgent national interest and security. Inevitably, Niger is a hot-button issue for ECOWAS, as well as various international interlocutors, regardless of the positions taken by various parties that have direct or tangential interest in Niger. Primacy must be given to dialogue and diplomacy towards a resolution with minimal disruptive impact on Nigeria and the West African sub-region. A total diplomatic resolution must take into consideration the realpolitik of the West African sub-region. I applaud the respective mediatory efforts by General Abdulsalami, His Eminence Sultan of Sokoto, and His Royal Highness Lamido Sanusi, whereas ECOWAS authorities have indicated that they remain open to various conflict resolution options. Diplomacy must remain the overarching imperative in resolving the present crisis. I join the many well-meaning Nigerians who have advocated that any intervention in the crisis should be preeminently through diplomatic dialogue amongst all strategic interests in the crisis. It is therefore important that the people of Niger are allowed via their national institutions the opportunity to revert quickly to a representative democratic government. All nations, regional and international assistance should be extended to the people of Niger to return their country to normalcy. Whilst ECOWAS must seek to discourage the spread of military dictatorship in West Africa, the recourse to armed deterrence must be restrained by multilateral diplomatic mechanism. What the situation in Niger urgently calls for is a concerted multilateral coalition of Nigeria, ECOWAS, the AU, and the United Nations towards a programmed return to a democratic constitutional order. In this process, Nigeria's leadership role must not be in any doubt. So that is Peter Obi. Nothing at all. That's not his language anyway. It's all unbelievable. But there is a that is what purports to be Peter. Is that a Peter Obi statement? That sounds like it was written by Falano rather than Peter Obi.
Well, the problem I have with this statement first is, did he condemn the coup in Niger? Do you know if he has any tweet or any statement to condemn the coup in Niger? If not,
no, I'm not aware that he did.
I'm also not aware.
He did in his one of the paragraph you read, one of his sentences you read.
Not here. That's as I when it happened. Did he condemn the coup or was he sleeping all this while?
With the same vigor that he condemned the demolition of Alaba Market.
Is he the president of Nigeria?
You see the hypocrisy I always identify in this man.
Hypocrisy. I mean, you're talking about hypocrisy now.
What are you talking about, dude? Every leaders have been condemning the coup. He didn't. Now that they are already resolving it through diplomatic means, he's not talking.
It's called saving face. You save face so that one should look as if you didn't get involved.
Saving Private Ryan.
When already they are resolving the issue, you are now coming to talk.
You know, resolve. What did they resolve? Who is resolving it?
Tinubu now.
And look at him. He's even praising Abdulsalam and without praising the person they've gone there to represent. You see the hypocrisy. I don't know. People that rate that man.
This word hypocrisy.
I don't rate that guy.
This word people always throw around, hypocrisy, bro. It has even lost its value because when you people even make it sound, I'm beginning to even ask myself a question. Why do I even use this word? Because if people would take this word you batify people, bad people, you will use some word, you will just bastardize those words, make it lose its value and its power. You talk about hypocrisy. Who is the biggest hypocrite here? Huh? You people that sold us a man in a Sinai-looking man, and now look at how he's fumbling. You're telling us, no, he sent emissary. He did this, he did that. My goodness, come on. Look at the dollar is almost 1,000 naira this morning.
He made a mistake. He should have sent you to the Niger Republic. Go talk to him.
One way ticket, Abi. Is it one way?
One way ticket, yeah, that's what I'm right.
You can make a way.
I did not say that too.
But you can actually see the hypocrisy I'm identifying here. When this thing has happened how many weeks back now?
Do you know if he criticized it the first time or not? Are you aware of it?
I'm asking. I'm not aware.
Maybe we'll hear sometime on the news that he has also done that.
We will hear because obedient people are very lousy people. If he has said anything, we would have seen it. They are very, very loud people.
And you're lousy. And you people are not lousy. You ratified all of that. But people were lousy.
I wonder what narrative they are going to wrap around this diplomatic speak of Peter Obi on Obidati TV tomorrow.
They will tell you it's the best now.
Yes.
Rufai will send me out to come and be talking, and they will all laugh and giggle and gloat over the thing. It's their way. We are getting used to them.
It's going to be trending now.
Why are you people having a headache over Obi? Obi is not a president, right?
No headache. We are just he's a leader now. We're analyzing it.
No, he's not a leader. He's not your leader.
We love the way he developed Anambra to New York status now.
Oh my God! You people, I think I come to understand with some of the
consumption to production.
Hold on. The obedient people say that Obi is a headache for you people, and I don't know why people are always like beating this guy. He's not the president. You people say go to court, right? He's in court, but still you people.
But he's not the only one in court, though. Do you hear this? Do you hear the level of noise from Atiku Abubakar?
He's not the one making noise.
Who has a more valid case, a greater claim having come second, but he's letting the legal process follow suit. But Peter Obi, every minute, waiting and gnashing at the teeth, constituting public nuisance all over the place, just screeching and squealing, and just you just said an annoyance.
Woman.
He thinks he's running a parallel government. I don't know what this guy is.
You just said now. Can you show me a video of him? All this thing you just describe him now. Can you show me a video of him doing all of this?
Yeah, I've just read an article of him doing all of that.
You never see him. You're talking about his followers, perhaps. You'll never see this man ever do all these things you just mentioned. He was
National Mind. National Mind.
Yeah, I'm here.
There's a signpost in Abuja, and I've seen a feed photos.
Somebody sent it to me. Yes, go on.
On videos of people that printed T-shirt, bags. They kind of print those words. Judiciary on the watch. They started listing, some of the things that they're requesting from the judiciary and started posting it around in Abuja, branding those clothes. Do you think those things are necessary?
Let me bring it up. Yes, carry on. I think somebody sent it to me. Yeah, carry on.
For somebody who believes in the judiciary without hoodwinking them into doing their job.
Is this it? This is in Abuja.
And that's another one.
All eyes on the election tribunal judges.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
And
I think their pictures are there. This is in Abuja. Who even allowed this?
But what's the evidence that this is obedient?
No. It's not. It's not even about obedient doing it.
So who
and those who are printing, branding, T-shirts, and all that, you can protest, but when you are now putting lives in danger, I think the person who they are showing their loyalty to should have been able to speak out. and condemn some of these actions, that is capable of putting people in danger.
All eyes
To
on the
me,
judiciary. I
yeah,
mean,
you
imagine
can
that.
you can canvass for some support for somebody, for a candidate, but when you're now doing it in such a way that could easily become a security issue for those who are involved, to me that is not
Is that
patriotic.
not, hold on? Is that not an indictment on your government that you
No,
people?
no, no. It's on the candidates that
No,
they're
no,
that
no,
they are
no,
supporting.
no, no. You see, this is what you do. You see, when I say you people, I don't mean you. I'm not talking about the Abadorians and the Batify, the propaganda machine of the APC. I won't put this thing past the APC. It's the APC that put it there. Because listen, hold on. I will tell you why. You people controls Abuja. Abuja is a federal capital territory. They have signage agency. Why would the signage agency allow them to have such a thing there? If not because the people who do it are the most powerful people within the APC, and they have to do it to make it look like the PDP or obedient people and people do. So come on, see, we know this is your trick. We know this is your bull, this bull crap.
How did they control Abuja
So
with
how
your
do
25%?
Let me show you something quickly. Rational mind.
FCT is our own.
You asked a question, rational mind. So as you asked that question, I just went to do a quick search. This is on YouTube. So this is Peter Obi. I did actually, let me just do it again so you can see. So I typed in the name Peter Obi, and then I filtered it to the last let's say the last to today. So that's Peter Obi today, and let's say at time of update. So that's Peter Obi all over the place. He was in Lagos constituting a nuisance. He was in Warri constituting a nuisance. He was all over the place constituting a nuisance. So that's Peter Obi. Now let's type in Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar. Yes, let's type in Atiku Abubakar, and let's do the same filtration. Let's just do date of update. So you can't find Atiku anywhere. He's back in Abu Dhabi waiting to hear the result of the thing. But Peter Obi is still out there campaigning. Every single day is all over the place, constituting a nuisance to time and space. This is him in Lagos. So you can see that's 10 hours ago. This is him in Lagos. Crowd spotted Obi in Warri. No, this is in Warri. But then 8 hours later, this is in Lagos. Just
so because hold on, because he ran an election and he lost, he cannot go and become.
It's still continuing to campaign now.
Campaign has ended. Now it is time for judgment for us to know who really won that election and who was a criminal in that election. That is not supposed to have contested in the first place.
So that's what we're trying to do. Spin that question. What are you hoping that
come on, dude.
No. I'm being sincere. No. I'm being sincere. Now, this is a gotcha question.
Yeah, no. You see, I mean, what do you expect me to tell you? Nobody's going to win the election. It's going to win.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Like, okay, are you hoping that they will declare will be the president? What are you trying to?
There are two possibilities that can come out of it.
They want to get their mandates back.
Yeah. Because and Tinubu was, and you people not sing to you not sing to Tinubu's mandate on your mandate. Mandate to Tinubu. Then you understand the mandate here. Yeah.
They said
people are so petty.
I was watching David Danes.
Let me answer your question now. You ask a question.
Okay, go ahead. They said they won in the landslide, so I wanted to find out if the landslide that would be won.
They
won in the. They said he won Ogun State. He won in Ogun State. Okay.
Hold on.
He won in the Ragweji. Sorry.
Hold on. He might not win in all the states you're talking about, but in places like Benue, River State, we've seen even the IRF. The IRF shows contrary to what was declared. And they came on live TV and they gave it to Tinubu. The IRF shows the contrary. So what's the possibility that the same shenanigans was not played out in other places, whereby his votes were cut short? They had to cut down on the show. His vote.
Can you mention the other places, please?
Hold on.
No. You said other places. Tell us other places where.
Hold on. Benue is there. Plateau State is there.
No, please. No, wait, no. Can we please exclude the North Central and the Southeast? Because no, please, for it to actually win the presidency, we need. Can you exclude those two, please, and tell us where you won?
Hold on. I said
No, it matters. That's the point.
Hold on. The Constitution does not tell you how you are the pattern at which you're going to win it. It says you must. Hold on now. Oh, dude. The Constitution says you need at least 2/3 of the 36 states. And you have to have at least 25% from all of the states. So we don't need to win every other state. As long as you can have 25% from these states and you have the majority vote, you close to victory. So now this is what they want to prove in court. There are two things they want to prove in court: that Tinubu is not eligible in the first place to contest. That is one. And I'm definitely hoping, if any other thing does not pin on that guy, one of those things that they try to pin on him, either the PDP or Labour, one of them will pin on him. I just said that, but we know the substance of some of those things that they were trying to pin on him. Now let's now go to that election you're talking about proper. Plateau State. I mean, like I said, the Constitution does not tell you in what pattern that you need 55% from the North Central, Northeast. It doesn't tell you, but at least you must have 2/3 of the states in Nigeria, 36 states in Nigeria, including the FCT and FCT. Now, so 2/3 will mean that you don't even need to win the whole core northern states. If you win some state within the central states, central north, you win from southeast, south, and maybe you win 1 or 2 from southwest, and that can give you that 25, that 2/3. Why not? So be it. You close to victory. So I don't know what your question is all about. Because if in Taraba State,
hold on. Let me ask you now. Hold on. Let me ask you. I agree. You don't have to win the state to win, and I'm saying the place that he won right now. Right now that they said he won and he got those required numbers. Obviously, that is not enough to win, according to what we have right now. Excluding
but you know, he has more win that.
Let me finish the question. Damn it, let me finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
The guy has 6 million votes right now, right? And you're saying that he has more votes. Now, I'm asking that where are those numbers that was hidden by the Tinubu INEC, according to you? What other states, apart from what he has right now on paper, did he get those required 25%, excluding what they've already declared for him right now? It's all I'm asking.
Dude. You see, the point is this: there's a formula. There's what they are trying to prove in court. Besides the first one I just mentioned, which is his eligibility as his own candidacy as a person. Now the result itself is being challenged. Now the point is, some of those numbers they gave to Tinubu were stolen numbers from the Labour Party. Even PDP also stole from them. So
I'm with you. I'm asking you give me where those numbers were stolen from. What I'm asking.
I just mentioned some of them to you. Plateau State is one of them. Taraba State is one of them. Adamawa State is one of them. Borno State was one of them. Sokoto is one of them. Benue and
Borno State.
Borno State.
North.
Yeah, Borno State. North. Yeah, Southern Borno towards Adamawa State. Those areas they had some chunk of votes from.
He said no. He said Sokoto State, Abi.
Sokoto is also one of them. Yeah, Sokoto is one of them.
Look at that. He won.
Sokoto.
He didn't win. He didn't.
People voted for Peter Obi.
They voted for him. Kaduna is
in
one
Sokoto.
Of them. Kaduna is one of them.
Coupists. Sokoto.
Guys, are you going to? Yeah.
No. Pause and reflect on what you're saying now. Pause and reflect.
Hold on.
In Sokoto, people voted for Peter Obi in Sokoto.
Listen. He did not win Sokoto, and that's what I'm saying. They stole their vote, or they cancelled out their vote, so that they'll make them appear like they never had anything in Sokoto. So that's what I'm saying. So they want to prove, when they tabulate all these numbers together, and they're able to get it back, you're going to put them at the lead, substantial lead perhaps. And not even talk about the 18,000.
Were votes stolen from Atiku Abubakar as well?
I don't know.
Or just Peter Obi?
One man. I'm only talking about my own candidates.
No. You have to look at it holistically now. Were votes stolen from Atiku Abubakar as well, or just? I'm not saying that you would know, but do you imagine? Do you imagine that votes would have been stolen from Atiku too?
From what they also said in their own petition too, they said yes, some of their poll votes were stolen from them.
But that is true. Then Atiku will be declared.
Let them.
Is that not it? I mean,
it doesn't want to say that, Abi.
It's like just the land of make believe. You're living in the land of make believe.
I see whoever planned this last election for Tinubu. Oh my goodness, they are very. I mean, they did a very, very idiotic. But then let me use the word, a clownish kind of rigging. But it seems to like, sometimes when some people do something clownish, it can make you believe to some extent. It can make it look like it's made believe, kind of like, okay, it's clownish, but it might be true.
To Spinner, Peter Obi got the required numbers in Sokoto and Borno State. That's what you're telling us.
Hold on. I did not say he got 25% in Sokoto State, but I'm saying even Borno State did not get 25%, but he got even Bauchi State, he got substantial amount of votes from there that we already have from their own.
Bro, you are missing my point, and I'm trying to get out here. You said you must 24 states, right? You must get the required numbers, right? Not win 24. What you have mentioned right now, even plus the one he won, is not even up to that number. So I'm trying to figure out.
That's what I'm saying. You
don't wait, hold on. Outside of southeast and north central, you've mentioned Borno and Sokoto. Where else in the northwest or southwest did he get where his numbers suppressed beyond?
Ondo State is one of them. Ondo State is one of them.
In Ondo too.
Yeah, Ondo State is one of them. Ogun State is one of them.
Ogun State. My own. Okay.
Well, you see, dude.
I'm asking now.
That's what I'm asking you. It doesn't mean he has 25% there. But all this number that was cut down, if we tabulate all of them, including the 18,000 votes, 18,000 polling stations that were blood, that we never know who won those places. They also just declare some of them for, the majority of them for Tinubu.
Right.
So if those ones are all calculated,
I think Babate is talking about constitutional requirements first, and then majority.
Spinner. Therefore,
that's what I'm saying. Hold on. I'll come to your answer.
Wait. Therefore, that means that if he had those numbers, that means you are hoping for a runoff.
Exactly. So
okay.
That is what we're looking at. That it's going to be a runoff, and it's going to be a runoff between Atiku and possibly.
Do you see how fallacious and ludicrous the narratives are? Just from your conversation with Babati, the more he was pushing you, the more you were reaching into the interlands of the back or beyond in just this fantastical journey.
What English
that Peter Obi's votes were suppressed in Sokoto. I mean, what does that even mean?
It means something, because those numbers, if they were added to what he has, by the time if in the event that Tinubu was not disqualified by those his forged certificate and all of that, and his issue about this person, if they were not disqualified on based on that, then
can you make this more interesting? Let's say, for sake of argument, we have.
You won't even let me even answer the question.
No.
Let me answer the question. So if you don't, for the sake of other people that don't, let me make this point clear so that maybe we don't have to repeat the question. What I'm saying is that what we are hoping for is that we know that the way something is skewed right now, the way it's just all messed up, it might be very hard for them to say, okay, all right, you won the election because maybe you didn't have the required as constitutionally required. Maybe. I don't know what they have, the evidence is submitted to them, but that's what I'm following what I've read, I've followed so far. But then what we are hoping for is that in the event that Tinubu is not disqualified, that by the time they tabulate those numbers, it will propel Obi to second. There's going to be a rerun between Obi, because not even Atiku. Listen. There's a part of the constitution that you people ignored. Maybe people are ignoring it. It says that whoever the second person must have must score the highest number of votes. Highest number of states. He must win the highest number of states. Not say highest number of votes.
The highest number of votes in the largest number of states, or the
something like that. So
but
Atiku did not win.
Now,
Atiku did not win more states like Obi. Obi won more states than Atiku.
How do you know that?
Yeah, he won. Atiku had about 11 states that he won. Obi won.
That is not true. He won more than 11.
Okay. If we put Benue and River State from the IREF, it will put Obi at a lead, like I think 14 or 13 states. Only being superseded by.
Do you mind? Let me ask you a quick question. Are you very much aware that whatever you see on IREF is not what INEC is counting?
You see, but then that's not what the Supreme Court has said in Adeleke, and what was the case. That's not what it says. It says IREF is whatever you see on IREF is what should be used. Yeah, the Supreme Court in the case of Adeleke.
Do you know Supreme Court can also vacate their previous judges?
Yes, my brother. By do you know? Is Ogbeni still here?
No. You can ask Ogbeni. They've done it in the past, and they could still do it. They can
we shall see. But I know that even if.
But do you know why that happened? The dynamics of the election that happened in Osun State is not the same dynamic that happened in the federal election. The dynamic that happened in the federal election. Let's not argue this.
No, this is a lame.
I'm not arguing it. No.
Election is election. There's no difference.
No. Come on now, rational mind. You know that. Hold on, relax. The dynamics of what INEC said was going to happen in the federal election, as stated by INEC, is not the exact way it happened based on what happened in the Osun State election. What happened in the Osun State was supposed to be some sort of quasi-test ahead of what happened in the federal election. For a week to the federal election, INEC came on and clearly said to us that beavers will only be used for accreditation. However, the transmission of the election will be done manually. But for the sake of transparency, there will be IREF posted for people to just check and see what happened in the polling units. INEC is not going to go to, so that's why all the core petitions, so even that 18,000 blurry result will be dismissed, because you can't hold on to that blurry election and not bring out the physical paper, and it's the physical result that will be tendered in the court, not the printout of the blurry ones. Because for you to present a blurry, to say, oh, we had 18,000 blurry polling units, the counter reaction to that is we're going to bring the 18,000 of the actual results. And that's what will be presented. That's what the court will look like. So it's almost as it's like arguing that when you have original certificates and then I mail you a photocopy via WhatsApp and it comes out blurry, and then you tell me that because it's blurry, then I have to dismiss the invoice or something that I gave to you when I have a copy of the original one there. So the court will go by the original one.
Can you go to Sokoto? Can you click on that Sokoto number so we can see? Sorry, the speaker. So just click on it so you can come up.
No, that's Rotimi. That's Rotimi speaking. Yeah.
Sorry, Rotimi, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Rotimi, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean, as far as that's pretty much, and I think the moments where Obi started presenting IREV and he started, I just knew that I just kind of like.
But hold on. Dude. Did you know that INEC? Because you see, when you talk about, I wish Ogbeni is here. When you provide evidence, you should be able to. Okay, you're here. Good. When you provide, I understand in law, when somebody is in litigation against you, if you provide any evidence that this is the document I have, if you cannot provide anything to the contrary to that, the court can rule based on that document that was provided. Especially if that thing was a certified copy from that whatever, and it's verified that it's certified. In all this election, the INEC, the Tinubu people did not bring anything to counter what evidence that they brought. The APC and the PDP, the PDP and the Labour Party brought. They did not. They were just like trying to like poke holes in all the things they brought. Which I don't know what strategy they're trying to achieve by that. Because I don't know, maybe they don't really have, as some people speculated, maybe they don't really know what they did, that they don't have the real copy. It was just all made up stuff that they did on that very day when they were announcing it in front of live TV, that they were not real numbers. They were just numbers that were cooked up.
Okay.
But if they have it, why did they provide to counter? to counter what APC and Labour Party and PDP provided. Why did you?
It's simple. I hear you. I hear Rashida. No, hold on, Rashida man. Are you also aware that Obi's camp are supposed to have a signed copy of the from ECA from their polling agents, and that's supposed to be their own legal copy, not the one on IREF. Are you aware of that? I'm sure you are aware of that.
That what? Say that again, please.
They're supposed to have their own signed copy of the Form E8A. So whilst there is a single Form E8A,
it's called pink copy.
The pink copy, yes, that pink copy, and that's the copy that is representing, not the IRF copy. The fact that they're even providing the IRF copy itself to me already showed how destabilized the campaign was. They're supposed to have their own pink copy, which is like the carbon copy of how the election itself went by, not the one. I mean, why should Obi be presenting RF copy when they're supposed to have a pink copy from their polling agents? That's the physical copy.
Hold on. You see, there are 3 copies that can be provided. Now, listen, there is the EC8 form that were given to each what's it called? Each polling party agent.
Polling unit agent.
Yeah. And there is the police copy and INEC copy. Not I don't know what strategy they adopted, the Obi Legal Council, by not providing their own, because from what I gathered, I think they said they did not provide any of their, what's it called?
Pink copies. Pink.
Is it pink copies or their own agent copy? Because they felt that they could easily poke holes on that.
Should that be your main evidence? The pink copy should be logically that would be your main.
No, it's one of the part of it. That's why I said there are different layers to it. That I don't know how strategy was, whatever strategy they have.
Sorry. You are saying that they're disputing the figures on IREV, but what are they using to dispute it if they don't have their agent copies to contrast against what is on IREV?
You see, like I said, I'm sure Ogben is still here. Maybe he's going to say much on that.
You see how more fallacious and far-fetched.
That's why I said you guys don't understand.
Hold on. Your party agent signed a copy of right? That should be one would think that would be what you would say, okay, compare this to what you have on RFO. This is the right number, right? Number that you will use that. So why would you not use that in court?
Okay, now let me say this to you.
If
the one that carries more weight
to expose the fact that
hold on. You say what? What did you say?
Ashiria too. It's just to keep the optic there, so that people will still have hope. That's why you see
the case. Tinubu failing.
Is that a prayer or a curse?
Why did Obi also not? Why did he not also tell the court that he won the election? Why did he not make that plea? No. Why did he not make the plea?
No. Listen, that you cannot expect from this. Sorry. This Sokoto thing. Let me go back to this Sokoto thing that they was talking about. I'm glad you put the numbers up. And Obi got about 1.5% of the vote in Sokoto State. Sometimes, and PDP and APC pretty much got 45 to 47%. So I'm trying to figure out how much of the numbers they really suppressed by your own logic. You have to look at it. How much suppression really went on here? Because this was just landslide is not even the word. They pretty much just ran the whole thing. This guy got what? 6,000 votes, 6,500, right? So how much suppression really went on in Sokoto State by your own estimation, Rational Man? I really want to know in Sokoto State.
Babati, I said, I don't have all the facts as to what was it.
We have it on screen, sir. No. Look at the screen. No.
Speculate to it. You don't have to have the figures, but speculate to it because you brought the narrative that they suppressed him in Sokoto. So we are not holding you to exact figures, but speculate to it.
I don't know. I don't know the figures. I can't speculate.
Look at your screen.
Hold on. Let's not do this.
Look at the screen
I'm not
right
looking at
now.
the screen. I'm in front of a screen here, but I'm not.
Yes, the man has it up now. It's right there.
Hold on. There were voters. Listen, like I said to you, I don't know what they provided to the tribunal, whether they included their own agent's copy that they had, which is different from what the IRF even saying. They might have that. Maybe they included it, or they have some police copies that they got. I don't know what they provided, but I know that the bulk of what they provided to substantiate their case, to prove that they had more votes and their votes were suppressed, that if all these things were tabulated and the ones that were blood and everything, that will post them to number one. We'll just propel them to number one spot. That's what they said they have that thing to prove. But in the event that that is not the case, then we have to now look at the number of states that were won. What will now be in case of rerun? And in that case, we're looking at Tinubu should be disqualified from it, from not contesting based on those past whatever. So if it now becomes that, okay, it's not going to be between number second and number third, which is going to be likely Obi being number first and number second. Okay, if Obi is not number second, what's it called? PDP being number second and Obi being number third. They will not go for the rerun because even the 20 Abuja that was contested, it did not have it. That's another thing we're looking at. So there are so many angles to this case. But I know one of them will pin on Tinubu. And you people don't want to because one of them will pin on them. I don't see how Tinubu is going to remain in office. Except
Woman, can you do me a favor? Can you go to Borno? Can you go to Borno? Go ahead.
One of them
because you can't respond to the Sokoto thing. Let's try Borno. Maybe you will.
What I said about it to you is that I'm not their party agent. I don't know about the facts.
You brought it up now.
I brought it up.
Why you now?
Hold on. I brought it up because it's part of what they mentioned in their.
Then tell us how much of this suppression really happened in this state. We have the numbers on the screen right now.
I don't know. Maybe you don't understand my English. I'm also French. I don't know. Maybe I'm also you, but
they just won their stolen mandate. That's what they know.
You see, because you go by the name Rational Mind, so you have to live up to that feeling. We're looking at figures now. You said that Peter Obi won in Sokoto State. The results actually told us that he got
one man. What did I say?
No, not one. So sorry, I beg your pardon. You did not say that. You said that Peter Obi's votes were suppressed in Sokoto State, but the figures told us that he got 1.12% of the votes in Sokoto State. So now, for anybody that is not partisan but knows Nigeria, they will be comfortable with those figures because Sokoto State, as we know it, nobody can really see anybody in Sokoto State likely to vote for Peter Obi. Maybe a few students thereabout, and that would be round about the 1%. So what sort of votes would that Peter Obi have in Sokoto State that is worth suppressing? That's one. And then the other more important thing is, if you are saying Peter Obi's votes were suppressed, they were crossed over to APC and all whatnot, and those votes you are looking for them, then you cannot say that it was only Peter Obi's votes that were suppressed and crossed over. So if we apply the same argument to Atiku Abubakar, which reason and logic will say that has to happen, then that still makes Atiku above Peter Obi. So there is nothing in logic or reasoning that suggests that Peter Obi did better than what INEC told us he did.
Yeah, so like I said, Plateau State, he had over 1 million votes there. Yeah, he had over 1 million votes.
In Plateau State?
In Plateau State.
How many people voted in Plateau State? One man, is it possible to check the total of people who voted?
Yes, I'm getting to it. Yeah.
So, but then he has some evidence that he provided. He has evidence that he provided. You see. Well, you see,
he had 1 million votes in Plateau State. Even the totality of all of the votes is not up to 1 million.
We know the shenanigans of what they played in this election. There were so many votes that were suppressed. There were so many things that was taken out.
Hold on. He had over 1 million votes in Plateau State. APC got about 300,000. PDP got about 200 and let's say 250,000. So that's around about 500,000 there. And then there's 400,000 here to somebody. Let me just make sure I'm getting
where is the suppression, woman? Where is the
the totality of all of the votes is not up to 1 million. So are you saying he got?
Where's the suppression? Where's the suppression here?
I mean, what narrative is this?
Okay, well, you can go on and continue saying all of this because
no, stay with it. You said
I'm not saying with anything.
Hold on. You said Peter Obi got over 1 million votes in Plateau State.
Okay.
But the total votes declared for all of the major parties is not up to 1 million. So how does that square in with what you said?
Okay, you see, it's just
so that means he got all of these votes, and then still some are still repressed.
Now, but this is the same you guys that were arguing here when they said they had.
No, stay with Plateau State. Stay with Plateau State.
Some ghosts voted for him.
Okay, all right. We shall find out. It's the same way they declared. Hold on, the same way they declared Plateau State. I mean, they declared Benue State and what's it called, River State for Tinubu. It's not the same way that we're saying that IRF gave us a different. You see, you people are just I don't know. You people like to
no.
argue
The argument
without having to follow what is precedent.
I
just give an example of the shenanigans that went on in this election.
Hold on. So far, we've been going by your own logic of suppression. You brought that up. I didn't bring it up. You did.
Okay.
And so far, you cannot prove that with the truth.
Why would I prove it? Shame me, lawyer. I mean, the lawyer.
But you brought this up. We are all
I brought it up. Hold on.
Yeah, you did.
Dude, calm down. Calm down.
I mean, what are you doing,
I brought it up because I saw it as part of their petition that they were trying to prove that their votes were suppressed in Sokoto, in Bauchi, and in Borno.
And you believe it, right?
Well, I believe it. That is not. It is not relevant.
No. That is the point.
Not relevant.
That's
no.
It is because
I'm only saying that
because no. Excuse me. Because
that's why I don't like arguing with you with this Agbadorian.
No. Stop doing this, man. You got this up. That means you believed it. Don't back up now. You believe it.
I'll back up. I can back up. I want to back.
Why will you back up? You brought it up on the platform. Why would you back up now?
I'll back up. Hold on. I will back up because you just want to pin something on me.
I am not pinning this. You brought this up. I didn't bring it up. You did.
Dude, calm down.
Sorry, rational mind. Let me just say one thing because I'm really fixated with this. For Peter Obi to have scored. Hold on, because you're a rational thinking person. For Peter Obi to have scored over 1 million votes in Plateau State, then that would mean that Atiku Abubakar scored 0 votes. Not one single person voted for him. Tinubu scored 0 votes. Not one single person voted for him. Kwakwanso scored 0 votes. Not one person voted for him. So all of those votes would have condensed into Peter Obi. But even with all of that, that will still not be enough because you said they scored over 1 million. Then still, all that votes will still have been repressed. How does that make sense? How does that make sense?
Woman, hold on. Can you go and dig? This is not a Labour Party man. I think the PDP man, the same person that was the same PDP that was saying that Lagos, they stole Obi's vote in Lagos. Another PDP person also portrays that of the Plateau State that he saw over 1 million votes in Plateau State. But he was surprised when they were declaring something different on the IRF.
Right.
What is this? That
over 1 million votes for Peter Obi, you mean?
1 million votes or over 1 million votes, that's what I heard.
Right.
Man.
But hold on, the thing is this, the question you should be asking yourself is, what is the totality of the people that are registered to vote in Plateau State? That's the question you should be asking. Are they over 2 million? Are they over 1 million? If they have, that tells you that there's possibility.
I think they're about 2.7.
2.7. So if they're 2.7, then are we not saying that out that 1 million votes with the 700,000 votes with APC and PDP that they had, if you put it's not even up to 2 million.
So even in his
so what percentage turnout? What percentage turnout?
Even in the stronghold, what was the percentage turnout? Let alone play.
I don't know. I don't have that figure with me. I'm going by what I've read, what I've seen. That's what I'm talking about on this thing. And if I said, hold on, you might be no joking size, but let me just conclude this way. And if I said that his votes were suppressed in Sokoto State, I'm not saying he won Sokoto State, but his votes were chopped off. How many were these votes? It could be 20,000, it could be 10,000, it could be more than that. I don't know, but they said it. And that's why I'm bringing forward when we're having this conversation. Do I believe it? It's not relevant whether I believe it or not. I can tell you I believe it.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
How is it relevant? How does it put food?
That is the only reason you brought it up in the first place. Because if you don't believe it, you not that brought it up in the first place. The only reason you are talking about it is because you believe that is so.
It's because we're having a conversation.
Don't back down now.
No, I'm not backing off.
You are backing down. You are.
I'm not backing off.
Spinner, come on, you are spinning right. You are spinning.
Don't call me that spinner again.
Oh, spin, Gary, you are spinning.
I'm not spinner. I said beware of spinners here on this platform. People like yourself.
Is one man still there?
Yeah, more boy.
One man, please. Do you still have that obese petition?
Is that
final address? The final address I sent to you.
Yes, I have it, but on a different system. Yeah.
To say.
Did you send it? Did you send it via WhatsApp?
Yes, I sent it via WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. I can get it.
If you can display it and just help me to go to the final sentence made by Obi. Let's see what he urged the court to do.
Rational mind.
One burger.
Let me come to your side for once tonight. So I hope your principal gets his mandate, and I hope the court grant it to him. Okay, we'll all come here and celebrate when Obi wins, and Nigeria will jubilate, and Tinubu will go back to where does he even live again? Bodylon Street.
I'll see France. I'll be in France. I'm gonna be in Guinea.
This time around, not the way ECOWAS. AU will come AU will take everybody out.
But then you can read it to us if you have it in front of you.
I'll reforward it. It's better displayed than just reading it.
The irony of it is even after one man who presents that obese petition in a rational man will still insist that
he will find a way to defend it. He will find a way. You know him.
The point is that even Obi himself was confused in his final address. He didn't hold anything. You shouldn't say I'm coming.
What did you do?
You know, because it was an amusing little joke. This will be something.
Now, you guys,
now it's getting tedious.
No, what I'm saying is, what did he say, Albany? Just read it to us. We'll take you by what you just said. We're not going to say you're right. Just read it, because I think I've read it on one channel.
No, I'm forwarding it. If I forwarded it again to him, I want him to just display it.
Video clip. You've not sent anything.
No. It will land now. It's the final address.
Okay. The nailing down of rational mind. I should retitle this session "The Nailing Down of." But it's not a sleepy character. Why
would I back off? Or why would I run away? For what?
Okay, it has landed now. I was surprised that Rational Man wanted to be backing out. That's the first time I've ever heard
all these Agbadorians and
they were
see, this guy is always accusing me of eating late. See, yesterday he had laughing. Today only God knows what he's eating now. I heard you munching something, Baba T.
But laughing is okay for the night meal, but in your own something like that.
Have you heard that song? Mafa Gbomo, Ma Motima, Mafa. What is that woman says? That one woman sang that song like that. It was supposed to be it's supposed to be a Christian music. Nigeria has to follow you. Nigeria is done. You forget it. That country is gone today.
So how is that now with your drinking? That's the excuse you're making for your drinking.
Man, you mean Google?
All right, page one.
I haven't had alcohol. Don't make me go and have a little shot tonight.
The last page, page 39.
Why would you ask him to go and read just one part when we can consider the whole totality of the whole thing?
That is the conclusion now.
It's easy for you to take things out of context because that's what
that's the conclusion now. That's where you urge the court that in all I've said, do this for me.
This is what I want the court to do for me.
Yes, that's the conclusion. Is that not what we do even in the research? The last page, one man. You see.
All right, say when.
Let's go.
Conclusion.
Look, that is conclusion. Let's see what he heard the court to do now. See what he said. For reason given above, we respectively urge your lordship to discountenance the second to third respondent defense as devoid of any sincere of merit, or that the personal case is meritorious and granted.
Why did you take it out?
You've taken it off. We can't see it again, woman.
Sorry.
Why are you protecting?
No. I'm sorry. I was trying to. Why are you protecting? I was so sorry. It's back
in
back
the middle
now.
Of a court proceeding. You are taking man. We are going to
throw him in the gallows. Throw him in the gallows. Hello, Joseph Tumbu.
Did Uganda say is number one obedient? Can you really?
All right. Hopefully,
okay.
yeah. Is it
I'll
back?
read it. No, it's not back. Let me read it. Let me read it from my system. So he said, in conclusion, that's the conclusion now. May we respectively commend to your lordship the word on the marble of the Kenya Supreme Court in the case of Odinga against INEC. That's their own INEC, where when in nullifying the election that returned Uhuru Kenyatta as the winner of Kenya election, Shah quotes them and said, let it toll from our sanctums of prayer and to those who bear the responsibility of leadership. Let it be a constant irritant. Full stop. Date. Sign. From this whole thing, you can't find anything Obi tells the court to do.
Yes, you do.
If you go to Atiku's final address, you will see what Atiku said.
Yes, you do.
Atiku draw a table. If you go to Atiku, he draws a table. And he said, remove XYZ vote from here, add to mine. Remove XYZ from here, add to mine. If you balance everything up, this should be the votes I scored. And this should be the numbers Tinubu scored. And this should be the number others scored. Therefore, I should be the winner. And he urged the court, finally, declare me as the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is a petition. This one is just full of here and there. Oh, drug. Oh, certificate. Oh, nomination. Oh, da. And that's why you see rational mind say, at least man, you can't have my jello. So tetany. They don't even know what to
Kalo. The Kalo Republic of P2B.
All right, we shall see, because you're only reading the conclusion, which I think, like you said, you should have at least fleshed out some things that he said. But I don't know what he said previously. If already, okay, let me ask you a question. The one you just read now, was it his conclusion to the INEC or to the APC?
That's his conclusion. I'm coming
to the petition to
Tinubu's own.
Okay.
That's the conclusion of his. Don't forget that it's his case. So he dragged them to court.
Sorry, Ogwene, give me a microsecond. I think Thomas is with us, so that opens the window for me to build. Super chats from Prince, from Rotimi on the screen. from Kulata, who joined us earlier, Ayo, of course, the traditional name, and Benjamin Olabode. So thank you to all those. So yes. So the RD there is that's the Rotimi right there. So thank you to all those. To you, Thomas. Thomas, I'm sure you missed your song. So let me.
Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. I'm still loyal. I'm still loyal.
Yeah, okay. Ìjọba ológun ti dé. This is let me take you to Niger Republic.
The coup d'etat is here. One man, Atibajoba, we overthrow your cabinet. How are you guys?
Fine.
I've been crazy busy. my work schedule changed, so I'm a bit
more
busy
money
now.
That's more money for you now.
More money. Yeah. When I be $10 per hour, so more money.
That's good. That's good.
More money. Yeah, go on. Who is speaking? I think Rational Mind is on. Yeah.
Let me just sign off by it like this. You see, my point is that we shall see. When is still there? I don't know if he's still there. When it's drop. So anyway, my point is that So my point is that we shall see how the. But I just know that something must spin on Tinubu. I'll be surprised. Let me say surprised. I'll be shocked if nothing pins on Tinubu, and they still go ahead and declare Tinubu as that winner of that election. Because those certificate forgery to the shit of Pinterest was sorry. If you say you went to Chicago, you own that certificate. You are the same that Bola A Tinubu in Chicago. Why don't you ask your court? I mean, the same blunder you made that if I were in me took you to court in 2001. I mean, 2000 in year 2099. The same blunder you made, and you were saying, "Oh, I was not the one who filled the form. It was my people that filled the form for me." The same blunder you're making now. You went to down. What does it take you? I went to University of Chicago. Oh, Chicago. If I like some of my credentials, I call my universities and I call them. Can you give me? I've lost it. I've misplaced it. Can I get another copy? They will ask me for maybe to go on their website and fill out some things and pay up some money and maybe a credit card just for payment for them to be able to print me a new one. They will do it for me. What does it take you? If you really you are the Tinubu Bola A Tinubu that went to that Chicago, ask them and they will give it to you. And then you submit it to INEC. Why do you have to go to Pinterest and go and print it's to tell you that why is it that this guy, the same blunder he made in 1999, the same one I keep repeating again? What is wrong about it? What is it about these guys?
Can I bust your bubble? There is nothing that's going to happen.
Bust it.
They say that nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. Tinubu will be your president for another 4 years. I hear.
So everybody get their mouth. Do
you know that Nigeria is in a good smooth ride now?
You say what?
Even the judge, Nigeria is in a good
now sources.
John over.
Like, what the hell? He's like, what the hell?
Oh my God, you've been here. My God, I hear people have been here.
Oh my God, but what if you know we need
$1,000 to $1. 1979. One point.
Hello.
50 kobo, almost 150 kobo, or maybe 60 kobo, 65 kobo was $1 in 1981 or 1980. What we need 1,000 as of this morning, and a dollar is changing for a dollar exchanging for almost like 1,990 Guinea corn, 950 Guinea corn shillings.
When your CBN is borrowing up money up and down to pad the budget, to pay for overhead costs, who would have known? Even when they said that, they were printing money, that means this naira, new naira note stuff was a ruse. They are probably printing money just to, just to get more money to pay stuff. And at the end of the day, look at what the CBN report says now. When the CBN went to borrow money from JP Morgan's and all of those other credit, did the National Assembly ratify and sign up? Because it seems not showing up in the appropriation bill and all that. So how come Nigerians are now not aware that CBN is, if your CBN is broke, the banker of the banker in your country is broke. I mean, paddling books just to make it look good doesn't make any sense, but that's where we found ourselves. So I think Tinubu should extend that searchlight to NNPC, not just CBN, at least to know where we stand.
But Adewale, don't you think there will be light at the end of the tunnel?
Who cares? Light them up, like I said. Light everybody up, including Buhari, if possible. I'm telling you.
Did you see that Sahara reporters?
I don't read.
Forget about anything Sahara reporters. Just forget Sahara reporters.
But once upon a time, Sahara reporter was the darling of everybody. But now, because of Yele,
because it's easy to lose.
Yele is the propaganda. Yele is the propaganda.
No, guys, I feel Yele should have stayed in that because this guy, love him or hate him, this David Day is not doing what he used to do. But
Udeyi too has lost his credibility.
Yeah, but I'm saying that,
how did he lose his credibility?
The moment you declare that you are becoming more partisan,
you can't declare for a side if you have been.
It was asked, and he said, "Oh, I'm from Obi." Now where he lost that.
Yeah, but he won't lie about it now. But the only thing is that
you see,
his articles where they color them.
You don't say that in public, even if it's true.
Yeah, that's so that means every article you wrote is being written from the bias point of view.
Okay. Now he went to hold on. That he went to Chicago. He went to ask Chicago, can you please supply me all those things about the profile of this person called Bola Tinubu? And then they gave him those people and they said female there. Was he the one who made it? Was he the made up stuff by him? Was he the one who made it up?
So, but even if they wrote female, that is not. Hold on. Even if they wrote female, that is still not enough to disqualify him for presidential candidacy. Okay, you see, we're talking about almost 40-something years ago scenario. Okay, it's possible that will be error. It'll be possible that people make mistakes. School could make mistakes. He himself could make mistakes. But the bottom line is that the school has not denied that he didn't attend the school. So all this exploration that's not yielding anything but just to look for something that is, to me, look, there's some other areas that could as well nail Tinubu. But when you start finding all this mundane thing to pin on him and paint him in a bad light, if you are able to track some of the money that he stole while he was in government, and I will praise you to high heaven. But when you are looking for kind of a thing, you should have lost your credibility, and you declare for another presidential candidate. Where's your credibility? Keep it to yourself. After all, you can't even vote. He was asked on television.
You didn't even have any credibility before. Did you have anyone?
A lot of your publication will also have your support if you are doing investigative journalism. Because the what do you call it? The liability that you inherit. So that's why your publication will not just support you, but at least protect you if anything, if you are sued. So, but the way he's doing is like you have a visitation on somebody, as if you can't breathe if that person is not painted in the blue black stuff. To me, that's where I don't even take the guy serious. You know,
So
he
what's your
went to.
point, Adewale?
I
Yeah,
don't even know what my point is, but the guy is.
okay. Yeah, I mean,
the guy got himself involved in so
The
many
guy is
stuff.
ridiculous. That is
Yeah,
the
You know,
summary.
see,
to add
when
to
you are,
what Adewale was saying,
yeah, what I'm
he's
saying
actually
is that,
very active in the Obi's campaign. I mean,
oh yeah, of course,
he
everybody
hosts
knows.
Obi's shows. Yeah, so automatically
Uh,
we can argue that he's actually even a sponsored, journalist.
Hey, apart from that, if you
And
are writing something, at least
that's what makes
make
it
it
a
look
bit flawed.
credible. If you make it look
Yeah.
credible, you know, make it look credible to make it.
Adewale, we can say he's partisan. So there's nothing you can
Sort of.
write and take as a pinch of salt.
Sort of.
Yeah. If you are partisan, if you are neutral, then people can take you serious. But if you are backing somebody, nobody will take you serious, even when what you are writing is.
Okay, can I ask a
like,
question, Thomas?
Yeah.
Tinubu's TVC station is it not partisan? All the people working there, they're not partisan.
We know that. Nobody argued that.
So why are you finding fault with this guy? If he's obedient and then he writes.
But then,
why don't you discredit everything that TVC is saying? All the news that
rational, you don't find TVC news anchors. No, hold on. You don't find the anchors now going. Relax now. You don't find them going out publishing slanderous articles about Obi. So yes, about article. They're not doing what.
What is slanderous? What is slanderous about what this guy wrote? Can you give me an example of a slanderous article by this David?
If you
give me an example.
Okay, in the peak of campaign, right? You go out and then you release a passport and claim that Tinubu is a citizen of another country. That automatically disqualifies him, and he knew very well that it was a honorary diplomatic citizenship that does not count. So he knows that. He put out the picture out there. He cropped the diplomatic part there. He cropped and then made it come out as though Tinubu actually owns a citizenship somewhere. And within that same period, we now started seeing pictures of Tinubu in a helicopter with a quote unquote a cocaine somewhere within the bag to further push the narrative that he's indeed a drug lord. Those things itself are actually slanderous. Those are not investigative journalists. Those are pretty much sending out, campaign content.
Hold on. Let us not debate you on this thing you just said now, because you say when something is slanderous, you know the meaning of slanderous. When it's something slanderous, as an English word, and I know, of course, I should expect you to know what you're talking about when you use the word slanderous. So you know what it means? Can somebody tell us what? I mean, are you still there, or am I talking to myself?
Oh, you wanted me to answer you if I know slanderous? Oh, come on now, rational dude. Just go ahead.
Go on. I'm listening.
Make your point, rational.
No, you said somebody is slanderous. So my question is, what is slanderous about what he said? Except you don't know what the meaning of the word slanderous.
Do you want to talk to my point, or you want me to school you on what slanderous means?
School me. Okay, go on, school me.
I don't need to school you. You all know what slander means. I've used the word. You know what it means. Go ahead and counter that. You were going to counter my.
Okay, all right. So, like I said, if only you know what slanderous means, it's malicious. It is something that is with an evil intent to spoil somebody. Now, the question is context. At what point was this article by this guy released? It was during the peak of an election. There's been a lot of things about this. One of the major candidates in the person of Bola. A lot of things have been said about the Chicago runs and everything, the Chicago University, and now a new revelation that came in that he had a citizenship of another country. You can say it's honorary. We do not know until the people who are involved are able to speak about it.
Namely, rational mind. As a Yoruba man, are you culturally, listen to me very well. Culturally, are you allowed to call Asiwaju Bola culturally?
Boy. Listen.
No, I'm just asking now.
Hold on. ọmọ Yorùbá tèmi mi ò ń ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá yes sir kíní kan mi ò.
It's not about yes sir. No. Last time no. Yorùbá la méjèèjì. We are both Yorùbá. I said culturally.
Okay, if you say culturally, well, culturally we are lórúkọ mọ́yàn àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ẹni tó bá ti jù wá lọ. Bá jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹni gan ni. If he's your elder brother, you would at least in our culture you say brother, or you say uncle, right? Yeah. But I'm not here for all of that crap. I'm not here for brother, uncle, baba, or whatever. I will say it as it is. It's a precedent.
So you are not culturally.
Let's not do this.
No, now
Thomas. He was in French in it. Thomas.
Thomas, that doesn't matter now. It's like asking him to be calling Jesus brother.
Go on.
But go ahead, rational man.
So anyway, let me just continue. Now, at the peak of an election, we're seeing many things has been said about this guy. And you know, people will bring dirt on your opponent. If it's OB, they will bring it up. At least we saw the one after the election. They brought it that we had Thomas here when he came in. He was like, yes, daddy, like a mockery of what's his name? Obedient, which is no problem. You can mock him. This is part of the game. So somebody who happens to be an obedient, to a journalist too at the same time, he went to dig dirt. Not the dirt that he manufactured, he did not manufacture it. There's an evidence, yes, that this guy had another passport, a diplomatic passport. And how do we know if it was an honorary or not? Yes, there are honorary citizenship given to people, but do they have access to a passport, a diplomatic passport? Well, that is still within the realm of debate on that. So now, if we can use that to pin this guy and make him look like he's disqualified, that is not slander. It is called part of the game, a game of election. Anything you can stick on your opponent, you stick on it. I can really break it down.
It has a golden standard that it's only strictly to election process, not character assassination or character defamation and all that. But just
exactly. So in one breath.
So what's
rational mind here? Rational mind here was asking me the meaning of slander.
Okay.
And then you definitely gave a wrong definition.
So what's the definition?
It's exactly what I think. I can't remember the name of the person.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know the meaning of what you're using.
Which is exactly that.
You don't even know the meaning of what you're saying. You don't know the meaning of slander. That's not slander. That's not slander.
The only one person that has to know smoking
slander means defaming.
Okay, defaming.
Yeah.
How did it defame?
That's what. So you just said it. Hold on. The moment you put in a wrong narrative out there, and the intent is to defame the candidate as a dual citizenship, knowing fully well that citizenship is not a dual citizenship. It was a honorary diplomatic citizenship. It does not count as a dual citizenship.
How do you know it's an honorary? How do you know?
How do you mean? You're asking me how did I know?
Did you see the response? Did you see the response of the lawyer to this man that used it? What's his name? For your information, you call him an obedient, but surprisingly, who used that?
Call who an obedient? Call who an obedient?
You call. I mean, maybe not you. Somebody called David Udain here an obedient.
No, but he is.
He is an obedient.
He is. He doesn't even hide it.
Hold on.
He hosts Obi on shows.
I'm not saying he's not, or he is.
Obedient, Baraku.
Fine, but surprisingly enough, who used that in his petition? Obi did not use that in his petition.
He couldn't because at that time, I believe he had
exactly. They
had got wind of. He's an obedient. He said he had this thing a long time. He had evidence of this thing, but he was just waiting for final order. He was waiting for somebody the person that gave him access to it.
Who said he has it before now?
He said he has it before, yeah. One of his interviews.
You mean Obi?
No. David Udain.
Oh, okay.
So, being an obedient, he would have given it to his obedient people. People working for Obi. This is what I have, or there's a debt I have on this guy. You look at what they have down him. Can you use it? He must have it, but he said the person was working that they should give him a green light before he can release it. And then now the point is this. Hold on, that's what he said. Whether it's true or not, that is. I'm repeating what he said. Now my point is this: that we're talking about slander here. That is not slander. Somebody went to dig a past about somebody. He did not mention in his form that he had a double citizenship. Why? Is it that really, like you said, is it because he is an honorary that he's not obliged to report it or what? We don't know. So, but then Atiku used it. And Atiku went further to even show. And then in the response of this guy, his legal team, they did not even touch it. He said, "Well, it's not a. I wish your guy. I wish what's his name is here. He said that no, there is nothing wrong about it. Somebody is not. It's not. They did not say that it's an honorary like you are talking about here. They did not put in there.
We said it then. We said it here then.
Even
no, he did not say that it was honorary.
But the lawyers never said anything about it.
Because
which means it's going to stick.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, go on. Let me not appear I'm dominating. Go on. You say something. Let me hear you. Go on, please. Go on.
No. I mean, the argument is almost sounding as though it's personal. The president that issued that passport to him literally came out, made a press statement to say this was a honorary, passport that we issued to this person to represent us during negotiations of a peacekeeping or whatever treaty that he was representing us on behalf.
Why did the lawyer not use that? Why did the lawyer not use that in their petition?
Can I interject, please?
Go ahead.
I want your detail. I want fire.
Yeah, Remy, go ahead and interject.
Okay,
Remy, let's hear from Remy. Yeah.
Okay, I have listened to Rational Mind for a long time now. I thought it would have calmed down, losing all the weight, but it didn't. And I mentioned it was too fixated on Tinubu. I remember that day it was like, oh wow, but you can see now. Now I want to bust your bubble again. When you continue to talk about the certificate forgery, do you know that Chicago State University supply to the petition tribunal through Tinubu lawyers is admission letter, is what do you call it? The GPA score, the certificate and everything. Are you aware of that? Directly from the university itself. Are you aware?
I don't know of that.
So
we
now
need evidence of whether she say he or she.
I am telling you that guarantee more than 100%.
Nah. You see. Can you land? Let me
calm down. Now,
calm down.
It's in the hand of the judge or the justice looking at it, the original directly from the university. What I want you to realize is this: everybody can spin as you like to spin. Other people cannot. So the Udeni guy is biased and he continues to spin. And everybody knows that all of these people you are talking about, even Atiku, all of them, maybe majority of them have diplomatic passport or maybe ordinary passport or whatever. Do you think we not have another country? Maybe have some Panama.
Let's not go this route. We're talking about the one that we know that is there in public.
So everything. See the way Babati just bust your bubble in a big way.
Bubble no boss now. Kilo boss.
Oh boss, Baje.
You know boss.
You are the one that claimed that your so-called didn't have 1 million votes suppressing.
You people just like
they brought out the figure. You are just shaking from
you people just like pedestrian kind of.
This is not a pedestrian because you are the two that alluded. You alluded. You have to prove, but you are unable to prove. You are shaking, and I think it got to you.
Don't do this now, all right? Don't do this.
The voice started cracking again, and I think it was a moment.
People like to just come on.
Let me be frank with you. Nothing is going to come out from the president. It has been, like I said earlier before, I was expecting you to be that they said they stole their mandate. I was expecting them to prove it with our figures. And when Babati was asking you a question, I was waiting to you to show us where his vote was really suppressed by 1 million. Before you said it was, some people of you guys said it was his vote was suppressed by 1 million in Lagos State. When at the tribunal, nothing of such was proven.
And Tinubu has 100,000.
Yeah, so when you are talking here, I just smile. The reason why I smile is because you like to spin around. You do not even talk about let's remove all the vote of the Southeast. which is 100% for Obi. Remove all that vote. How much did Obi have? Remove all the votes from the Southeast. Because the Southeast, everybody voted for Obi. Everybody they know is there is just Obi. None. The other candidate too, they have a complaint there. So when you are talking about vote suppression or no vote suppression, the most important thing to the judges or to the justice there is that first, the form EC8A, which your polling agent also have. Is there a disparity in that form EC8 from the one handed to all the political parties? I'm not even talking about PDP, Labour Party, and APC now. There are other political parties that also contest in that election. So not only these three parties, we have about 18 political parties. So that means about half of them, have that form EC8A. So as the result of this is being disparate in all of the political parties. So when you just mentioned the three political parties alone, you forgot one thing, that a lot of these political parties, maybe like 10 or more than 18 of them, have the same result if they have their polling agent there. And in the court of law, you mentioned about the Supreme Court. You can say that in the Supreme Court.
Remy, don't forget the police has it, the DSS has a copy. Almost all the security agents have the copy.
So that is why when your Labour Party lawyer supernear one INEC official the other time, and they were talking about blood something from IRF, the guy said they have an opportunity to come to IRF, to come to INEC to ask for clearer IRF portal result. They didn't come. You can't force anybody, so you cannot. And moreover, let's be objective here. If you are a judge, which one would you take? The blood one from the website, or the original one that every party signed into? So it has been proven several times, again and again and again. The judges rely on Form EC8, the actual result that is from the polling unit. All these things you are holding to a straw. I thought, oh my God, this guy is so. I'm sorry, I will use the word fixated on Tinubu too much for you. You have been, how come? Come on, election come and gone. Result. Swear
Rational man is Machukudi.
If it was articulated like this, it would be even much more better. Talking about a that came tall. So in your own thinking or the way you spin it around, you think the justice of the tribunal just has 2 million votes.
This is not a monologue.
Let me finish.
No, you cannot land.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. You have all the floor for more than 6 hours.
I'm the only obedient here that is facing all of you.
I was sleeping in the midnight.
Let me come to your aid.
So let me finish. So in your own spin mind, you think they will just remove that 2 million votes and then give it to Mr. Yogi so that you can be a spokesperson. I don't understand. Spokesperson diaspora. If you have been supporting Atiku this way, it came second. A distant third, and you are talking about before you are saying that this Shetima case, it was not a nomination. They will remove, they will do blah blah blah. The case went to the Supreme Court. What happened? It was thrown out.
Yeah, why was it thrown out? It
was thrown out, not the petition. There is a case about that.
You are a propagandist.
It has been thrown out already.
Hold on. Don't mislead our audience. It was thrown out. For what reason was it thrown out for? What?
You can go and read the report. I'm not going to.
So let me tell our audience.
Hold on. You go and do your research.
Okay. Now hold on. Let me tell our audience what happened so that you don't.
I don't know what happened. Go and do it.
You are getting sorrow now. Will you let me talk? You said it. You've said it now. You said it was thrown out. So our audience, go and, like he said, go and read. But I will tell you what happened. They threw it out because they said that right now the tribunal is entertaining that case. So there will be no need for us to talk about it right now. This is in front of the tribunal. So let the tribunal come to a judgment on that. Then when it's brought forward to the Supreme Court, we can talk about it. So that would be an abuse of.
You are wrong.
Listen. They did not throw it out because they feel that there was no substance to that, or they said, okay, no, really, it was not. It was nominated properly. It was according to the timing that it was nominated. It did not. No, that was not the judgment. The judgment was thrown out because they said already it is in front of the tribunal. It's one of the things that is being adjudicated by the tribunal for now. So why should we bring it forward before?
Rational man, I'm sorry to differ with you. Actually,
you can differ, but go and check what that's what.
Listen, it is the PDP that took Shettima to court.
Okay.
About the nomination.
Okay.
The case starts from the High Court to the Appeal Court and to the Supreme Court. And when it got to the Supreme Court, it was dismissed because there is nothing to hold on to. This guy filed the necessary document with INEC to show that he was not obliged to the law. I mean, there's nothing to hold on to about this particular case.
Oh,
so
no.
You are no. Let me.
Remy, hold on, please. Can I quickly ask Rational Mind some questions, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah. Hold on. Akim, let them clarify that. Then you ask Rational Mind. Yes. Let Remy land. Remy landed, then you ask the question.
What I'm trying to say is that this particular double nomination about Shettima, it was proving that he submitted the right candidate before the July date, the blah 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 like this. I can't remember totally.
No, that's wrong.
Let me finish. You talk. From Appeal Court, that case was dismissed against PDP. And PDP also went to the Supreme Court, and then it was also dismissed at the Supreme Court. So it is that case that APM that they took to the tribunal, the appeal tribunal for this presidential. They will have adjudged the judgment about that case, but they hold on to it, and they said, okay, they will give their final judgment when they are doing all the judgment together. So that one is already dead on arrival down. So nothing about that one. And if you are talking about
let's quickly hear from Akim. Remy, you still have the floor, Remy. Yeah, Akim, ask the question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. I just want to quickly ask Rational Mind. How much were they selling the form for vice presidential slot, and when did they have the primary for vice presidential candidate in the primaries as well?
Last year, I have to go to bed and go and sleep because this people questions. I mean, no disrespect to you, Akim, my brother. Sometimes some questions are just so. I don't know where you're going with this question, but let me dignify you with the response.
No, the reason why I asked the question was because you did not even read the judgment from the Supreme Court when they were making judgment on that Shettima's case.
Okay.
They were making you understand that it was the intent that matters when it comes to double nomination. If I buy a form to run as a senator, and then I went to buy another form to run as a presidential candidate, it's an intention from my side to double nominate myself for two different positions. But when you are picked as for a vice presidential slot, and it was even stated that the man submitted a letter to INEC stating his position, that he was withdrawing his candidacy as a Senate running for the Senate. All of these are there, but you just chose to use the double nomination. The no local standing. No, they went deeper. They had explanation in that matter. But last time when we were debating this issue, Uptown was saying no, it was just an opinion. Yeah, it was an opinion that was explaining to you the process and procedure on how these things work. But you just choose to not want to see it that way. Look, if you don't buy a form, how do you then double nominate?
Okay, now, because the Constitution says so. Now, the Constitution, because that's why they brought it forward before the Constitution.
What Constitution are you talking about? Where did they say?
The Electoral Act. Sorry, I've said the Constitution, but I take it back. I mean the Electoral Act, or one of the guidelines, or whatever, one of those things. It said it that if you have to replace your deputy, your vice, you must do that within 14 days. But Tinubu exceeded that 14 days. I mean, Shettima's nomination to take that slot that this guy from Katsina State stepped down, that was a placeholder for. It took Tinubu almost like, is it 17 or 21 days? Like almost 5 days after that expiration of the 14 days.
What are you talking about, rational mind? Obi and Tinubu, hold on. Obi and Tinubu substituted their placeholder at the same time.
Okupe was
both of them substituted at the same time.
Yeah. They substituted at the same time. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. Go and check very well. It's not, because
we all watch this thing.
As they are just tired for rational mind, man. Listen, guys, I'm gone.
No. It not happen that way. It not happen that way.
What do you mean? Did not happen that way? They saw both Okupe and the guy at Tinubu pick. Both of them were withdrawn almost the same day, because they left it to the last minute.
Yeah. They didn't flout the law.
No. Hakim, I remember they did it almost 24 hours or 12 hours interval to each other.
Yeah,
yes,
to each other.
I remember. I remember.
Let me not say I want to argue with you guys on that. I want to argue on that of Shetima. Just if I say, let me argue with you about what happened with Okupe and Obi, how they're home. I cannot argue about that right now. I'm going to have to go and read and look at the whole thing and study it again and see how it happens. Which really, like people say, himself has the same.
Okay, you can go
So
ahead.
let me listen. I want to talk about Shetima. Shetima was done way after that 14 days that was stipulated by the electoral.
No again. So that is the problem here, rational mind.
It's okay. Can I continue?
Please, I beg you.
No, not continue. Allow me talk. When you're talking, you talk. Let me talk. So my point is this: that the court that you talk about, whatever opinion they give, but mind you, they fined, was it PDP article? How many millions of naira they fined him for abuse of process? They fined him for that.
Yes.
Yeah. So now they said that this case is still in front of a court tribunal, so we cannot entertain it right now. So let the other court decide, and you can bring it forward to us, the Supreme Court, or whatever court. So the point I'm trying to say is that, and what's his name? Tinubu's lawyer brought it up when they were having that tribunal, when I think Atiku legal team brought it forward, and they said, no, objection, my lord, we have a ruling from the court. And Shamani said, no, we're not going to object to that. Submit whatever you have. We're going to entertain it, because they knew that. And then what's his name? Atiku's legal team says, no, what the court said was not that, did not rule on it. The only ruling they gave was that it's before your lordship, and that is why they could not entertain it. So it was they were trying to play clever by half there. Tinubu's legal team was trying to play by that, oh, we have a court injunction here that says they threw it out. They threw it out does not mean that they've ruled on it. There've not been any judgment on it. There was no conclusive judgment on it. So
rational mind, to be honest to you, if I said I don't understand all you just said now.
You understand, but don't worry, if you don't understand, no problem. Don't make it to sound like I disagree.
Okay, rational mind, I have the Supreme Court, I have the judgment here in front of me, and I will read it to you.
Okay, read it.
So all those things you have been talking about is immaterial. I'm sorry to say this is what they said. I will just read some part because I want you to go and do your research. But I will read. The heading said is from the Punch. Supreme Court dismisses PDP double nomination suit against Shetima. The Supreme Court Friday dismissed the suit by the people, blah blah blah, seeking the disqualification of the state that produced the president. President Bola and Vice President. The Apex Court does affirm that the duo of APC were eligible to contest the presidential election held on February 25. So they talk about that. I want to tell you one paragraph about it so that you can also go ahead and check it by
Don't
yourself.
tell us, read it out, please.
I will read everything, it's too long. I don't have that time for you. You are a spinner. Go and read it so that you can spin very well. Okay, this is it. It said, listen carefully. In an unanimous decision of the 5-man panel, the court held that an appeal by the PDP challenging the validity of the Tinubu Shetima ticket lacked merit. Deriving the lead judgment on the suit, Justice Adamu Jaro upheld the concurrent decision of the Court of Appeal and the Federal Court in Abuja, which earlier dismissed the case. The court ruled that the plaintiff lacked a legal right to meddle in the affairs of the APC, which nominated the Doe as his candidate in the election, and dismissed it. describing the appeal as an activity of a nosy busybody and a meddlesome interloper. The court stressed that the law does not permit a political party to dabble.
Really, those are the words. Those words are
to dabble in the domestic affairs of another party. The court condemned that Section 285(14)(c) of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, and Section 149 of the Electoral Act 2022 did not confer to them the legal right to question the candidacy of Shettima on the ground of double nomination. The Apex Court held that Section 84 of the Electoral Act only empowered an aspirant that participated in the primary election of a political party to challenge the nomination of a candidate by the party. The court maintained that the PDP did not prove that its rights were threatened, adding that the party failed to establish the injury it suffered.
Remy, you don't need to read further. We've already what PDP is doing is busybody.
Thank you.
Yes, that's something that doesn't concern them. Yeah.
This is Supreme Court judgment. It's not even appeal court. That is the Supreme Court.
So are you done now? Are you done talking?
Okay. It's there. So don't all those things.
Hold on. Are you done? Are you? You said?
I'm done, but just please, I beg you, stop spinning it, okay?
What is spinning there? So did you listen to yourself?
What you have been saying?
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Before I read this particular judgment to you, what you have been saying is totally falsehood.
That's what?
Falsehood. It's totally
that's what
lie.
Now?
There's nothing like that in
what was the falsehood there? What was the falsehood?
You know what you are talking about. That is why that progressive tell you that you don't know what you are saying.
What was the falsehood now? Dude. Sure. When you address the issue, because it's late here.
I don't have your to be. I don't.
Okay. So if you know you don't have, why are you meddling into what you don't
mind? Because you spin every now and then.
Don't go off that way. The point I'm trying to make it to you is this: you said they ruled on it. That you said they ruled on it, but I'm telling you that there was no definitive ruling there. They said
hold on. So what he just read now, is he not ruling? Okay. What are you talking about? What are you rational mind? Are you listening to yourself?
Can I address you now?
Okay, fine.
So what does that mean? Medicine interloper. They are busybody, like you said, right? They are meddling in what does not concern them, which is not a judgment of that case. Even though it's a judgment in some sense, but it does not really address.
Come on now.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, Remy. Let's give him the benefit of doubt. Let's hear from him. Yeah, go on.
He won't say anything now. He'll just say a bunch of blue, blah.
Mike, show up anymore.
Okay, say your bala blue. Let's see where you land. Just land on Tinubu. That's it.
Quiet and let me talk, please.
Go on.
What you just read to us is that they do not have the right to meddle in APC matter. I don't even know what that even means by that judges. But then the question is this: that the Electoral Law Act makes provision that every candidate who choose to replace their deputy or their vice must do that within 14 days. So if the Supreme Court or whatever court is ruling that tangent, that like you read, because what I read or I heard from one newspaper is that they can. What was what I said? I forgot because my head is going down now. I just finished my one bottle of wine here. So, but can you remember?
No, don't give us that excuse. Or no. Rational mind, no. We are not going to take that. Don't give us that excuse.
But I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what I said was the reason why I said they threw it out of court. I think they said something like I forgot, but the point
rational mind. I want to ask you.
No. Can you remind me? If you're not going to remind me.
It's an unanimous decision. That means all the 5 judges of the Supreme
No. Hold on, dude. If you're not going to remind me of what I said, let me continue. Just because that's what
I cannot remind you. Is it coming from my mouth?
Fine. I take it.
It's from you now. It's from you.
Let rational mind speak now. He's been trying to get a word in.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, yeah. So my point is this, Coca, is that I'm saying that the the ruling was not definitive. That okay, fine. Looking at this case, yes, the 14 days, it did not exceed it. It exceeded. There was no definitive. They only said that they are just meddling in what does not concern them. But that was why when the case came before the Justice Samani Court of the Appeal Court, when he brought it forward, when what was that name? Tinubu, he brought it up. He said, no, you cannot bring it up here. We are going to admit it because it's a case. It's part of the petition. You would not throw it out because of, you get one Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court did not rule definitive on it. They did not say, okay, yes, okay, what the ruling is that for what we have here, the evidence is that, yes, it was normal, it was duly nominated within the time frame, and nothing was violated. They did not say that. They only said that they have no
local standing,
whatever they call it, their legal jargons. That they don't have any, they are just meddling, medicine interloper, as they call them. That is, it's their busy body. It's not their matter. It's not their case. But it's their case because the Electoral Act makes. Because if it was not, Justice Samani would have to them right there and say, no, you cannot prove this because it's not part of it. We're not going to accept it.
But rational mind, what I want to ask you, hold on, please. What I want to ask you is why Peter Obi and Labour Party, they are just disturbing themselves, or why are they not tackling Asiwaju on the election? All these double nomination nonsense.
They are so losers now. That's what so losers.
They are losers. Mike, when what they call it, when Shetima pick a nomination to go to a Senate, he didn't know that Tinubu will pick him as the vice president. He has the right to pick a nomination to go to the Senate, isn't it? And Tinubu nominated him later, and he wrote the letter to INEC. It was even published. We spoke on it on this platform. That is withdrawing from the Senate. So what is the argument? What is the bone of contention here?
Bone of contention is this.
They are so losers now. They claim they won election, and we ask them. So your argument that you won the election is that double nomination. That's why you prove that Obi won the election, Abi.
Hold on. You just keep repeating it like a broken record. It's
true now. So losers. You are saying you won the election, and we are asking. You're supposed to give us number that it's number that can prove if you won. Not some crap about somebody did that.
They submitted a lot of certified 2 copies of INEC certificate. Results that were published, and they got it from INEC.
Did you win the election or not?
Mike, I'm not going to.
Did Obi win the election?
I'm not going to answer your question.
It's okay. Then he lost. What's the base of your argument? Are you here to argue with us that Obi won the election?
Man is trying to say that judgment from the Supreme Court that they did not rule on anything. He is expecting them to say, okay, these are the reasons we gave, like reason 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That medicine interloper or does not have merit to rational mind. That is not a judgment. The judgment should give particular reason or state 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. That's what he is hinging upon. But I am sorry, rational mind, the Supreme Court, they don't work that way. They give a verdict. The reason they are doing is that you are not a party member of this political party, so you don't have the right to do this.
That's what's right. You see. And
I understand you. That is final. That is the court of the law. That is the court of the land. So whatever you say here or me is immaterial. It's irrelevant. Forget it. It's done and dusted.
We're talking about it. We're talking about it. Hold on, Farabali, all right? We're talking about it because it's part of the petition that is still before the appeal, the electoral tribunal that was admitted by the Justice Samani-led tribunal.
Well, rational mind, I asked you a question earlier on. You are dodging it. Why can't these so bloody losers tackle Tinubu on the election? Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. In Nasarawa, I got 10 billion. Tinubu, they cheated me. They wrote wrong. Tackle the person on election. Or not, this is not on this mundane, he went to Chicago nonsense. He's a drug dealer nonsense. Election. Talk about the election. That is what you should be petitioning about. Not all this mundane, stupid, all this nonsense. Double nomination. Is a drug dealer. He did this. He did that. He changed his name. He's a female when he was in Chicago. He was a gay when he was in America. It's just total nonsense. Total nonsense. Go on, please.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. So you see, you can say they did not challenge him. They did. They did challenge Tinubu on those numbers that posted him to victory. That's why I said every legal team, they have their strategies of how to prove their case. You might be saying, okay, why didn't they just outrightly just go and bring all the numbers, all the figures that they have, maybe from their own agent, like some people have argued here, or ask the DSS or the police, give them the copies that they have and use it to prove that, or as they already did, ask INEC to give them the evidence of what they have from the states that they are trying to challenge. And INEC gave them those one, and they said certified through copies, which they were also disputing in their own courts that they don't know those, they don't recognize that those documents that they submitted. And the Justice Somali said, well, is it not by INEC? They say it's by INEC. INEC is that. Well, they keep arguing. Even their own INEC legal team, they say they don't even recognize it. Why would you say you don't recognize? How does that even sound? And you don't recognize. Why don't you bring another counter evidence of it that shows that the one you have with you is different from what they have? They did not do that. And then you want to say, want to continue telling me that is wrong.
Which document are you particularly talking about, Rational Mind?
Results.
Which particular state and which particular unit?
I don't know the state. I don't know. Many states is submitted. I don't know.
No, I don't think you are right. I followed that court process very well. There's nothing like that. What Thomas is trying to tell you is that we are expecting. Actually, I was expecting Obi to prove his case beyond reasonable doubt, state by state.
So how would he prove it when INEC is not cooperating?
Listen, I was also listen. I was expecting him to say what I really expect him to do. Maybe I am not a lawyer, if Ogbene is here, but in my own little way, I was expecting to say, oh, Plateau, or maybe Sokoto, or maybe Nasarawa, I'm being shortchanged by 500,000 votes. Lagos, my vote is 1.5 million, but they give me 500,000. Then it should come with the unit, because according to electoral to the tribunal, you must prove your case unit by unit.
Polling unit by polling unit, yes.
Where you are being shortchanged or where your votes were being suppressed. I'm talking objectively now. He didn't prove such a thing. I know what he's doing.
How do you know he did not? How did you know he did not?
Did not. The reason why he did not is that when they brought out 18,000 blah 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 units, they said they printed their.
Listen, you did not follow it. Don't say what you don't know. You did not follow it. You're only going by what you're just hearing from your ratified.
I like that. To fight back, I like that. That the spirit I really want. I want a man like that. Okay, so I don't want you to spin it. Okay, fine. That is what you said, but I have my own source too, and I know what I'm saying.
Ratified source.
So not ratified source. They claim with 18,000 units or something that they present from the IRF. The bone of contention is that the judge are not going to rely on the result of the portal. They are going to rely on the result of the Form EC8A, which is the official polling unit result. I was
Remy, can I please ask you a question, please? Sorry for cutting you. As any party from this this nonsense loser, has any of them produced a result that is different from the one they have in their hands, is different from the one they upload to the RF? Have anybody dispute that?
No, the answer to you is absolutely none. Nobody, no political party, none of them have said that the result declared by INEC state by state is totally different from the result they collated or they got from their polling unit. So that is the situation.
So I mean, why are we even going to the petition for? What is this their petition is all about?
You know, there are some die-hard supporter or die-hard spinners that they will not give up until we nail them finally. So that is the point. I understand Rational Man. He likes Obi and he does not like Tinubu from.
Oh my goodness! No.
Let's
how would you make that category? I don't like Tinubu.
Actually, I would tell
I don't
you
like his politics.
If Obi has
and if you're listening to me, I don't like him. So be it.
Rational, listen. If Obi has won that election, I will support Obi and I will stay by him. I would just say to Tinubu, you lost. Go and sit down. That is over. It's over. I am not the one that will continue to be fixated on Tinubu. If he lost, he lost. What is it? Is it feeding me?
Remy, I don't know. Maybe you were with us before elections since last year. I said it here. I said it here that if Obi won this election, I'm still happy. I don't want Atiku. Because Obi is still from the south.
Do you know the first time I listened to this program, I don't like one man. I don't like one man that day. Because Tinubu is my candidate, and the way one man was talking was leaning. A lot of people in this panel at that time was leaning towards Obi, and the way they were talking, I was, oh my God, can this guy really win? Because I have my own permutation, and I listen to people like Baba Janle Koko supporting Showere and the rest, so many of them. And I also listened to Rational Mind, the way he was so puffy and so proud and so sure that it's Obi to take it. And I was
arrogant as well. Arrogant.
I did not join the group. I continued to listen to them for a whole solid 1 month. I'm telling you, before I decided, hey, I'm going to have my say also. I listened for all 1 month. And the time here is most likely is in the midnight, but I stay up night listening to a lot of people.
Wow. So you've been listening before you join us?
Yes, I listened for solid 30 days. 1 month.
Wow.
So
wow.
I listened
That's
because
good.
I was just like, how come? How did they get their source? How are they so sure? I have to go and check my own source, do my own research, do a lot of things by myself before I even came on board. So I know what I'm also doing.
A lot of kumbaya we're saying here, right?
So that then later I saw the way Rational Man was talking. I was, to be frank with you, Rational, I was particularly beef with you. I said, how can you talk? So that is why we have. I'm not really fighting with you.
Sorry, now you said it before.
I don't fight with people. I like your tenacity. You
said it because you wanted to give me slap before.
If I would have slapped you. Come to yourself. But all well and good.
My God.
All well and good. We are all laughing about it. We have our president in place. So if everybody is thinking that today,
but Remy, let's hold on for a second. Did anybody in their right thinking thought that Obi will win that election?
Of course, this is politics. If you support a candidate, you can have a right to say, oh, my candidate is going to win. But for me, when I drew my own line, I did not see the pathway for Obi to become Nigerian president.
There is no pathway. The numbers are not adding up at all.
My fear at that particular moment is that if Tinubu have picked this guy, what do you call it, Wike, if he had picked Wike as his vice president, they would have won the election. Wike have the financial muscle. The South Side will have kowtow and vote along that PDP line, no matter what happens, whether they cheated Southeast out of it or not.
Oh, you mean Atiku? You mean Atiku?
Atiku have picked Wike. But as the infighting continue, I'm saying this is a good plus. Then later, I also looked at it that the South too will vote for their people. But in the Southwest, I know that no matter what happens, Tinubu will lose one state. And I'm correct about it. And he lost Osun. Because I thought Lagos is so that Lagos, he will win. But unfortunately, I'm also a little bit skeptical because of the NSAT, the young people. And I also think that a lot of people that are highly educated, sometimes on voting day in Nigeria, they don't normally come out. So if they don't come out, and if the traditional people that always vote for APC come out, then the APC would have won.
Remy, let me tell you, I wasn't surprised about Lagos. Why do I say that? If you see the campaign they carry against Muslim ticket in Lagos, and I'll mention name, church. I don't want to mention the church name. They carry against this Muslim ticket. I know he's going to win. He's going to lose Lagos, but I didn't know that he will. It would be the margin. The margin is not too much. I think it's only 10,000 votes.
Yeah, it's about.
But I doubt it, because he so to say Tinubu on Lagos, as Obedient normally say, that they will still use that mago in Lagos.
I like APC too. They did the one mistake. They thought that the old election in Nigeria will go free election. Everybody will vote according to their conscience, whatever the irregularities. But they didn't know that the Southwest will vote en bloc like that. They thought they would allow APC people to also vote in the Southeast, but they suppressed them there too.
No, they were beaten now. They were beaten, intimidated.
When you look at the result that came out from that place, are you telling me a sitting governor in a state cannot muzzle more than 20,000 votes? Like state like Ebonyi or state like what you call Imo.
Imo, yeah.
They cannot even muster 20,000 votes. What is going on? So they and unfortunately for Tinubu too, the ruling party itself is there's a division among them, especially from Buhari himself. I was totally disappointed in his action, because I thought this was your party. If he has really
Remy, do you hear Buhari saying, Nigeria, vote your conscience, vote who we want to vote for? Remy, hold on, I was flabbergasted. You are a APC person, you are the president, you are telling Nigerians to vote their conscience. What concerns you about Nigerian conscience?
That is totally unfair to a lot of people that support APC, not only to Tinubu alone. Because when you look at a party, you have governor, you have senator, you have a lot of people. These are people that have worked for you for 8 years to make sure that you won twice. And then when it's time for you to go ahead and you play that
reciprocate.
No, it's totally unfair. I think he is not a very good politician, and he does not know the game very well. And I also think, I'm sorry to say this, I like him a lot, but I'm also sorry to say that he's a tribal jingo. A lot of these things that they accuse the guy about, tribalism is also there, nepotism is also there, and not because of Tinubu. I just think that, come on, you are from the same party. Why don't you want to help your party to win?
I wonder.
And to mind you, he wants his party to lose to Atiku. And that is why Atiku is confidently think that Buhari is behind it. That is why they were able to make Wike. If they knew that he was not behind him, he won't be playing that way. He knew that the Kabah, the Buhari, everybody, he said, go as it's yours, you are the next president. If not because of Wike and that make this thing happen for Tinubu, and then some northern oligarch or governor that solidly behind Tinubu, thinking that, why should you treat our party this way? Actually, that election is for Atiku to win. And for everything, every support, every move is for him. And he was so sure that he's going to get it. And that is why he was so cocky. He doesn't want to beg anybody. He doesn't want to
No, never. He was so pompous.
Because he knew it's like 95% in my hand. We are just waiting for election day. We will dust them. And he knows the Yoruba people very well. Being liberals with us, some of them will vote for me. How come that he won in Osun? Just like that, okay? And in Lagos State, because we call the metropole, modern society, and there's a lot of influence. There's too many things play out in that election. But at the end of the day, one thing I'm happy about is this: the usage of beavers machine.
Remy, let me ask you this: if they could have rigged Lagos, who will even doubt it?
Yeah, nobody will doubt it. I think that
nobody will. That's why I still say this election as the most credible election ever.
Yes, ever.
If Tinubu has rigged Lagos, who will doubt it?
You know why this case is very difficult to prove in court? You have the beavers machine that accreditate and take photo of people that voted. So it's like in this polling unit, 500 people will vote here. So if you have to go to court of law, you are going to prove to the court of law that these people that voted, they voted against your party or it was suppressed. A single one vote, more than the required number in the polling unit, that unit will be totally cancelled.
Yeah.
So it's become more difficult for you to prove. And there's a one senior
advocate. Do you know they started in Ekiti? The first presidential coalition was Ekiti. They canceled so many votes.
Yes.
So, one vote, even one vote. Cancelled.
So before it was like, okay, there are more than 1 million people that vote in Kano. Where are the people? Where are the photo? No photo, nothing. Where are the accreditation? But now we have a good record. The beavers machine stop that issue totally. And then the issue of about when you vote, they can't vote in the polling unit in the front of voters. The party agents have a copy, and the police also have a copy. So many
DSS have a copy. All the party agents there have the copy.
If it's the copy in your hand as a political party against other political party, if the figures are different, that is why most of them can prove that the vote that they gave me is not the vote I had, it was churching. It's very difficult to prove because I can.
Remy, do you know that APC, before they announced the election, APC know that they won because they have collected all their something in their situation room. They knew they already won.
Before everybody know, I already know that APC has won because I have an insider there. They already have that day before 12 midnight. They already know they won because they already have all the results in their hand. But they had to play cool until INEC would declare the winner. So all those things you guys are talking about, you guys we take him to call certificate or no certificate. Look at all the evidence, even the forfeiture you are talking about. Look at the letter from the embassy. That is the United States government talking. Is that not enough? So many, you just continue to hold on straw and straw and straw and straw, and the straw continue to break and tatter little by little, and you are not holding to the minute, the tiniest one of it. You are still holding on to it. Okay, maybe a miracle. It's like a Nigerian football team. We lost the game. We lost. Whether
Remy, I was laughing this morning when I was leaving to listen to Rudolph's channel. So some people are still hoping something will happen. I was just, is these people, are they with their right senses? What is going to happen?
But then the same question can be asked of you, Thomas. I mean, who would think that anybody is not in their right senses to think that this thing can switch the other way, can turn the other way? But the fact that
we already mentioned that.
For the fact that Tinubu is there does not mean it cannot be removed.
No, forget it.
And if it's removed,
you know it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Unless you
find out because you are the judge, right?
No.
Well,
let me tell you why it's not going to happen. We also what transpire in the petition, in the tribunal. Sorry, in the tribunal, there is not even Atiku and the rest, even your so-called Mr. Obi that you are supporting. They did not prove to the court that they won in 25 states or they have the spread. They did not prove that one. They did not prove that they have majority vote more than the winner.
Obviously, you did not follow the tribunal. You did not follow.
I followed the tribunal. Where did they say they have majority vote?
Hold on. Let me tell you.
Where? Tell us. Tell us why they said they have majority vote.
Hold on. The way the tribunal is, the way it works is that they hear you put your submission, and they brought their evidence. They will look at the evidence, and then they went into witness. They bring their witness to interview their witness to buttress whatever point they're trying to make with the document they submitted. Like, for example, that there was supposed to be a transmission of IREF. I mean, there was supposed to be a transmission of IREF. So what happened that did not do that? Was it that truly there was an attack on the system, and they brought an expert who gave an expert opinion on that? Now, so it is multi-dimensional.
So do you hold on before you go? Do you know that the expert they brought is also a candidate for Labour Party? Do you know that? So if you follow the tribunal, do you know that I just asked you whether yes or no?
Thomas.
All these their petition. They're supposed to just
not follow it, and you are just lying and spinning it again. I asked you a very direct question, and you cannot answer me. And
that is running away. He's running away now.
What's the right question?
Did you know that the so-called expert is a candidate in that election for
election?
Hold on. There is nothing wrong with.
Do you know that you rational might know? Do you know?
Hold on. Hold on. I will not answer your question that way.
That's what man. You are the master of spinner. You are the master of spinner.
Do you know what I'm going to say is going to even support what he's saying? We've had this debate. Me and Ogbeni, we had it here. Ogbeni had to cover. Say yes, truly, there's no such thing. Say if I remember what he said very well. He said, well, we should make it like if you're a party of interest in a particular something, you don't need to come and be a witness. He said that he would like to propose. He said it doesn't make sense proposing that because as long as what he's saying, the expert witness or whatever he's saying, as long as it's not biased. If it's biased, then there could be a problem with that. Then for the fact that it's Justice Samani and the rest of them, they allow the man to give his expert testimony as to how the IREF function, how it works. Especially that lady you're talking about, she said she works with Amazon, and they have multi-layer firewall that could probably there's no way they could have attacked the server because they are the one who owns the server. Amazon was the one that owns the server for them. So, and there was no report of any such, but they deliberately just shut it down and start saying that some people were trying to hack it. Like the other day, some guy who came here says, I know PDP tried to hack it, APC tried to hack it, even the Labour parties they tried to hack it. How do you know? How do you know? So
they said they had listen. They had glitches when
what is the glitches? What's the glitches?
A glitch, just like you are using your computer, and I know several times. Hold on. Several times you are in this platform, that sometimes your platform is not working. I mean, it's so easy. I'm talking in a layman, okay? And then you are on here, and sometimes you think that your mic is not connected very well, or there's some noise coming from background from your computer. Sometimes you have to shut down and come back online again. And now to tell you the truth,
did they come back online?
Listen, they came at 9 p.m. that day. There was some results being uploaded into the IREF portal from 9 p.m. And from 9 p.m. that same day of the election day, some results were already uploaded into that portal. So until that, even after the election has been called and the winner has been declared, election result continues to be uploaded into that portal.
No,
so that is why
no.
I'm not lying.
They did not. Okay, so you see this. God, dude.
Who told you they did not? 9 p.m. that day.
They did not. They shut it down. They turned it off. Hold on. They turned it off.
They did not turn it off. As at 9 p.m. that day,
okay,
I look at you. The truth is very bitter. Your so-called Mr. in the tribunal, they did not argue that website, the portal, did not work. What they are trying to say is that you did not upload a lot of
you're calling me spinner. You are the one that is spinning. You like to look at what you just said. I said
you're spinning, Kokona. You're in the tribunal. Your people. You're so-called Mr.
You said the rule of the case. And the case
Ileya, you want to shut it down. 8 hours. Let's go and sleep. National mind. You can't win this battle.
It's Spotify platform now. One man is
it's Spotify platform now.
With you at the name of affair now.
Yeah. See you guys, everybody. Thank you, Rational Mind. Yeah, thank you. We have come to the end of the section again. Yeah, it's been interactive. Some bombastic words were made.
I don't live with Boyino. Where are you guys living now?
No. I want to shut it down. 8 hours before it degenerates to blow. Let's shut it down. let me and Rational Mind. you continue stepping down your bottle. Yeah, Adewale, I'm suspecting you. So thank you, every guys. Thank you, Paddy, Rational Mind. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, Remy. Thank you. We have come to the end of the session again. Thank you, guys. We see you. We catch you on the other side. I said, peace. We can't leave you without singing song. We have to live with songs. You know that. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.